Chapter 1 begins with a party looking at the main character with disdain. The adventurer addresses Ariaki as a worthless bum and declares that he is being expelled from the party. Ariaki internally repeats the idea of being kicked out, wondering if the hatchlings are finally ready to leave his nest. The main character is Mahama Ariaki, 18 years old, an adventurer serving in the Granheim Kingdom, although becoming one was never his choice, but rather something forced on him. Ariaki stands and asks if this is what they want, stating that he will gladly leave. The man erupts angrily, questioning who Ariaki thinks he is and reminding him that he is being expelled from the appointed hero Vivia's party. Ariaki narrows his eyes and reflects on Haranoa Vivia, a man recognized by the holy sword Langris and considered the strongest hope for defeating the Demon King. Vivia demands Ariaki's attention, but Ariaki continues to ignore him, thinking about how Vivia possesses the skill Paladin, the very embodiment of a hero. A female adventurer tells Ariaki to stop disrespecting Vivia, and another male adventurer supports her words. Ariaki continues his internal thoughts as the woman adds that they only allowed him into their group because he came from the same village. The woman is Delia, a brawler who fights by strengthening her body with magic. Her skill-blessed fist is an unblockable technique. The man adds that the hero's decision is final. This man is Elga, known as the Shield of the Kingdom due to his immeasurable stamina and immense magic resistance granted by the skill giant's protection. Another woman dismisses Ariaki entirely, calling him useless. This is Palala, a mage whose magical power is said to surpass that of a legion of demon kings, making her humanity's trump card. She possesses the skill Arch-Wizard. Vivia agrees loudly, taunting Ariaki and calling out his arrogance. Even when Vivia threatens that Ariaki will have to beg for forgiveness, he becomes more irritated when he realizes Ariaki has once again stopped listening to him. Vivia raises his voice in anger, demanding attention. A voice speaks from behind them, stating that the time has come and that she has long awaited this moment, attributing it to God's will. Ariaki turns toward the voice and recognizes Alicia, the great Saintess. In this world where recovery magic has faded into obscurity, she stands as a legend who has mastered revive. Her name and divine beauty extend far beyond the kingdom's borders. Vivia laughs and mocks Ariaki by pointing out Alicia's supposed frustration with him. Ariaki glares at Vivia and thinks to himself that not many people could claim that even the great Saintess would wait to witness their banishment. Alicia avoids Ariaki's eyes the moment she sees his gaze, leading Ariaki to conclude that she truly despises him. He wonders what could have caused her to feel this way, especially given how long they have known each other. Ariaki recalls their childhood, when Alicia used to follow him around silently, too shy to speak even a single word to him. Everything has changed since then. This group used to be made up of his friends from their shared hometown of Littend. Their long history together was one of the reasons Ariaki continued to accompany them on their journey. Yet now they all seem to hate him. There had been another reason he traveled with them as well. Ariaki asks why he is being expelled. Vivia responds by saying that Ariaki truly does not understand, that it is because he lacks a unique skill. Without any combat abilities to his name, and armed only with basic support skills like Search and Detoxify, skills that anyone can learn, he is deemed inadequate. Delia remarks that he stays in the back, because he is unable to fight. Elga adds that Ariaki's weakness makes him a liability in battle. Palala criticizes him further, complaining about his strange and annoying behavior, such as his constant concerns about traps that slowed the party down. Ariaki acknowledges that their claim about him lacking skills is not entirely incorrect, but he begins to respond by offering advice before he leaves. As he starts to speak about his skill, Alicia abruptly cuts him off, commanding him to leave immediately and asserting that he contributes nothing to the party. Faced with Alicia's glare, Ariaki concedes, accepting her judgment. He reflects on the overwhelming presence of a Saintess. The party bursts into laughter at Ariaki. Vivia emphasizes that even the great Saintess wants him gone and orders him to leave immediately, calling him an eyesore. Ariaki agrees to leave, but before doing so, he pats Vivia on the shoulder and informs him about his bottle of athlete's foot medication breaking, saying he transferred it into a blue container and warning him not to confuse it with anything else. Behind Vivia, Delia reacts with confusion at the mention of athlete's foot, while Palala expresses disgust. Vivia turns to them and realizes the implication, shouting in frustration. He declares that he will not forget this act and turns back toward Ariaki, only to find him already gone. Enraged, he curses Ariaki for disappearing so quickly. Thus, Ariaki sets off alone. As a child, he once dreamed of God asking him to support his childhood friend's party until the proper time arrived. The sense of duty tied to that divine burden is what compelled him to join their party in the first place. Several hours later, Ariaki continues walking through the forest. He reflects on how long he has been moving without finding the exit. After leaving the party, Ariaki decided to travel to the town of Alti, a small town he had visited before, known for its kind residents. He thinks he could enjoy a peaceful life there now that he is free from his former responsibilities. The journey will take more than a month, and even something as simple as item management feels different when done alone. Ariaki wonders whether his former companions will truly be all right. He had constantly lectured them about preparation and inventory management, yet they remained hopelessly disorganized. He questions whether they can even read maps properly, though he reassures himself that map reading is a fundamental skill they should at least be able to manage. Spotting the forest's edge, Ariaki shields his eyes from the sunlight as he steps out among the trees. Taking in the view, he tells himself that there is no longer any point in worrying about them. As he watches birds fly across the sky, he considers the possibility that traveling alone might not be so bad after all. Ariaki recalls the dream he had as a child. It had always been a burden, a curse. In that dream, he heard a voice calling his name and demanding his attention. The voice instructed him to support his friends until the proper time arrived. The young Ariaki questioned the identity of the speaker, only for the voice to proclaim itself as God and warn him to watch his language. Ariaki was told he must understand. He had to protect Vivia and the others until the destined moment came. The young boy protested, saying he did not want to. In response, the entity stated that if he refused, his friends would certainly die young, lamenting how unfortunate that would be. In this way, God took advantage of Ariaki's inherently kind nature. Returning to the present, Ariaki admits to himself that if he managed to save their lives, he has no grounds to complain. The worst part was the foolish skill God granted him, backup. He reflects on its capabilities: enhancing equipment, manipulating temporal speed, accelerating recovery, guiding through dungeons. His powerful unique skill can achieve all this and more. It is a hidden force that operates entirely from the shadows. Normally, unique skills appear clearly when analyzed, but whenever Ariaki is examined with analyze or similar abilities, only an extensive list of diverse skills is displayed. To an untrained observer, he merely appears to be a jack of all trades. Because of this, he conceals his true power and uses conceal to hide the presence of his highest level abilities. Though it is an extraordinary skill, no one ever notices it. Such is the peculiar, complex nature of the unique skill Ariaki received. Ariaki thinks about how he never expected his companions to actually expel him before he had the chance to explain his unique ability. It is too late to dwell on it now. In his mind, Ariaki imagines that his friends have finally left the nest. Even if they resent him, he has always watched over them like a guardian. Suddenly, he realizes something and concludes that he must have been too overbearing. They expelling him means they are going through a rebellious phase. Accepting this idea, Ariaki decides that he must grant them their independence. His friends have finally grown capable of walking their own path, and he should take pride in that. Besides, he reassures himself, they still have the reliable, but his train of thought is interrupted when he hears a strange voice pleading for someone, anyone, to help. Startled, Ariaki recognizes that the voice is able to pierce through his magical barrier. He questions who this could be and whether the being is even human, given its ability to break through his defenses. The voice cries out, stating that lifting the curse placed upon it is impossible, and begs for death instead. Ariaki is baffled that a voice would suddenly reach out from nowhere only to ask him to kill it. He refuses and states that the voice must find someone else, but the voice continues desperately, pleading before the pride of the dragon folk is lost. Ariaki does not trust this situation and prepares to close the communication channel, reasoning that the dragon folk are far too proud to beg a human for anything. He thinks back to the voice filled with agony but maintains that he cannot assist a stranger seeking death. As he gathers his belongings, he adds that if the voice had asked to be saved instead, that would be a different matter entirely. At that moment, Ariaki freezes as the voice suddenly shifts and cries out a new plea, begging him to save him. Ariaki smirks, deciding that the latest plea is all he needed to hear. He considers how strange it is that the voice managed to connect with him a second time using such little power. The mention of the dragon folk might not have been a lie after all. Determining the direction the voice came from, Ariaki leaps off a cliff. He crashes through several branches during the descent but lands without injury. He notes to himself that he hardened his body to prevent harm, but such protection does nothing for his clothes or the leaves, leaving him looking disheveled. He admits he is not the athletic type and laments the tear in his outfit. Behind him, a large centipede suddenly appears. Ariaki remembers that he had activated insecticide. A crackling noise erupts behind him as the monster reacts to the skill. Moments later, Ariaki reflects on the mention of a dragon, questioning whether it is truly possible. Dragon folk, he remembers, are bound by pride. If they are defeated by a human, they must submit. For that reason, he cannot believe any dragon folk would willingly ask a human for help. Such an act would be an admission of inferiority. But this time, he wonders if external forces may be influencing the situation. After walking for some time, he reaches a door and examines it. He determines that it is a barrier weakened by tremors. The voice he heard, did it really originate from within? Dead bodies lie scattered before the unopened barrier. Ariaki speculates that they were bandits who attempted to break through the barrier in search of whatever lay beyond, only to fail and die. He considers that he could force his way through but worries such an act could harm the surrounding wildlife. Viewing the situation as a nuisance, he resigns himself to finishing it quickly. Suddenly, a man appears behind him and questions his urgency. The man activates an orb, causing corpses nearby to rise as zombies. Ariaki identifies the orb as the Necromancer's jewel, capable of controlling the dead. The man, apparently a surviving bandit, boasts that he stole it and now plans to use it for his own gain. With the power of zombies, he claims he no longer needs to resort to thievery. Ariaki remarks that such behavior is typical of a small-time criminal, which enrages the man. The man proclaims he will turn Ariaki into a zombie as well and revels in his belief that his undead horde makes him unstoppable. Ariaki raises his hand and activates a powerful spell. He questions whether the bandit has finished talking and then dismisses him, unleashing Restore. A torrent of shimmering lights rains down upon the zombies, erasing them instantly. The bandit is stunned, unable to believe that all the zombies were eliminated so effortlessly. He demands to know what Ariaki is. Ariaki responds by stating that, according to his companions, he is merely dead weight, and that he was expelled from the hero's party. Chapter 2 begins immediately after Ariaki finishes defeating all the zombies. The surviving man refuses to believe that someone considered dead weight could use such powerful abilities. Ariaki clarifies that what he used was not attack magic but the skill Restore, which returns its targets to their original state, turning the zombies back into dust. The man protests that he has never heard of such a skill. Suddenly, a zombie grabs him. Ariaki watches as the man is overwhelmed, warning him that even zombies will turn on their master when hunger drives them. The man panics, trying to fight them off. Ariaki states that the man is merely experiencing the fate he deserves for greedily relying on the Necromancer's jewel and attempting to assume the role of God. The man is terrified by Ariaki's glare before being consumed beneath a pile of attacking zombies. Ariaki turns away, acknowledging that he has no time to deal with this any further. Examining the barrier before him, Ariaki wonders how to pass through it. He inspects the walls, the roof, and the ground, concluding that a dungeon likely lies beyond the sealed door. He decides to use Metamorphosis, a skill that allows the user to alter their physical form. Ariaki transforms into a mole and evaluates the transformation with satisfaction. With that, he begins digging beneath the barrier and soon emerges on the other side. His plan worked, he successfully entered. Ariaki returns to his human form and notes his surprise that the barrier does not extend underground. Nobody would expect someone to dig beneath such a massive stone door, or possess the ability to turn into a mole. He imagines the original designer never predicted such a method. Summoning a light, he prepares to move deeper in. Before him stretches an expansive interior filled with columns and branching corridors. He remarks on the immense size of the structure and speculates whether the barrier is distorting the internal dimensions. This must be a higher-ranking dungeon. In this world, adventurers are categorized by ranks ranging from E to S, determined by their capabilities and the level of monsters they can defeat. Most adventurers fall within B rank or lower. A-rank adventurers are expected to aid in defeating the Demon King. Only a rare few are S rank, such as Vivia and Alicia, the great Saintess. Ariaki, meanwhile, is a C rank, remarkably average. Ariaki reflects on how inaccurate that ranking is for him. Not entirely inaccurate, he admits, but the ranking system itself is flawed. It places excessive importance on combat ability, making it impossible for support specialists to achieve high rank. He does not particularly care about his own rank, but if he had the chance, he would reform the entire system. After walking through the dungeon for some time, Ariaki notices two gargoyle statues. He activates a skill and approaches them, recognizing their purpose. Once he passes the statues, they activate, declaring an intruder's presence. Their eyes glow as they come to life. One of them demands to know whether he intends to release the Red Calamity. Ariaki internally repeats the phrase, Red Calamity, and wonders if this refers to the one who summoned him. The existence of guard suggests a figure of great importance. The gargoyle dismisses him as a foolish human and vows to exterminate him. Ariaki reacts as the gargoyles charge. Their speed reveals them to be around level 60, powerful enough to annihilate an entire kingdom under the right circumstances. But just as they approach him, they collide with an invisible barrier. Ariaki states that he used spatial bending, a skill that turns the air itself into a solid wall, preventing their attacks from reaching him. One gargoyle, outraged, breaks through the invisible wall, but Ariaki quickly evades. He acknowledges their strength. The gargoyles prepare to charge again. Ariaki blocks the gargoyles' attacks, keeping his focus on the ones in front of him. Because of that, another gargoyle approaches from behind, believing he has an opening. Just as it reaches him, Ariaki's figure suddenly disappears. The gargoyles cry out in confusion, unable to see where he went. Ariaki then reappears behind the attacking gargoyle, catching it completely off guard. Before it can react, he slashes off its head. A gargoyle hovering in the air is stunned, unable to believe they are being defeated so easily. Ariaki states the reality of the situation. What they consider impossible is simply what is happening. He notes that a human's low rank does not determine the true outcome of a battle. He demands the guardian to open the door, though he refers to it mockingly as a wooden doll. This enrages the gargoyle, which rushes him, but Ariaki blocks its attack effortlessly. At that moment, all the gargoyles crumble into dust. As the last one fades, Ariaki explains to himself how he won. First, he created a wall of air, then he used a decoy and provoked them into making a mistake. Finally, he used a skill that reflected their attacks back at them. Nothing he did was extraordinary, and from the start, they were already within the palm of his hand. Once the gargoyles vanish completely, he moves on and tells the previously guarded door to open. The door creaks as it grants him entry. Walking into the vast hallway, he notes that it truly is a dungeon, massive, just as he expected. Dungeons operate like living organisms, sending monsters to attack intruders. The blood and magic of these intruders feed the monsters, which in turn strengthens the dungeon. Treasure chests serve as bait to lure people further inside, though most are traps, a method similar to a creature enticing prey into its jaws. A monster tries to ambush Ariaki from behind, but he kills it immediately, remarking to himself that he has not looted anything in a long time. Eventually, he arrives at a colossal hall. As he steps deeper inside, he feels heavy thumping reverberate throughout the room. He understands what it means. There is enough space here for a major battle. A great golem emerges, appearing to be around level 80, a creature that would normally require at least an A-rank adventurer to defeat. The golem smashes its massive palm toward him, but Ariaki dodges easily. Despite its enormous size, he acknowledges its surprising speed and decides he should not confront it head-on. Suddenly, he senses more tremors. 3 additional great golems appear behind him. The situation clearly calls for someone of S-rank ability, yet Ariaki simply observes it as excessive. One of the golems attacks, but Ariaki evades it without difficulty. For him, adventurer ranks hold no meaning at all. Ariaki recalls Vivia's harsh words, calling him nothing more than a weak C-rank adventurer. Vivia had compared him to their group, S-ranks whose abilities and very existence seemed superior, insisting that Ariaki's rank and even his humanity could not compare. When Ariaki questioned what humanity had to do with any of this, Vivia had snapped at him not to talk back. Delia had agreed, noting that even they, as A-ranks, were on a completely different level from him. When Ariaki asked how strong they believed he actually was, Vivia had laughed and said he was no different from any average villager. Palala had found it funny as well, agreeing wholeheartedly. Vivia had gone on to tell him that if he ever faced what they fought against, he would probably faint, creatures like a great golem. Delia had added that the tremors alone from such monsters would freeze him in place. In the present, Ariaki moves effortlessly through the air, dodging the massive strikes of the golems. He counts his maneuvers one by one, landing on the first golem, then the second. He admits inwardly that Vivia had at least been right about the tremors. He needs to land carefully. In a strange way, their comments end up helping him. He lands on the final golem as he counts 3 and marks each one with a strike. He calls them weaklings and dismisses them, and immediately all 3 great golems explode at once. Ariaki lands and reflects that he always knew the ranking system was broken. After all, a C-rank like him just defeated multiple great golems. A key bounces off his head. He picks it up and walks toward the door, thinking that the Red Calamity who requested death must be inside. He turns the key and the door opens. When he enters, an old man is waiting, clapping for him. The old man commends him for making it this far, bragging that no one has reached this place in over 1,000 years, praising Ariaki's skill and requesting his name. Ariaki simply stares and asks who the man even is. The old man is offended and declares himself a high priest, beginning to introduce himself, but Ariaki cuts him off. He states that he has no interest in hearing his identity and wants the person who requested aid to come out. The high priest pauses, realizing Ariaki was summoned here by someone. He considers the possibility that someone inside managed to contact the outside, theorizing that the barrier may have weakened over time. The high priest then resumes his theatrics, declaring that the dungeon is not yet complete. He insists that Ariaki must be exhausted after everything he faced and claims Ariaki must be at death's door. Ariaki states otherwise, saying he barely took any damage. The high priest calls that impossible and demands to know how he survived the golems. He cannot believe Ariaki defeated them without injury. Ariaki tells him that the golems were troublesome, powerful and unexpectedly fast, and that it would have been difficult to deal with them normally. The high priest acknowledges this. Ariaki then reveals he defeated all of them in a single move. The high priest denies the possibility, saying no matter how strong he claims to be, such a feat is impossible. Ariaki explains that it had nothing to do with strength. He did not rely on direct attacks. He used magnification. The priest knows that golems are delicate constructs, powered by intricate magical nervous systems that require extraordinary precision to control the flow of magic within them. The high priest affirms this knowledge proudly. Ariaki continues, saying that this is precisely their weakness. If magic is forcibly pushed into them from the outside, their delicate systems overload and they explode. The high priest rejects the idea as impossible, insisting that a small amount of magic would never affect a golem and that an enormous amount of magical power would be required. Even if all the kingdom's mages combined their strength, it still would not be enough, yet Ariaki destroyed 3. Ariaki confirms this is why he stands unharmed. The high priest begins laughing, refusing to believe him and declaring that he cannot be tricked. Still, he admits Ariaki is strong and states that he will use him as a sacrifice in his quest for godhood. Ariaki questions the claim. The high priest proudly declares his ambition, to become an immortal god and rule over all things. He attempts to recount ancient events involving the evil god Archmatter, but Ariaki slips past him, searching the room, and asks where the one who summoned him is located. The high priest yells at him not to ignore him but resigns himself and says he will reward Ariaki for making it this far. He activates a mechanism above them and claims he has been hiding nothing. To achieve godhood, he requires a magic reservoir, which is essential to the ritual, and he intends to show it. Ariaki looks up, eyes widening. Suspended above him, encased in crystal, is a girl. The high priest announces that she is the daughter of the Jespant dragon. Chapter 3 opens with Ariaki quietly taking in the sight of the girl sealed inside the crystal. He identifies her as a Jespant dragon girl, yet finds it hard to believe. The high priest bursts into triumphant laughter, reveling in Ariaki's shock. He boasts about his plan to use the dragon folk girl to achieve godhood, calling himself a genius and demanding admiration, only to recoil in irritation when he notices the look of disgust in Ariaki's eyes. Ariaki condemns him for imprisoning her for so long, declaring that what he has done is unforgivable regardless of her race. He mocks the priest's claim to genius and dismisses him as nothing more than a worthless criminal. The high priest, enraged, demands to know how Ariaki dares call him a criminal over what he considers an insignificant dragon girl. Ariaki counters that her identity does not matter. Locking away any girl like this is simply wrong. He remarks that perhaps this idea is too difficult for someone like the priest to understand, which only fuels the priest's fury. The high priest lashes out with magic, declaring his intent to kill Ariaki. Ariaki activates his shield and lets the incoming attack strike him head-on. The high priest laughs wildly, confident that his magic surpasses anything Ariaki can defend against, until he suddenly feels a sharp sting across his cheek. As he cries out in pain, Ariaki appears before him, disappointed. He had expected the priest to have grown stronger by using the girl's power, and is underwhelmed. The priest screams in disbelief, unable to understand why Ariaki is unharmed, and accuses him of continuing to insult him. In desperation, he pulls the crystal-encased girl toward himself, threatening her safety and declaring that if Ariaki resists, she will suffer. Ariake points out that killing her would undermine the priest's own plans, but the priest insists he would keep her alive, though he openly speculates about the consequences of absorbing all her magic, casually mentioning that her limbs might rot away. Ariake labels him a monster. After a moment's thought, Ariake announces that he will not attack the priest directly. The high priest mocks this declaration, but Ariake explains he will prove it by nullifying his own magic and skills so as not to endanger the girl further. Without his abilities, he will be unable to attack. Satisfied, the priest prepares to kill him, only for the crystal container behind him to suddenly wobble, then fall and shatter. The priest screams as his arm is injured by the collapse. Ariake observes that the crystal is surprisingly sturdy. The high priest panics, unable to comprehend why the crystal fell. He insists he had sealed it securely with magic. Ariake reminds him that he had announced he was nullifying his own power, and in doing so, nullified everything around him as well. The priest rejects the possibility as absurd, claiming that nullifying another's magic is impossible. Ariake promptly kicks him aside and declares that he is here for the girl. The high priest tries to recover his confidence, taunting that Ariake should give up because the crystal is incredibly durable, only to become horrified when he notices that Ariake has already shattered it by hand. The priest yells in panic over the destruction of the key to his ritual. Ariake gently lays the girl down, stating that with the high priest's magic nullified, breaking the crystal was trivial. The high priest, frantic, demands to know what Ariake is doing, shouting about his ambitions for godhood and how much he needs the girl for his ritual. Ariake seizes him by the face, warning him to stop referring to her as a thing. He binds the priest and orders him to be silent. Ariake finishes binding the high priest, then moves to the dragon girl resting on the ground. He taps her cheek to rouse her, observing her slowly open her eyes. Her frail condition is obvious, and though she recognizes the voice that rescued her and attempts to express gratitude, her words are cut short by violent coughing. Ariake decides to analyze her condition and snaps his fingers, confirming his suspicions about her weakened state. However, before he can speak further, she abruptly pushes him away. Though acknowledging that he saved her, she insists she has no reward to give, calling herself a worthless dragon. Ariake answers that he did not come seeking a reward. When the dragon girl notices the bound high priest, outrage overtakes her as she recognizes the man who imprisoned her for 1,000 years and stole her birthrights. She attempts to stand in fury, only to collapse again, coughing from exhaustion. Ariake urges her to take it slow, but she calls herself pathetic, claiming she is useless without her dragon birthrights. Upon hearing this, Ariake asks what these birthrights are. She states that because she dragged him into this situation, she owes him an explanation. She describes the 4 birthrights required to be worthy of the dragon race: long life, self-renewal, destructive power, and dominion over the skies, gifts bestowed upon dragons. The high priest sought to ascend to godhood by taking these powerful birthrights from her. Ariake realizes the priest's ambition had not been exaggerated. The girl admits she does not know whether a human could truly become a god, but emphasizes that her sovereign lineage is closely tied to divinity. Ariake, startled, begins to connect the dots, and she confirms his suspicion. She is of the royal dragonfolk bloodline, the youngest daughter of the Dragon King. She explains that she is considered a failure, her birthrights weak from the start. Unable even to maintain a dragon form, she was exiled from her homeland in disgrace, then captured and stripped of her birthrights. Ariake realizes she has carried this pain for 1,000 years. She laments that her birthrights, though weak, were still hers. Without them, she is no longer a dragon. Desperate and overwhelmed by shame, she clutches Ariake's clothes and begs him to end her life rather than let her continue living in such a state. Ariake responds by flicking her forehead, startling her. Though she protests, he notes that her reaction means she's returned to her senses. She argues that she has been clear-minded all along, but Ariake reminds her that he refuses to help anyone commit suicide and that she should recall what she originally asked of him. Tearfully, she remembers asking to be saved. Ariake places his hand on her head, assuring her that this is exactly why he came. Though comforted, she insists that even though she has been freed, her birthrights will not return, and even if they did, she would still be weak. After a moment of thought, Ariake asks whether she would mind if he tried something. Confused, she demands to know what he means. Ariake pushes aside the high priest's throne, assuring her not to worry. He states his intention to restore her birthrights and release her from the curse that has weakened her. As he activates his spell, the dragon girl's body begins to glow. Chapter 4 begins immediately after Ariake activates his spell. The dragon girl starts glowing as the effects take hold, reacting in shock as she realizes she had been cursed. Ariake confirms it, relying on the readings from his skills, Abnormal Status Detection and Uncover, which reveal that she has been afflicted with a fairly uncommon curse. The dragon girl struggles to accept it, but Ariake explains that the curse had lowered her 4 birthrights to their weakest state. Because of that weakening, the high priest had been able to steal them. Once the curse is removed, her birthrights should return to their original condition, and Ariake prepares to give her the backup she needs. She is stunned, barely able to grasp that such restoration is possible. Ariake pushes forward, telling her to ready herself. He activates Disenchant, then merges it with the skill Restore in order to lift the curse and restore her birthrights simultaneously. He enhances Accelerate to its highest level to intensify the recovery process and speed up her restoration. He warns her that the process will hurt, but she needs to endure it. As the spell activates, Ariake watches her eyes widen as her vision blurs, her voice rising in agony. A black substance begins to seep from her mouth. Her eyes darken until they turn pitch black as she continues screaming from the pain. The black mass suddenly bursts out of her, then she collapses to her knees and loses consciousness. Ariake catches her before she hits the ground, shaking her and checking if she is still alive. Moments later, her eyes flutter open. She abruptly jumps up, now fully recovered. Relief washes over her, and Ariake is startled by the resilience she displays, having expected her to remain unconscious much longer. She realizes the black object was the curse itself, horrified that such a thing had been inside her. Ariake explains that it had been expertly concealed, hidden so well that even Analyze could not detect it. It was crafted specifically to steal her very reason for existing. The evil dragon's curse drastically weakens a dragon's birthrights, and this was the true reason she had been dismissed as a failure. She struggles to process the truth, but before anything else can be said, the curse suddenly lets out a scream and darts toward the high priest, forcing itself into his mouth. The high priest convulses and cries out in agony. The dragon girl watches in disbelief as the curse overtakes him. Ariake remarks that the curse is simply completing the cycle, though the one who created it ensured it could not return to its original target. Seeking the weakest vessel it could find, it inevitably chose the high priest, even though the curse was meant for dragons, not humans. The dragon girl approaches the high priest's body slowly, sadness and anger in her expression, while Ariake notes that a human cannot survive such a curse. She stares at the corpse, furious, but suddenly stops as a surge of power overwhelms her from within. The curse on her has finally been lifted, and Ariake observes that her self-renewal ability must have accelerated her recovery. The dragon girl raises a finger toward the ceiling, and a massive sphere of magic erupts from it, shooting straight upward through the roof and into the sky. Ariake is shocked as the dragon girl blasts a massive hole through the ceiling. Her eyes glitter with newfound power, clearly displaying her true strength. Ariake notes silently that she has reached a level far beyond ordinary comprehension. The dragon girl expresses her exhilaration, claiming she could easily reduce the entire dungeon to dust. She acknowledges Ariake as her savior, having lifted the curse that suppressed her power, and expresses immense gratitude. Ariake downplays the event, insisting it was no big deal, though she insists it was monumental, praising him as someone truly on another level. She seeks Ariake's opinion on her current form, wondering if he finds her appealing. Ariake, in his calm and indifferent manner, explains that he has always recognized her beauty, even before her powers were restored, and apologizes if his indifference hurts her feelings. He observes her as a beauty of the ages, noting her gem-like eyes and lips, and the slim, graceful proportions of her arms and legs. Ariake surmises that she draws attention wherever she goes. Flustered and red-faced, the dragon girl protests, claiming she cannot take any more praise and refers to him as an unwitting ladies' man. Ariake asks for clarification but quickly shifts focus, requesting permission to analyze her. Blushing, she consents and admits that he is the only one she would allow to see her completely. Ariake, ignoring her comment, examines her status. He discovers she has reached level 99, possesses 1 million HP, 280,000 MP, and 98,000 attack power. She reacts in astonishment at the magnitude of these numbers. Ariake reflects that another level barely begins to describe her strength and questions whether all dragons possess such overwhelming abilities. The dragon girl insists that the numbers are far too inflated to reflect reality. Suddenly, a notification appears before Ariake, revealing a new title: Celestial Dragon and Her Rider. Ariake notes the grandeur of the title. She points out that the key detail is that it designates him as her rider. Ariake, puzzled, turns his attention to this new designation, realizing its significance. The dragon girl explains that the title is bestowed only upon those a proud dragon truly trusts. Such riders are known as dragon knights, and having one greatly empowers a dragon. Ariake reflects that this explains why she has become a celestial dragon. However, she clarifies that becoming a celestial dragon is not simple. Although she has holy roots as the Dragon King's daughter, it is likely his potential as her rider that triggered the transformation. Ariake realizes that by becoming her rider, he caused her ascension, recalling his conversation with God and gaining an understanding of the divine influence involved. The dragon girl then explains that they became dragon knights because they are kindred spirits, though she has yet to formally introduce herself. She reveals her name as Colette Duboises, the youngest daughter of the Jespant dragon leader. Ariake introduces himself, explaining that he recently left his party and has been traveling alone. Colette acknowledges his name and suggests that they discuss their plans as they travel. Ariake questions her assumption that she can simply accompany him. Colette insists that he is her knight and kindred spirit, and that he saved her from her plight, demanding that he take responsibility. Ariake tells her not to whimper like a lost puppy and suggests she should return home. Colette counters that she was banished and cannot simply go back. Ariake acknowledges this, noting that she now has her birthrights restored. Colette reflects that the evil dragon's curse likely originated from someone in her village who sought to remove her from the line of succession. Returning there would be too risky. Ariake expresses regret at forcing her to recall such painful memories, but Colette assures him that it is fine, as it led to their meeting. She asks to accompany him, and after some thought, Ariake agrees, stating that she may stay as long as she wishes and that, as her rider, it is natural for them to travel together. Colette beams with happiness, expressing her delight at being able to stay by his side. Ariake observes that traveling with such a beautiful dragon girl will make him stand out, causing Colette to squeal in delight and praise him. Ariake offers his hand to Colette, affirming that they will do their best together. Colette agrees enthusiastically, declaring that they are destined to accomplish great things, as her dear dragon knight. Chapter 5 begins with Ariake traveling toward the next town, accompanied by the dragon girl, Colette. To pass the time, Ariake recounts everything that has happened to him so far. Colette becomes angry upon hearing his story, incredulous that his old party would dismiss him despite all he had done for them, as he was the reason they could function as a party in the first place. Ariake tells her to calm down, expressing that he is content simply knowing they can now stand on their own and survive without him. Even the way they sent him off brings a faint smile to his face. Colette wonders why he would smile over such a thing, but Ariake reflects that helping them avoid untimely death is enough to make him happy. Colette comments that he is far too kind and asks if there were any female members in his party. Ariake confirms there were 3, prompting Colette to vow that she will not lose to them and will prove herself. Ariake notes to himself that dragons are truly emotive. Meanwhile, in a tavern after kicking Ariake out, Vivia slams his cup on the table and laughs, recalling how miserable Ariake looked when leaving. Delia agrees and mentions how irritating he had been. Vivia remarks that as long as Ariake is present, there is nothing to worry about. Alicia, staring out the window, muses that a party without a hero can hardly be called a party. Vivia reassures her, while Delia suggests raiding the cursed grotto again now that they have lost a member, presumably Ariake. Palala adds that it would be easier without dead weight. Vivia laughs and calls for Alicia's attention, and she responds, noting that something essential is still missing. Vivia asks if she means an item, but Alicia clarifies that it is something intangible. Back with Ariake and Colette, they arrive at the town of Medisen. Ariake remarks that Alti is still far away, and they decide to stop and rest. Colette admires the town, remarking on its beautiful buildings, and marvels that even after a millennium, old towns can appear brand new. Ariake muses over her summary of 1,000 years in 2 words. As they continue walking, Colette notes the town's prosperity, and Ariake agrees, questioning the reason behind it. He notices her admiring a kitten while also observing the curious stares of the townspeople. Colette then exclaims that something smells delicious nearby and urges them to investigate. Ariake calls her back, agreeing to join but trying not to draw too much attention. They enter a restaurant, and Colette is immediately enthralled by the sight of the food. She grabs a large portion and begins eating enthusiastically, savoring every bite. Ariake, understanding her hunger, takes a more measured approach to eating. Colette chomps on her food with delight, exclaiming how delicious it is, revealing her enormous dragon appetite. The cook observes her voracious eating, complimenting her, while Colette praises the deliciousness of the food. Ariaki comments that he would expect the restaurant to have many customers given the quality of the meals. Ariaki wonders why all the tables in the restaurant are empty. The cook explains that a devil's grove suddenly appeared near the town. Although the kingdom has dispatched knights, most shops have already closed due to the danger. He admits he is not sure how much longer they can continue operating and warns them to leave before things worsen. Ariaki thanks him, while Colette asks what a devil's grove is. Ariaki explains that it is essentially a monster nest created by the Demon King. Unlike normal dungeons, monsters can freely leave the grove and cause harm. Devil's groves progress through 5 phases, with the 5th being catastrophic. If the boss at the end is not swiftly defeated, the grove will expand, and its monsters will grow stronger, which marks the beginning of true danger. Since the townspeople are still present, Ariaki assumes the grove is likely only in its first phase. Normally, a hero would be dispatched before things escalate. Still, because it may affect their journey, he wants to investigate further and decides they should visit the Adventurers Guild. Colette becomes excited at the idea, but Ariaki reminds her the visit is not for entertainment. After eating, they make their way to the Adventurers Guild. As soon as they enter, they are met with the tense stares of several adventurers. Colette comments on the atmosphere, and Ariaki remarks that it is due to the Devil's Grove. They approach the guild staff, and Ariaki asks the receptionist a question. The receptionist requests his name, and he identifies himself as Mahama Ariaki, a C-rank adventurer, seeking information about the Devil's Grove. The receptionist suddenly reacts in shock upon hearing his name. Adventurers nearby begin murmuring, recognizing him as the man expelled from the hero's party. Colette becomes confused by the sudden commotion. The receptionist hurriedly instructs them to wait and mentions a royal decree, requesting that he not attempt to run away before rushing off. Ariaki is surprised to hear of such a decree, while Colette excitedly notes his fame. They overhear someone expressing disbelief about contacting authorities at such a moment. Moments later, a man arrives and inspects him, confirming that he is indeed Ariaki. The man identifies himself as Ashim, the guild master, and states that the king has issued a decree regarding Ariaki. As a result, Ariaki's adventurer license is revoked. Ariaki is stunned. Adventurers behind them whisper that he must have committed something severe. Colette growls in anger over how Ariaki is being treated. Ariaki remarks that he expected his rank might be lowered, but having his license revoked is unexpected. Laughing lightly, he comments that he can no longer take requests or purchase guild resources, pretending to lament the situation. Colette shouts in frustration, unable to believe he sounds pleased. Ariaki admits the outcome is far beyond what he expected but shrugs, saying he only joined the guild because he had to. Ashim is taken aback by his attitude. Ariaki shifts the topic to the nearby Devil's Grove, noting they will need every bit of help available. He asks why they would revoke his license now. Ashim responds coldly that they have no need for assistance from a rejected outcast of the hero's party. The royal knights have already been dispatched and are more than capable of handling the situation. The surrounding adventurers laugh, mocking Ariaki and accusing him of trying to regain his license. Some shout that he is pitiful and a reject, Colette offering to incinerate the other adventurers, while Ariaki rejects the idea, knowing it would only bring him more trouble. As he considers the situation, he wonders why the royal knights were sent instead of the hero's party. The hero's party should have been closer to this town than the knights from the capital. Something must have happened. His thoughts are interrupted when Ashim declares that they have no need for Ariaki, insisting that once the knights defeat the dungeon boss, the adventurers will clear out the remains. The surrounding adventurers encourage this sentiment, mocking Ariaki and telling him to head home. Colette reacts with hostility, but Ariaki, sighing, instructs her to leave as they heard what the adventurers said. Colette protests, but before anything more can be said, the doors burst open. A knight, drenched in blood, staggers inside, leaving bloody handprints on the door before collapsing to their knees. The adventurers watch in shock as the knight, struggling to breathe and speak, announces the devastating news. The siege of the Devil's Grove has failed. A massive horde of monsters is now heading toward the town. The royal knights have been annihilated. The adventurers are officially ordered to defend the town immediately, and anyone who attempts to flee will be executed. With those final words, the knight loses consciousness. The room erupts in disbelief and fear. Some refuse to believe the knights were defeated. Others panic at the threat of execution. One adventurer laments that he never signed up for this level of danger. Despair spreads as many question what chance they have if the knights themselves were wiped out. Ariaki and Colette move toward the fallen knight. Ariaki assesses him and determines that he is unconscious but still alive. It appears the monsters pursued the few surviving knights, driving them toward the town. The adventurers fall deeper into panic. Colette asks whether Ariake could easily defeat the monsters, but Ariake prefers to avoid drawing too much attention. Even so, the situation has clearly exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, Asham slams his fist onto a table, furious at the chaos. He berates the adventurers for losing their composure, calling their panic disgraceful for those bearing the title of adventurer. He reminds them that fear will not save them, and that inaction will only lead to death. His words steady some of the adventurers, though many remain confused about what to do next, fearing dying for nothing. Watching this, Ariake notes that at least someone is still fulfilling their responsibility. He walks toward Asham and withdraws all the coins he has. Asham demands to know what he's doing, but Ariake places the pouch on the table and tells him to leave this task to him. Chapter 6 begins the moment after Ariake makes his declaration. Asham reacts with disbelief, questioning how Ariake expects to handle an approaching monster horde by himself. Ariake brushes aside the panic, and instead asks what the official reward is for dealing with the monster cleanup. Asham, irritated, snaps that this is not the time to worry about such things and explains that the reward is only a single gold coin, far too little to risk one's life for. Ariake agrees, prompting Colette to ask what he is trying to do. Ariake climbs onto a desk and points out that no one would risk their necks for such a meager reward. Ignoring Asham's frustrated questions, he surveys the room, counting the number of adventurers present and concluding that there are enough for what he has in mind. The adventurers murmur among themselves, confused and skeptical about what he is doing. Ariake then lifts his pouch, heavy with coins, and tips it over. The coins spill across the floor with sharp clinks, drawing everyone's attention. He then announces boldly that he will personally reward anyone who fights to the very end, offering 100 gold coins per adventurer. The room erupts in shock. Many struggle to believe what they just heard. Ariake formally declares it to be a contract under royal law, an unbreakable agreement, one that binds both sides like a curse. The adventurers recoil again in astonishment at the gravity of such a contract. The shock soon gives way to excitement. One adventurer calculates that 100 gold coins could provide for his family for an entire year. Another imagines finally repairing his home. Ariake drives his message further, reminding them that 100 gold coins could give them nearly anything they desire. With the royal army defeated, they alone can defend the town. He challenges them not to allow monsters to destroy the peace they have built. They are adventurers, he proclaims, and now is the moment to risk their lives for an extraordinary reward and to protect their home. As his speech ends, the adventurers grow silent, weighing his words. Then resolve begins to stir among them. One, moved by the reminder of his hometown, declares that he cannot abandon the place where he was born and raised. Another shouts agreement, vowing not to let monsters ravage their town. More voices join, declaring determination fueled both by duty and by the promise of gold. With nowhere to run and everything on the line, they commit themselves to the fight, some dreaming of returning home wealthy if they survive. The adventurers, now fully energized, erupt into cheers and determination. They affirm that they will do this, that they will stand their ground, and that the monsters will not break through. Asham, seeing their morale restored, orders them to prepare. The adventurers echo the command with unified voices and begin making ready, checking weapons, gathering potions, and steeling themselves for the battle ahead. A woman reports to Asham that all the healing potions have been gathered. Asham responds that once everything is ready, they will join the vanguard. As he turns, Ariake approaches and asks if preparations are going well. Asham steps toward him and expresses his gratitude, admitting that none of this would have been possible without Ariake. He praises Ariake's speech, and Ariake acknowledges the compliment. Asham remarks that with Ariake being only C rank, and with his license revoked, he had assumed no one would listen to him. Yet now Ariake appears almost awe-inspiring. Asham wonders aloud if Ariake is truly the incompetent person rumors describe. Colette immediately reacts with hostility, scolding the guild master for suggesting such a thing. She reminds him that he also insulted Ariake earlier, calling him a money-hungry brute. Asham panics and says he regrets his earlier remarks, but Ariake stops Colette, pointing out that he himself willingly offered the money. Colette growls, but Ariake explains that his plan worked because people cannot survive without money, and those in power have a responsibility to compensate them properly. Expecting them to risk their lives for a single gold coin is absurd. Colette beams and praises Ariake's reasoning. Asham then asks how Ariake obtained so much money in the first place. Ariake replies that he simply saved it. Asham shouts in disbelief at the amount, but Ariaki reminds him that the hero's party regularly undertakes high-ranking quests. Asham considers this and admits it makes sense. Even so, he questions why Ariaki is helping a town he has no personal connection to. Ariaki asks if Asham knows the restaurant with the green roof nearby. Asham says he does. Ariaki explains that they serve excellent shellfish pasta, and it would be a shame if he could never eat it again. Asham laughs and agrees that such a loss would be terrible. He promises that if they make it back alive, he will use the reward money to treat Ariaki. Ariaki groans as Asham slaps him hard on the back, pointing out that the money in question belongs to him. After some time, a woman calls out to Asham that everything is ready. Asham says he is on his way. He then stands before all the assembled adventurers and addresses them. He explains that the town of Medisen is protected only by fences and ditches, making the adventurers the final line of defense. If they fall, the town will fall with them. The plan is straightforward. Defenders will hold the front line while mages provide support from the rear. Although the knight's failure may make victory seem impossible, they must win and return home alive. The adventurers respond with a loud cheer. Nearby, Colette observes the gathered adventurers and remarks on their enthusiasm, though she worries whether they can survive. Judging by the tremors, she estimates around 1,000 monsters approaching. With only 100 adventurers moving out, she doubts they stand a chance. Ariaki admits the situation will be difficult. Colette asks if he intends to eliminate the monsters himself, but Ariaki explains that having a savior solve everything for them would not help in the long term. Without gaining confidence through their own efforts, the people of Medisen will never be able to protect their town in the future. This is why he is approaching the problem this way. They must work together to claim victory. Colette asks if he would really do that for them. Suddenly, she notices a signal flare in the sky and announces that the battle has begun. Ariaki says it is time for them to go. Colette hesitates, but Ariaki clarifies that although the people of Medisen must win through their own strength, he still intends to support them. Helping to that extent should be acceptable. Out in the open fields, 4 kilometers north of Medisen, the adventurers are already engaged in combat against the monsters. On the battlefield, Asham calls out orders, urging his fighters to push forward and attack the center where the enemy numbers are thinner. Amid the chaos, a goblin leaps toward an injured adventurer, but Asham swiftly moves in and kills it, earning the injured man's gratitude. Asham orders the adventurers with less than a third of their health remaining to retreat, and demands that the support units hurry and cast strengthening magic on the attackers. Another explosion erupts in the distance, and he questions whether the Neagle brothers are positioned in that direction, wondering what they are doing. At the Neagle brothers' location, the man with the mohawk slams his fist into the ground, sending a shockwave that blasts several monsters backward. His long-haired brother cuts down enemies one after another as more monsters surge in from all sides. Surrounded, the mohawked man curses the relentless advance, while the long-haired brother warns him that one of their healers has run out of mana again. The mohawked fighter reacts with frustration. A monster suddenly slashes across the mohawked man's shoulder, causing his brother to shout out in alarm. The wounded man urges his brother to stay focused, reminding him that the enemies are still coming. The long-haired brother blocks another monster's strike, trying to protect them both. The mohawked man yells at the adventurers nearby, demanding to know why they are hesitating. He urges them to attack, warning that if they fall at this point, the town will be lost. He commands them to fight with everything they have. In the midst of the chaotic battle between the monsters and the adventurers of Medisen, one adventurer rushes to Asham to report that a third of the left flank has collapsed, and the Neagle brothers have taken severe injuries as well. Asham reacts with frustration and urgently orders the remaining stock of healing potions to be distributed, insisting that the line must not be breached. Another adventurer arrives to report that the right flank is requesting reinforcements because a caterpillar dragon has appeared. They estimate that it will take at least 3 A-rank adventurers to handle it. Asham shouts back in anger, asking whether they truly believe he has spare manpower to send. He orders the right flank to handle the threat themselves, explaining that the center is barely holding and they, too, are being overwhelmed. Yet another adventurer calls for him, and Asham demands to know what the issue is this time. The adventurer points ahead in terror, struggling to speak. Asham looks toward the direction indicated, his eyes widening as an ogre king emerges. One of the adventurers cries out in horror, recognizing it as an S-rank monster. The ogre king inhales deeply. Asham instantly orders everyone to run, but the monster unleashes a roar that sends a wave of force across the battlefield, causing all the adventurers to collapse where they stand, paralyzed. Asham, struggling against the pressure, curses his immobile body and desperately calls for any healers or anyone still capable of movement. Monsters growl and laugh as they advance on the helpless defenders. One monster lunges toward an elf adventurer. She squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for death. But a spray of blood bursts outward, and the monster's head drops to the ground. Ariake has appeared, positioning himself between the elf and the threat. The elf stares at the cape fluttering behind him. Her eyes widen and she tries to speak, but Ariake, analyzing the battlefield, identifies the Ogre King's ability as Conquer, a skill that paralyzes ordinary adventurers. He checks whether the elf is injured. The elf manages to thank him and explains that, as an elf, her resistance allows her to, before Colette suddenly interjects, expressing relief that the elf is unharmed. Asham calls out to Ariake. Ariake turns toward him and casually remarks that Asham is holding up better than expected. Asham snaps back, demanding to know why Ariake is on the front lines at all, insisting that a C-rank adventurer like him will get himself killed. Ariake responds that this entire operation was his request, and because of that, he bears the responsibility of ensuring the mission succeeds. Chapter 7 opens with Ariake rallying the adventurers, urging them to continue fighting as the battle is far from over. He triggers his skill, enhancing the psychic resistance of everyone on their side. The adventurers immediately feel the effect, lightness spreading through their bodies and the numbness caused by the Ogre King's skill dissipating. Ariake confirms that this counters the Ogre King's ability, Conquer, and he calls for Colette. Colette bursts forward and leaps high into the air. Gathering her breath, she unleashes a massive fireball that plummets into the enemy ranks, annihilating the monsters instantly. She lands smoothly, drawing astonished reactions from the others, and Ariake remarks that her power remains formidable. Asham attempts to rise, recognizing that Colette's attack has bought them a momentary reprieve, but the overwhelming enemy force continues to advance. Ariake halts him and explains their tactical disadvantage. They lack defensive strength, and the monsters outnumber them 10-1. Winning under these conditions would require a miracle. Though Asham begins to protest, Ariake states that the real problem lies in the difference in numbers, and reveals his plan. He will use a skill to multiply their party's status by 10. He also intends to reduce the enemy's stats to 1/10 of their original levels, a combination he believes will completely shift the battle in their favor. Asham cannot believe such a feat is possible or that any skill could affect an entire horde, but Ariake insists that it can be done and urges everyone to focus solely on victory. Steeling himself, Ariake silently activates his passive skill, Party-Wide Net, extending its effects to all adventurers within range. Asham reminds Ariake that there are 100 adventurers present, and Ariake acknowledges this as he begins with a skill that reduces incoming damage, ensuring their overall safety. Asham feels his skin harden, though he notes that this alone is far from a tenfold improvement. Ariake responds by continuing the sequence of enhancements. He activates agility to increase everyone's speed, then boosts evasion, causing the adventurers to feel exceptionally light on their feet. Ariake proceeds with a 4th buff, a divine blessing that frequently nullifies incoming damage. The 5th buff heightens the chance of enemy attacks missing. Cheers rise from the adventurers as each new enhancement empowers them further, some marveling at their sudden strength and the advantage it grants them. But Ariake does not stop. He applies a 6th buff, damage ratio down, prompting shocked reactions from those watching. The 7th buff increases resistance to abnormal status effects, leading Asham to cry out in exasperation at how invulnerable Ariake seems intent on making them. Ariake pushes on, casting the 8th buff, attack power increase, followed by the 9th, an increase in attack ratio. The 10th adds a poison effect to their strike. The 11th restores their status when attacking. The 12th recovers stamina upon landing hit. The 13th enhances magic resistance. The 14th raises magical power. The 15th boosts the ratio of magical attack. The 16th grants passive HP and MP regeneration. The 17th negates instant death. The 18th provides a shred of hope. The 19th increases critical hit rate, and the 20th boosts it yet again. The adventurers count 20 buffs in disbelief. Ariake considers debuffing the enemy next, but finds the list too long, so he simply reverses the effects of his buffs onto the monsters. The adventurers silently judge him for this shortcut. Suddenly, a shout rises as the enemy charges again. Many are surprised by the quick recovery of the monsters, questioning whether the enhancements truly function as intended. An elf steps forward, ignoring warnings, and effortlessly cleaves through the monsters, astonished by her own newfound strength. Others quickly realize that the battle, previously slipping from their grasp, has suddenly become overwhelmingly easy. Ashim swings his axe with unexpected ease, marveling at how light it feels in his hands. He observes that while most people can only handle 3 buffs at once, Ariake has managed to stack 20. Ariake casually notes that he used to do this regularly while serving in the hero's party. The adventurers are stunned to learn this, and Ariake adds that if minor buffs were included, the total would be even higher. Complaints erupt among the adventurers, who realize they fought alongside the hero's party under these conditions. Some wonder if the hero's party reached its heights solely because of Ariake. Colette bursts out in frustration, insisting that he supported them for years, only to be cast aside despite all he provided. Ariake instructs her to calm herself, insisting that he has accepted their decision and likens it to a parent allowing children to leave the nest. Colette silently questions the metaphor. Ariake reflects inwardly, hoping the hero's party is doing well, though he worries they still had much to learn. Colette notices how strangely he behaves whenever the topic of his former companions arises, and apologizes for bringing them up. Their conversation is interrupted as Ashim yells that the monsters are still advancing. The adventurers rally, shouting their confidence as they surge forward with Ariake's overwhelming support. Ariake mutters that he needs to stop them from calling him Lord, while Colette laughs and asks what harm it does. Turning their attention to the battlefield, they note the Ogre King remaining motionless. Colette wonders if he is being cautious. Ariake suggests he may simply feel no need to act as long as his minions remain. Colette remarks on the Ogre King's confidence and points out that even with buffs, an ordinary person would find the creature formidable. Ariake agrees, noting the Ogre King's strength. Ariake finds the situation strange. Ogre Kings are not supposed to appear during the barren phase of a devil's grove. They usually emerge during the seedling or flowering phases, prompting him to question the circumstances. He notices the fierce expression on Colette's face as she stares at the Ogre King, thrilled by the prospect of battle. Recognizing her intentions, Ariake grants her permission to fight it. Colette is surprised he could tell, but Ariake insists that the adventurers cannot handle the Ogre King themselves and asks if she truly can. Colette confirms her capability. As the Ogre King cracks his neck in preparation, Ariake alerts her to his movement. Colette launches forward with excitement as the two rush toward the Ogre King. The Ogre King swings his massive hand toward a cluster of adventurers, forcing Ariake to react as he realizes where the attack is directed. The impact creates a thunderous explosion as the Ogre King's hand collides with Colette, who endures the blow while expressing her irritation at having to protect humans. Ariake instructs an adventurer to leave the Ogre King to him and Colette and to focus on handling the remaining monsters. Colette announces her own title boldly, though Ariake objects to her imposing such demands on the adventurers. The Ogre King increases the pressure of his grip, causing Colette's body to tremble under the strain, but she pushes off and escapes. The Ogre King exhales sharply once more, drawing Ariake's annoyance, and Colette agrees. She leaps into the air and strikes the Ogre King in the face, telling it to silence itself. While Colette distracts and engages the Ogre King directly, Ariake concentrates, his eyes flashing as he invokes a rapid sequence of spells. Partial reinforcement, limb destruction, paralysis, enhanced musculature, armor penetration, binding, increased attack power, and heightened critical damage. With the spells complete, he delivers a powerful kick to the Ogre King's legs. The blow destabilizes the massive creature, sending it crashing to the ground. Adventurers gasp in awe at how easily the pair has toppled such a towering foe, and Colette shouts her admiration for Ariake's skills. But the moment is cut short as the Ogre King suddenly seizes Colette and hurls her to the ground with brute force. Ariake cries out for her, realizing the situation has taken a dangerous turn. Ashim panics, assuming Colette faces death, but Ariake clarifies that his concern lies elsewhere. Ashim, confused, asks what he means. Their attention shifts as Colette rises to her feet, furious and unbroken. She declares that she will not allow the Ogre King to escape alive and vows to demonstrate her true strength to Ariake. Ariake accepts her resolve, reminding her that he is her Dragon Knight, and together they will reveal the full extent of their power. Chapter 8 opens with Ashim cutting down a monster, clearing out the remaining small enemies. An adventurer reports that both flanks have successfully cleared their sectors. Ashim orders the news relayed to the central forces, then turns toward Ariake to announce that their side is finished. All that remains is the Ogre King. Before he can say more, the Ogre King releases a powerful huff, followed by a thunderous roar that echoes across the battlefield. The adventurers brace as the familiar force rattles them, and Ashim curses as the disruptive effect washes over them again. Ariake and Colette stand firm. Colette dismisses the Ogre King's display as its only trick and urges that they bring the fight to an end. Ariake, however, remains cautious. Though Colette is undeniably strong, her curse was only recently lifted. While he is relieved she now bears the title of Celestial Dragon, he knows that does not guarantee her full power has awakened. He also worries about the potential dangers her abilities could pose to her own body. Ariake casts a full suite of buffs onto her: Ogre Exploit, increased attack power, Focus, Monster Exploit, enhanced critical rate, binding effects, and a mark for certain demise. Colette reacts in frustration at the sheer number of enchantments, questioning whether Ariake doubts her capabilities. Ariake admits that old habits linger, particularly his tendency to be excessively protective of her. Colette responds with a confident smirk, declaring that if this is how he expresses affection, then it only strengthens her resolve. Ariake shields his eyes as an overwhelming surge of power erupts from Colette. He senses something deep and resonant awakening within her, a force welling up from her core. Dragons with a rider are capable of drawing on the strength of their dragon knight, enabling them to reach their true potential. Ariake encourages Colette to use his power freely if she truly is a celestial dragon, activating the skill Final Gambit. A flash of blinding light bursts from Colette's body as she transforms, revealing her true form, the Jespant God Dragon. The watching adventurers freeze in shock, their eyes wide and their mouths falling open as Colette's massive dragon form looms before them. Inside Ariake's thoughts, he reflects on the nature of Final Gambit. Though the skill affects only the chosen target, it temporarily restores the being's innate abilities. He had anticipated that the skill would allow Colette to access her true powers without suffering adverse effects. Yet the reality of witnessing such a transformation is far more overwhelming than he imagined. For the first time, he beholds what it truly means to be a celestial dragon. Colette issues a thunderous roar, declaring judgment against the Ogre King by the combined authority of herself and her dragon knight, Miemai-chan. A tornado forms in the sky above as Colette summons her power, calling forth her inferno, Final Fury. A concentrated beam of blazing light erupts from her mouth and shoots toward the Ogre King. Upon striking its target, the blast unleashes a massive shockwave of air and magic that sweeps across the battlefield. Adventurers, and even Ariake, shield their eyes as the blinding radiance surges outward. Colette's beam of light strikes the Ogre King directly. The adventurers stare in disbelief, realizing the Ogre King has been completely disintegrated. Ariake looks upward just as a final flash of light appears in the sky, signaling Colette's return to her human form. She begins to fall, but Ariake catches her before she hits the ground. He acknowledges her efforts, and Colette, exhilarated, revels in the overwhelming sensation of the power she unleashed. The adventurers watch them, awestruck, realizing they have just witnessed the way true heroes fight. Even Ashim, now seated on the ground from exhaustion, asks whether the battle is truly over. Ariake confirms that the boss has been defeated and that the Devil's Grove has officially been cleared. A flare suddenly erupts in the distant sky, a signal from the central forces indicating their success in eliminating the remaining monsters. The adventurers erupt in shock and celebration, calling it a miracle. Ariake disagrees, declaring that their victory was not born of miracle or fate. These monsters had once defeated the kingdom's knights, yet the adventurers courageously stood against them, fighting to protect their town. They risked their lives, faced overwhelming numbers, and triumphed. The victory belonged to everyone present. With that, Ariake leads them back home. When they return to the town of Medisen, a villager announces the triumphant arrival of the heroes. The townspeople cheer and welcome the adventurers back. Ariake and Colette watch as Ashim reunites with his family, smiling at the heartwarming scene. A few days later, an adventurer reacts in shock upon learning that Ariake is already preparing to leave. Ariake explains that they have rested long enough. The adventurer insists they still owe him greatly. Remembering the intensely overwhelming hospitality of the past days, Ariake admits privately that he simply cannot endure any more of it. Ashim arrives and tells the adventurers to show respect and allow Ariake to depart. Ariake expresses his gratitude to Ashim. Ashim kneels before him, apologizing for his earlier rude behavior and sharing that he has already appealed to the kingdom to revoke Ariake's license revocation. Ariake tries to downplay it, flustered, and urges Ashim to stop being so formal. Ashim laughs, agrees, and offers his hand, telling Ariake he is always welcome to return, and that he'll treat him to that pasta again. Ariake smiles, accepting both the gesture and the invitation. Ashim bids him safety and invokes the grace of Shingret upon him. The villagers wave as Ariake and Colette depart by carriage. After some time on the road, Colette excitedly talks about her celestial dragon form, marveling at the immense power she was able to draw out, even if only briefly. With their new carriage, she asks where they are headed next. Ariake explains that their next stop is Olden town, as he received a letter making it a convenient destination. Colette senses something bothers him. Ariake notes that their path will take them through the Forest of Abundance, which is home to elves. Colette reacts with fascination, saying she has heard elves are difficult to please. Ariake explains that while it depends on the individual, they are generally known to be hard to approach. Colette confidently assures him not to worry. If elves challenge him, she will burn them, and even the entire forest, if necessary. Ariake cautions her that just because she can burn everything does not mean she should, and reminds her she must consider options that do not involve incineration. He briefly wonders whether he is thinking too much, but another concern returns to him. Why hadn't Vivia and the others been summoned to deal with the Devil's Grove? They were closer. No matter how much he investigated, he found no answers. He worries he may simply be overthinking. His thoughts are abruptly halted when Colette stuffs bread into his mouth, insisting that this is not the time to worry. They should eat to their fill and take things easy. Ariake eats the bread and concedes that she is right. He reassures himself that there is nothing to worry about. Everything will be fine. Meanwhile, deep inside the cursed dungeon, blood drips down Vivia's face. He curses, unable to comprehend the situation. As the hero, he questions why this is happening to them. They are on the verge of being annihilated. Panic rises as he demands to know how such a monster could possibly be there. Chapter 9 opens with Vivia and his party running through the interior of a dungeon. Vivia urges the group to move faster. Delia, out of breath, struggles to keep pace. Elga tries to inform Vivia that Palala and Alicia have fallen behind, but Vivia dismisses the concern and orders everyone to continue running before they are overtaken. A massive snake suddenly appears behind them and lunges toward Vivia. He narrowly evades the attack but slams into a wall. Elga steps in front of him with his shield raised. The monster roars and slams its tail against Elga's shield with tremendous force. Vivia berates him to stand firm, reminding him that he is supposed to serve as their shield. Elga trembles, insisting this is how he always fights. Vivia curses internally, frustrated that he has exhausted both his potions and MP. This dungeon was supposed to be trivial. He questions why such misfortune would occur to someone of his status, an S-rank hero. The narrative shifts back to several hours earlier at the Cursed Grotto. Vivia had declared that reaching the 50th floor would serve as a suitable warm-up. Elga agreed, noting how many times they had completed it before. Delia added that even a C-rank adventurer could reach the 50th floor. Palala expressed confidence that, with an S-rank hero leading them, the task would be effortless. Alicia, however, questioned whether they had prepared enough supplies, voicing concern that they might require additional items. Vivia dismissed the notion as unnecessary for such a low-level dungeon. Alicia attempted to warn that, without Ariake accompanying them anymore, caution might be appropriate. Vivia cut her off, accusing her of worrying excessively. Palala joined in, claiming that they were better off without Ariake, whom she called useless, and hinted that Alicia simply wanted to rely on items instead of proper support magic. Alicia quietly denied the accusation. Palala criticized her further, prompting Vivia to intervene and direct the group onward. He reminded Palala she would be responsible for illuminating the dungeon now that Ariake was gone. Palala complained that losing their errand boy caused inconveniences, but Vivia assured her the task should be simple for someone of her caliber. Palala blushed at the compliment. Vivia remarked that exploring without Ariake would be enjoyable, and Delia strongly agreed. Vivia pulled Delia close and told her he was counting on her as well, to which she eagerly affirmed. Vivia privately enjoyed how easily the affection-struck girls responded to him, noting Alicia as the only one who remained difficult to influence, yet confident that she too would eventually fall for him. As the chosen hero destined to save the world, he imagined receiving the princess's hand in marriage after defeating the Demon King, then ascending to rule the kingdom and its people. With enthusiasm, he signaled the group onward, promising they could enjoy good alcohol once the exploration was complete. Alicia quietly resigned herself, believing the situation to be unavoidable despite her attempts to caution them. As they proceeded into the Cursed Grotto, a bat flew overhead. Vivia attributed the disturbance to the creature. Palala jumped in fright. Vivia then complained about the darkness, insisting that visibility was too poor to notice approaching enemies. Palala pleaded that she was unable to produce any more light than she already had. Vivia exploded in disbelief, comparing her unfavorably to Ariake, who could illuminate the entire dungeon with ease. Palala attempted to respond, but Alicia clarified that only Ariake possessed such ability. Vivia reacted with surprise. Alicia explains that dungeons function like the interiors of living organisms. Unlike ordinary structures, they overflow with their own magic, causing any external magic from adventurers like themselves to be heavily suppressed. She reminds them that Ariake had already mentioned this. Vivia reacts with irritation, scoffing at the idea that he should be expected to remember every minor comment Ariake ever made. A monster suddenly lunges toward Vivia, but Delia intercepts it with a swift punch that sends it flying. She urges the group to stop discussing Ariake and focus on moving forward. Before they can proceed, the monster rises again. Elga quickly interposes his shield to protect Delia, who is astonished it survived. Vivia grows alarmed, questioning why the creature is still alive when a single strike would normally be enough to defeat it. Delia channels magic into her fists, leaps into the air, and delivers a flurry of blows until the monster collapses. Panting, she asks if it is over, and Vivia checks for confirmation. Elga verifies that the monster is indeed dead. Delia wonders why it didn't fall from her first attack. Elga adds that the strength of its strikes seemed higher than usual. Vivia dismisses the concern, blaming their difficulties on the lack of proper visibility in the dungeon. He criticizes Palala for failing to provide adequate illumination despite calling herself a great mage, causing her to flinch. Elga advises him not to speak to her that way. Vivia realizes his mistake and offers a half-hearted apology, acknowledging that Palala is trying her best. He reassures the group that they can at least see the path ahead, so they should keep moving. Delia, encouraged, praises him enthusiastically. Vivia affirms that everyone is simply adjusting to their new roles, but asserts that as the chosen hero, the situation will remain manageable. Elga supports him, and Vivia apologizes once more to Palala, who tells him she was simply scared. Vivia then declares that, now that they have settled down, they will proceed. Alicia questions whether they will truly be all right under these conditions, pointing out that they are unaccustomed to fighting in such darkness and suggesting that it might be best to retreat and reconsider their strategy. Vivia responds angrily to the idea of withdrawing. Delia immediately scolds Alicia, accusing her of trying to dictate orders to their hero. Vivia intervenes, telling Delia it is fine, and rationalizes Alicia's concern as simple overcautiousness. He insists that retreating would expose them to even greater danger, so they will advance instead. As the hero, this is his command. Alicia falls silent. Delia and Palala praise Vivia, reinforcing his confidence. He scoffs and reminds them of his superiority before turning to Alicia to ensure she understands, only to realize she has already turned away. Irritated, he curses inwardly, resentful that she first attempted to challenge his decisions and now dares to ignore him. He suspects she is looking down on him. The thought of withdrawing from a C-rank dungeon infuriates him. Such an act would ruin not only his reputation among the public but also his standing with the kingdom. He convinces himself that the fault lies with Palala for their current predicament, claiming no responsibility. Delia and Elga, he believes, were too slow, forcing him to take charge. As he continues forward, he suddenly notices something unsettling and asks Delia if they have passed the same location before. The implication dawns on him: they may be lost. Vivia had questioned whether they were lost. Delia admitted that the darkness made it impossible for her to see their path. Vivia grew frustrated, demanding to know how they could have gotten lost even with a map, especially after having traversed this dungeon numerous times in the past. Ariake had been able to guide them flawlessly on their very first visit. Alicia explained that Ariake had simply been exceptional. He navigated by constantly correcting an incomplete map. But even with a fully completed one, they were essentially stumbling blindly in such darkness. She reminded them that they needed to proceed with greater caution. Alicia then pointed out a marking on the wall, one Ariake had left for them previously. According to that mark, there should be a stairwell descending to the next floor just around the corner. Vivia scoffed at the reminder and yelled that she should have mentioned this earlier. He insisted they move on immediately. Alicia questioned whether they were truly prepared. This was only the 25th floor, merely halfway to their intended destination, and they were already having difficulty because of the darkness. Ariake would have advised a retreat. She asked if continuing to push the party forward in their condition was a wise choice. Vivia angrily retorted that they had already come this far, so why was she raising objections now? Alicia responded that she simply wished to be cautious, since enemies would only become stronger as they descended. Vivia dismissed her concerns, insisting it was merely a matter of adjusting to their new team composition. Yet she continued to bring up Ariake, which irritated him even more. He insisted they hurry to the next floor. Suddenly, A thick and oppressive presence enveloped the area, causing all of them to freeze as it swallowed the entire space. Delia trembled, overwhelmed by the horrifying sensation. Palala panicked, claiming that the presence must belong to a boss monster. Vivia denied the possibility. No boss should appear at this level. Alicia stated quietly that the creature was approaching. Delia's voice shook with disbelief. Vivia ordered them to prepare for combat, but Palala struggled to remain standing. They held still as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the darkness. A skeleton carrying a sword stepped into view. Vivia paused, baffled at first, then exhaled in relief. It was merely a skeleton knight. He claimed that if they had remained calm, they would not have been startled by such a creature. A basic monster from a C-rank dungeon had managed to frighten them, yet it posed no threat whatsoever to an S-rank hero. Confidently, he struck down the skeleton knight with a single blow. Palala cheered excitedly, praising him. Vivia laughed triumphantly, boasting about his own strength. But mid-sentence he abruptly stopped, feeling an impact in his abdomen. When he looked down, he saw blood spreading across his torso. The others stood frozen as blood dripped steadily from his body. Confused, Vivia wondered why the monster was still alive. His attack should have killed it instantly. How had it managed to counterattack? And why was there a gaping hole in his stomach? He coughed blood, panic rising in his voice as the reality sank in. The situation made no sense. With terror and disbelief overtaking him, he screamed in denial. Chapter 10 begins with Vivia bleeding heavily as the skeleton knight's sword remains buried in his abdomen. The pain is so severe that he cannot move. The skeleton knight then yanks its blade free, raising it again to strike Vivia a second time. Elga rushes forward, shouting for Vivia to avoid the attack, but the skeleton knight slips away with unnerving speed, as if mocking them. Elga curses its agility. Vivia realizes that Elga saved him, but he cannot comprehend how Elga missed such an obvious strike. Delia, horrified, trembles as she observes that the monster not only wounded Vivia but also evaded Elga's attack, something skeleton knights were never capable of doing. Palala, equally panicked, insists that skeleton knights should not be this powerful. They were low-tier monsters normally defeated by adventurers around level 20. Their party had always dispatched them with ease. Elga braces himself as the skeleton knight launches another attack. He intercepts its sword with his own, but his arms shake as the creature forces its blade forward with overwhelming strength. Vivia yells at him in frustration, demanding to know why he cannot simply push it back and questioning the worth of all his strength. Straining under the pressure, Elga retorts angrily, reminding Vivia that despite all his boasting, he was the first one to fall, so how could he act so superior? Their shouting escalates. Delia interrupts, insisting they are obstructing her. She leaps in and unleashes her so-called, unblockable, finishing blow. But the skeleton knight stops her attack effortlessly. Shocked, Delia stares at it in disbelief. The monster then lifts her with its force and blasts her with a surge of magic. She is hurled violently into a wall and cries out in agony. Elga calls out to her with alarm, but she does not respond. Elga, horrified, realizes that a single hit from such a low-level monster inflicted catastrophic damage. Palala, voice shaking, questions why they are all suddenly so weak. Vivia agrees and demands that she cast support magic immediately. Palala cries out that she is already using her strongest buffs, enhancing both their attack and defense to their maximum. Their stats should be exactly the same as usual. Vivia struggles to process this. If these truly were their best conditions, then something is terribly wrong. At that moment, the skeleton knight cuts down Elga, sending him crashing to the ground. Vivia stares in disbelief, refusing to accept what he is seeing. As an S-rank hero, he should never be overwhelmed by such a supposedly weak monster. Yet his party is being destroyed effortlessly. Panic rises in him as he screams, unable to comprehend why any of this is happening. In the midst of the chaos, Alicia activates her healing skill, Area Heal, known as the Angel's Breath. The injured party members begin to glow as Alicia's healing skill takes effect. Alicia approaches Vivia, stating that his confusion about their situation has an obvious answer. All of this is happening because Ariake is no longer with them. Vivia, shocked and furious, protests. He rejects the idea immediately, insisting Ariake had only ever stood behind them passively. He declares none of their current misfortune is related to Ariake. As a skeleton knight charges toward them, Alicia splashes it with holy water, immobilizing it. She explains that holy water paralyzes undead monsters. Then, addressing Vivia's ignorance, she elaborates further. Ariake's backup skill was the reason their attack, defense, and buffs had always been so powerful. With his support, even an ordinary adventurer could reach A-rank capability. Vivia denies it desperately, yelling that his strength was achieved by his own merit. Alicia continues, saying that Vivia had always ignored Ariaki's advice and responded only with insult. But whether he believes it or not, Ariaki would not be bothered by such triviality. Enraged, Vivia reacts, but Alicia coughs and asks if everyone can now stand. She announces that they must alter their strategy. Without Ariaki they cannot continue. Although withdrawing will be difficult, it is the only path that avoids certain death. A cold shiver runs through all of them at her words. Alicia states that they are retreating from the dungeon. Hours later, Vivia collapses to his knees, exhausted. They have only managed to return to the 15th floor. Breathlessly, he demands more healing from Alicia. Alicia confirms that she can heal them, but warns that wasting her MP would be unwise, as fully restoring everyone would consume a great deal of energy. Vivia suggests using potions instead, but Alicia informs him that only a few remain. Vivia orders Palala to hand over one of her potions. Palala refuses, saying she has barely any left and must conserve them because she also uses magic. Vivia accuses her of not having used magic at all. Palala defends herself, saying she has been conserving it as a precaution, since her MP exceeds 10,000. Vivia turns to Alicia, asking whether Palala is telling the truth. Palala protests loudly, demanding why her MP should be questioned. Alicia sighs and explains that since confirming combat readiness is necessary, she can say Palala's MP is nearly depleted. Palala is stunned. She tries to argue, but Alicia cuts her off, pointing out the diminishing brightness of Palala's light spell. Delia comments that their surroundings indeed appear darker than before. Vivia addresses Palala again. Palala insists the darkness is normal because she has been using her magic properly. Alicia asks if Palala now understands. Her supposed 10,000 MP was only possible thanks to Ariaki's backup skill. Palala rejects the claim, calling it a lie. Alicia explains that Palala, too, failed to heed Ariaki's words. Palala laughs in disbelief, accusing Alicia of lying out of spite. She grabs Alicia by the neck, yelling that Alicia is only acting superior because she had scolded Palala in the past. Elga tries to intervene. Alicia replies that her strength came from Ariaki's support. Therefore, the true arrogance lies in Palala's attitude. Palala snaps and swings her fist at Alicia, shouting angrily as Elga calls for her to stop. Suddenly, a suffocating black aura engulfs the area. A booming voice commands silence, outraged that mere insects have disturbed its slumber. Vivia freezes, declaring that this cannot be happening. Realizing what the presence is, he cries out in horror. Fenrir, a monster from the 99th floor, has appeared before them. Chapter 11.1 opens with the hero party staring upward in terror at Fenrir. The massive beast fixes its glare on them, dismissing them in its mind as insignificant intruders creating noise. Saliva drips from its open jaws as it prepares to devour them. Vivia trembles, recognizing the creature as the hellhound Fenrir and wondering if this is where everything ends. He recalls that Fenrir is supposed to be a floor 99 boss and questions why it has appeared on this level. Palala squeaks in fear, knowing that even S-rank adventurers struggle against such a monster. She urges the group to flee, but Vivia stops her, warning that acting carelessly would guarantee their deaths. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he curses their situation. Their former party would have had the strength to confront Fenrir, but in their current state, escape is their only option, though even that will be difficult against this foe. Determined, Vivia decides they need a decoy. He looks at Alicia, noting that she is an S-rank adventurer like him and essential because of her healing abilities. Elga can still be used as a shield, and Delia will be needed once her injuries finish healing. With this calculation in mind, he turns toward Palala, who is still trying to insist they escape quickly. Before she can finish, Vivia strikes her in the stomach, causing her to collapse with a pained groan. Delia calls out to him as he rummages through Palala's belongings, while Elga angrily demands to know what he is doing. Ignoring them, Vivia takes several vials from Palala, accusing her of hiding resources. He claims he will use them for their escape. Elga retorts that this is no moment to abandon an ally, but Vivia shouts back, insisting they are going to find help and that this is their only viable action. When Elga questions whether they are simply leaving Palala behind, Palala, gasping, looks up in pain. Vivia asserts that they are not abandoning her, arguing that she has exhausted her magic and the others will survive better without her. If they fail to escape, he reasons, there will be no chance of rescue. Palala weakly calls his name, but before she can continue, Delia unexpectedly agrees with Vivia, stating that seeking help is necessary. Palala stares at her in disbelief, unable to accept Delia's stance. Vivia quietly leans into Palala and tells her to endure until help arrives, though inwardly he smirks, planning to let her buy them time until she dies. Vivia turns to Alicia and tells her they are leaving, but Alicia does not respond immediately. After a moment, she refuses, declaring that she will stop Fenrir herself. She begins casting a spell. Vivia, stunned, questions her actions, but Alicia completes a barrier spell that encloses herself and Palala, cutting them off from the others. She urges the rest of the group to go. Seeing the barrier, Vivia sweats as he realizes it will buy them time to escape. He turns back to Alicia, acknowledging her decision and telling her to hold out until help arrives. As he flees, he curses inwardly that even the Saintess could have been useful to him, but escaping takes priority. Sacrificing the two behind him is, in his mind, an acceptable price for survival. As he continues running, Delia calls out to him to wait, while Elga clicks his tongue in frustration before both eventually begin fleeing as well. Palala cries out after the fleeing party, demanding that they stop and questioning whether they are truly abandoning her. Alicia begins preparing an attack spell while Palala strikes desperately against the magic barrier, insisting that they are supposed to be allies. Furious and betrayed, she unleashes curses, swearing twice and vowing never to forgive them, proclaiming she will curse them all to death. Fenrir steps closer to Palala and questions whether she genuinely believes she has the time to cast such curses, causing her to recoil in fear. Alicia comments that Fenrir makes curses sound easy, and Fenrir responds with a rough grunt, stating that curses are indeed simple for him. Alicia, pouting, remarks that this situation is unfortunate, yet she finds herself unable to feel motivated without a certain person present. Palala screams at her in disbelief, demanding to know how she can stand there and talk so casually, and insisting that she does not want to die. She urges Alicia to do something, but Alicia abruptly silences her, causing Palala to flinch again. Alicia tells her to be quiet and to focus on her fear, stating confidently that she has no intention of dying today. Fenrir tilts his head, noting the determination in Alicia's eyes. He wonders aloud whether it is the desire for revenge against her cowardly companions that drives her, or whether she believes she is destined to save the world. Alicia repeats his suggestions: revenge, saving the world, and dismisses them both, declaring that she cares nothing for such things. Fenrir narrows his eyes at her. Alicia states that she has only one reason for fighting. Her eyes sparkle as she passionately declares that she merely wants to see Ariake again and shower him with affection. Both Palala and Fenrir utter sounds of confusion. Palala questions the meaning of this declaration, unable to understand Alicia's sudden romantic behavior. Alicia fidgets, cheeks reddened, telling Palala not to make her say too much. Her heart pounding, she announces that Ariake is her beloved, and she proclaims him to be the world's one true hero. Palala bursts out in shock, unable to comprehend how someone she believes to be a useless, skill-less fool could possibly hold such a status. Alicia immediately raises her staff toward Palala, offended by her insult and reprimanding her rudeness. Alicia begins explaining to Palala that her assumption about Ariake lacking a unique skill is wrong. Palala stutters in confusion, insisting that this was what the appraiser had concluded. Alicia replies that, in her view, Ariake's very existence is a unique skill in itself. Fenrir watches the exchange silently, prompting Alicia to turn toward him and apologize before politely asking if he could allow them a few moments to continue their discussion. Palala calls out to her in disbelief. Fenrir responds that he does not mind, finding the situation quite interesting, which leaves Palala stunned. Alicia thanks Fenrir and resumes her explanation. She tells Palala that she searched through tomes all across the land, and one answer stood out among them: the god of buffs. She believes this is Ariake's true unique skill. Palala repeats the term in confusion, trying to understand what kind of skill that could be, then abruptly freezes as a vague memory surfaces. Alicia explains that the term comes from a fairy tale that dates back over 1,000 years. Palala might recall hearing it as a child when the elderly women of their village recited such stories. The narrative flashes back to their childhood, when the entire hero party, still young, listened to an elderly woman tell a tale. She spoke of a future in which a hero would appear to save the world, and when that time came, he would be served by a god capable of providing countless forms of support. Returning to the present, Palala reacts with shock, believing Alicia is implying that Ariake himself is a god. Alicia corrects her, saying that the legend likely used metaphorical language. Rather than being a god, Ariake could be considered chosen by God. That is the conclusion Alicia has reached. In the fairy tale, the supportive god aided the hero in every way imaginable and was depicted as an indispensable ally without whom the demon king could not be defeated. This god performed supportive magic, managed items, guided the hero through dungeons, and ensured the party's survival. Alicia states that Ariake has done the same. His support has enabled them to reach this point. He provides perfect assistance to a hero's party, just like the god from the ancient stories. Palala, overwhelmed, mutters disbelief. Alicia looks directly at her and asks whether she understands. Their strength was not truly their own. It was Ariake's. Without him, they struggled against something as simple as a skeleton knight. This dungeon has made that truth painfully and unmistakably clear. Palala hesitates, unsure how to respond, trying to say that if this is true, then they are just, when Fenrir abruptly interrupts, asking whether their conversation is finished. Palala trembles at his voice. Alicia glances at him and tells Palala that their time is up. She expresses satisfaction that she managed to convey the greatness of her beloved Ariake. Alicia then throws a bundle of support items toward Palala, telling her to take them, stating they should be sufficient for Palala to provide support from the rear. Palala shouts desperately at Alicia, insisting she cannot comply because she can barely feel her legs. Alicia coldly responds by telling her to simply remain there and die. Fenrir agrees, remarking that crushing such an insignificant pest would be effortless. Alicia then questions why he does not simply allow a pest like that to flee, but Fenrir refuses. He declares that he has been confined in the dungeon for far too long and growls that Alicia might provide him with a moment's entertainment before he ends her, glaring at her intensely. Fenrir slams his massive paws into the ground, causing the surrounding earth to crack from the force. Startled and trembling, Palala clutches the support items in her arms and flees, screaming for someone to save her. Alicia watches her with irritation, noting how quickly Palala manages to run despite her earlier complaints. Carrying all the items, Palala's frantic courage almost impresses her. Fenrir informs Alicia that her barrier has dissipated, adding that if he wished, he could pursue and kill the others who escape. Alicia sighs and replies that it makes no difference. Fenrir studies her and realizes that something about her demeanor has changed. Alicia explains that the barrier was never meant to aid the others in escaping, it was created solely to prevent them from interfering with her. As she speaks, she drives the pointed end of her staff into the ground with deliberate force. Fenrir's hackles rise as he senses danger. He immediately slashes at her, deciding he has heard enough of her defiant declarations. His paw strikes with tremendous speed and power, colliding with Alicia in an explosive clash that echoes through the tunnel. Dust and debris cloud the air. When the dust settles, Fenrir stares in disbelief. His attack has been stopped. Alicia has blocked his claw using only her staff. Alicia smirks, asking why he appears so shocked and implying that he surely didn't believe he could defeat her with a single blow. Fenrir growls, grinding his teeth in anger. Alicia then stomps her foot firmly on the ground and swings her staff, striking Fenrir's claw aside with enough force to make him grunt in surprise. Smiling confidently, she lifts the head of her staff and aims it at him, declaring her intent to demonstrate the extent of her abilities. Chapter 12 begins with Alicia delivering overwhelming blows to Fenrir. Her strikes land with crushing force, and in one tremendous impact, she hurls Fenrir into a wall. Slowly, Fenrir rises to his feet, groaning from the blow. He marvels at the force that sent him flying and questions whether she is even human. Alicia answers that she is actually relatively weak without Ariake. Fenrir snarls at the absurdity of that claim, shouting that if this level of combat ability is relatively weak, then her bluffing has gone too far. Right on cue, Alicia lunges forward to attack again. Fenrir narrowly dodges her devastating strike and demands to know what forbidden spell she used to obtain such power. Alicia casually responds that she can tell him if he wishes. Her strength comes simply from intense, diligent training. Fenrir cannot accept this and accuses her of lying, insisting that humans have limit. Alicia repeats that she trained a lot. Fenrir refutes this, stating that her power far exceeds what any ordinary training could achieve. Alicia shouts back that she has heard enough from him. She became this strong through her own blood, sweat, and tears. She trained so fiercely she nearly vomited. No, she actually did vomit from the effort. Fenrir, bewildered, asks why she strove to achieve such immense power. Alicia replies with fervor that it is because Ariake told her to grow stronger. Fenrir reels in disbelief, exclaiming that everything seems to revolve around that man. Alicia giggles and adds that becoming stronger would allow her to stand proudly beside Ariake without embarrassment. Ariake is strong and always comes to her rescue, but that might mean he doesn't see her romantically. To be equals in a relationship, there must be balance, give and take. Feeling self-conscious, she admits she might be acting shamelessly today. Regardless, she trained to the brink of collapse for Ariake's sake. Fenrir comments that although she is hailed as a great Saintess, she claims Ariake surpasses her. Alicia confirms this emphatically, adding that she finds the title of Great Saintess annoying. She wants Ariake to recognize her as Alicia Lundebrook, the woman, not as a Saintess. Fenrir then asks whether Ariake has any interest in her at all, noting that Alicia seems more like his disciple. Alicia insists they are simply in the early stages of their relationship. Fenrir quietly mutters that it seems he struck a nerve. Alicia continues boldly, declaring that her strength is proof of her devotion to Ariake. It is the power born from true love. Fenrir laughs, calling her a fascinating human, the most interesting one he has encountered in the thousands of years he has been sealed away here. Alicia, delighted, asks if Fenrir enjoys hearing about Ariake, offering to continue, but Fenrir quickly cuts her off, saying he has heard enough. Alicia then pauses, realizing Fenrir mentioned being sealed. Fenrir confirms this. The endless boredom is unbearable, and all he can do is await his eventual death. Thus, he is grateful for this battle. Being slain is his sole remaining desire. Alicia objects, stating that such a thing resembles assisted suicide, which is troubling to her, and Ariake would absolutely oppose it as well. She then proposes an alternative. If she wins, Fenrir should grant her one wish. She asks what he thinks of that arrangement. Fenrir accepts, stating that although he has decayed with time, he is still Fenrir of the 10 Saints, and he will honor such a promise. Alicia thanks him and declares that she will now crush him with everything she has. Fenrir replies that such an outcome is exactly what he hopes for. He charges at her, and Alicia braces for the clash. Time passes, and the battlefield bears the marks of their struggle, walls shattered and ground torn apart. Fenrir lies defeated, and Alicia triumphantly declares her victory. Fenrir rises slowly, acknowledging his defeat. As promised, he will grant whatever she desires. He offers her the elixir of eternal youth in exchange for his life, or perhaps the legendary sword bomb, which he swallowed long ago. Alicia rejects both and instead states her true wish. She wants Fenrir himself to become her familiar. Fenrir is stunned and asks her to repeat herself. Did she truly say familiar? Alicia confirms, insisting that they would make a formidable pair, and reminding him that he has been bored for thousands of years anyway. Alicia invites Fenrir to come with her. Fenrir pauses, then refuses, stating that leaving the dungeon alive is impossible due to a curse. Although she would be honored to serve as Alicia's familiar, the curse binds her to the dungeon, preventing her from being of use outside. She expresses her gratitude for the brief but beautiful dream that Alicia offered her. Alicia considers the situation and proposes that Fenrir simply enter spirit form and be stored in her inventory. She reasons that Fenrir's curse only prevents her from leaving the dungeon alive, and that being stored as a spirit would classify her as dead. Fenrir panics at the suggestion, questioning what would become of her physical body. Alicia reassures her, explaining that she can revive Fenrir within 2 to 3 hours thanks to her revitalization magic. Fenrir reacts in shock at the mention of revitalization magic, acknowledging that only a select few possess the ability to wield such a spell. She doubts Alicia's capability, but Alicia confidently insists, recalling that Ariake always praised her healing talents and reminding herself that the method of using the item box this way was his idea. She attributes the possibility of success to both his ingenuity and her own magic. Fenrir accepts the plan. Her life or death no longer concerns her. She simply feels grateful to have met a human like Alicia. She expresses a desire to meet Ariake as well, should the revival succeed. Alicia promises that Fenrir will live and that she will ensure the two of them meet. Fenrir, declaring her identity as one of the 10 Saint Beasts, pledges to support Alicia and Ariake, more so even than she once aided the previous heroes. Exhausted, she prepares to rest. Alicia cheerfully states that she will speak with Fenrir again soon and plans to find a spacious, secluded location where she can perform the resurrection. Before falling asleep, Fenrir corrects Alicia on a misunderstanding. She is female, and she possesses the ability to take human form if she is ever able to walk outside again as Alicia's equal. Alicia is shocked to discover that Fenrir is a girl who can transform into a human. She tries to shake Fenrir awake, but realizes she has already fallen asleep. Flustered, she worries aloud that this may be trouble. She hopes Fenrir will not be an attractive girl, fearing the complications if she meets Ariake, yet she also wants to proudly show him that she succeeded in making Fenrir her familiar. Despite her nerves, she convinces herself that everything will work out and feels that her opportunity has finally arrived. Several hours later, Alicia returns to their base and informs Vivia and the rest of the group that she is leaving the party. Vivia expresses relief that Alicia returned alive and tells her she does not need to leave the party. Alicia insists that she can no longer fight. In her thoughts, she recognizes that this incident finally gives her the excuse she needed to leave. As the great Saintess, she could not simply walk away under normal circumstances, but now she sees her chance. She believes it will take time to recover from her battle with Fenrir, leaving her with no choice but to step away. To her, this situation is the perfect justification. Alicia notices Palala resting nearby and wonders internally how Palala managed to escape as well. Elga acknowledges Alicia's decision but admits he wished she could stay for their next quest. Alicia asks what he means by next quest, and Elga informs her that they received a letter directly from the kingdom. Alicia reads the letter, stating that Vuvua Haranoa is to be punished by order of the kingdom's council. He is to forfeit the holy sword Langris, and in order to do so, the party must first complete a D-rank quest. Vivia reacts with disbelief, convinced that the decision is nothing more than a bluff, stating that such a severe punishment could not have been decided in only 2 days. Palala counters that he should feel fortunate the penalty is not worse, insisting that a holy sword should not belong to someone who abandons his companions and that he should have expected consequences. Vivia grabs Palala in agitation, reminding her that she, too, left Alicia to fight alone and telling her to stop acting like a victim. Elga intervenes, telling Vivia to stop, insisting that what happened is already behind them and that their priority now is finding a new member. Alicia asks if they are already searching for recruit. Vivia confirms, explaining that the situation happened because they had no porter, so they intend to recruit someone strong. Elga adds that there is a man named Basta who is a skilled porter. Vivia, still worked up, insists that as long as they can replace the jack of all trades they lost, they can correct their mistakes in the next quest. Palala narrows her eyes. Vivia continues, declaring that a D-rank quest will be extremely easy and that they will clear it so quickly that the council will be forced to apologize. Delia supports his statement. Alicia turns away and announces that she will be leaving. Vivia stops her briefly to say he will leave her position open, and that she can return once she has recovered. Alicia smiles, wishes them farewell, and closes the door firmly behind her. Walking through the forest, she eventually bursts into laughter and shouts with joy to herself. She celebrates the fact that she can finally return to Ariaki's side, noting that she has run out of materials related to him. Although her return took longer than expected, she is now on her way back to him. She clutches her Ariaki doll and declares her intention to stay by his side forever. Soon after Alicia's departure, Ariaki saves the town of Medisen. He still remains unaware of the punishment imposed on the hero's party. At present, he has entered the Forest of Abundance. Colette marvels at its vast, beautiful expanse and expresses confusion at the sight before them. Blocking their path is a group of elves aiming their drawn bows at the carriage. Colette asks Ariaki what they should do. Ariaki considers their options as a new trial begins. The elves blocked Ariaki's path, identifying him as Mahama Ariaki. They introduced themselves as the proud guardians of the forest and stated that High Lord Hayes sought an audience with him. They ordered him to follow them quietly, warning that they could not ensure his safety if he resisted. At the leader's signal, the elves aimed their bows at him. Ariaki noted to himself that this was a harsh way to treat visitors and questioned what would happen if he refused to comply. The elves declared that he would be taken by force, and arrows were released in his direction. Colette immediately intervened, breathing fire that burned the elves' bows and arrows. With a wicked grin, she expressed her fury that they had dared to point weapons at her master and warned that she still had more flames to unleash. Ariaki stopped her, insisting that further action was unnecessary. He apologized to the elves for Colette burning their weapons and wondered what he could have done to provoke such hostility, since nothing came to mind. The leader dismissed his confusion, ordering him to be silent and labeling him a seed of calamity. She commanded her group to pull Ariaki and Colette from their carriage, and the elves rushed toward them. Ariaki responded with overwhelming physical force, using an iron fist to repel them. The leader recoiled in shock at his superhuman strength and questioned how much more damage he and the fire breather intended to inflict on the forest. Ariaki demanded clarification about this calamity accusation. The leader refused to explain further, shouting that he had left them no choice and that they had a duty to protect the forest. The elves raised their hands and a powerful wind surged forth. Ariaki and Colette braced themselves as the wind intensified into the Wind Lord's barrier. The elves proclaimed that this was their strongest protective spell, warning that any attempt to escape would result in being torn apart. They declared that if Ariaki and Colette wished to live, they must kneel and surrender. Colette asked Ariaki whether she should blow the barrier away with her flames of love, but Ariaki refused. He explained that such an action would harm not only the forest but also the elves. He urged her to wait, but Colette was frustrated, finding it unreasonable to remain patient while they were being attacked so aggressively. Ariake maintained that something was off about their behavior. He noted that the elves seemed driven into a corner, their eyes bloodshot and their bodies exhausted, an abnormal state for elves. He considered allowing himself to be captured, but decided the elves were too unstable to listen. Instead, he chose to demonstrate that he had no intention of fighting. Reaching into the wind barrier, he immediately suffered deep lacerations as the slicing winds tore into him. His body was slashed repeatedly, soon covered in blood. The elves gasped in shock at the sight. The leader elf rushed toward Ariake, urgently ordering the others to cease their chanting. She approached him with visible anxiety, checking whether he was still alive and remarking that he had knowingly hurled himself into certain death. Ariake attempted to stand, explaining with difficulty that it was hard to adjust his own enhancements so that he would still incur injuries. He reassured her not to worry, insisting that he had buffed himself just enough to survive. The leader elf could not comprehend how he could speak so casually while blood streamed from his wounds. Behind him, Colette hurried to assist, scolding him for being far too reckless. Ariake maintained that he hoped the elves now understood he had no intent to battle them. With that settled, he asked whether they would finally discuss the so-called calamity that had befallen their proud people. The leader elf groaned in frustration. At that moment, another elf arrived, demanding to know what the leader was doing. Recognizing Ariake and Colette, the newcomer ordered the elves to halt their attacks immediately. The leader elf was stunned to see that the newcomer was Princess Sela. Confused, she questioned why the princess had come. Princess Sela lowered herself respectfully before Ariake and Colette, introducing herself as the younger sister of the Elven High Lord. She apologized for how rudely her people had acted, explaining that their devotion to the forest and adherence to tradition had clouded their judgment. She pleaded for Ariake's forgiveness. Ariake responded that he did not hold a grudge. The leader elf tried to stop the princess, insisting that it was shameful for her to bow to a human. But the princess commanded her to remain silent. She went on to state that Ariake the Wise and Lady Colette were heroes who had saved the town of Medisen from the monster horde. She asked whether the elves had not heard the reports. The leader elf admitted that she did not trust rumors. Meanwhile, Colette whispered excitedly to Ariake that she was becoming famous as well, blushing at the thought. Ariake expressed surprise that even the isolated elves had learned of their deed. Princess Sela then explained that she herself had witnessed their actions with her own eyes. The elves stared at the princess in confusion as she recalled the event. She stated she would never forget the moment when, as an orc was closing in to take her life, Ariake charged forward to save her. Both Ariake and Colette gave her a puzzled look until Ariake realized who she was, recognizing her as the elven adventurer he had encountered previously. The princess confirmed this with amusement. Colette reacted in disbelief, while Princess Sela explained that she had grown quite skilled at disguising herself after repeatedly sneaking out of the forest. Hearing this, the leader elf immediately reacted, shocked that the princess had left the forest without permission yet again. Ariake muttered about her recklessness, prompting the leader elf to glare and begin expressing her gratitude reluctantly, only to be interrupted by Prince Sela, who insisted they must properly show their thanks and apologize by escorting Ariake and Colette to the elven village. The leader elf protested, insisting that Ariake and Colette were a source of calamity and should not be allowed to enter. But the princess fixed her with a sharp look and reminded her that Ariake had saved her life, yet the leader had responded by injuring him and attempting to drive him away. Forced to relent, the leader elf agreed to treat him with at least basic respect. Colette reacted with excitement at the prospect of visiting an elven village. The princess told Ariake she would guide him personally, while the nearby elves whispered among themselves anxiously. The leader elf instructed another elf to immediately inform High Lord Hayes that the Seed of Calamity was on his way to the village. As Ariake and Colette approached the settlement, Colette marveled at its beauty. Ariake, however, noticed that elves were shutting their windows at the sight of them. When they reached the river, Colette was surprised to see it filled with floating logs. Princess Sela explained that these were trees that had dried up and fallen, drifting downstream. Colette noted how many there were. The princess told them they would rest at her home for now. Later, Princess Sela served them a delicious meal, encouraging them to eat as much as they liked. Colette devoured her portion happily. The princess expressed her joy that they enjoyed the food. Ariake remarked that he never expected to taste the cooking of the elven princess herself. Sela told him that serving them was her way of showing gratitude, and she invited him to simply call her by her name. She blushed at the gesture. Ariake then asked why he was being referred to as the Seed of Calamity and what had happened to the forest. The princess lowered her gaze and explained that everything began a year ago. One by one, the trees of the Forest of Abundance began to wither. Colette asked if she meant the logs in the river. Looking outside, Sella confirmed it. She added that the calamity's effects were far worse deeper within the forest. She opened a window and pointed toward the center, where a dark, sinister aura emanated. The sky above that area, once bright, had turned ominously dark. Colette commented on how foreboding the cloud looked. Ariake observed that its source appeared magical in nature, pulsing with malevolent intent, and concluded that it was likely only a matter of time before monsters emerged from it. The princess confirmed that the forest trees, which had once formed a protective boundary, had all begun to wither, leaving the forest in a fragile state. If the forest died, so too would its people. Colette remarked that this had nothing to do with Ariake, and the princess agreed, though she explained that her brother had reached a different conclusion. He believed there was only one explanation: Ariake's mere presence was a calamity. Ariake asked whether this judgment had anything to do with a pact between the heroes and the elves, and Colette inquired about the details of this pact. Ariake explained that long ago, the heroes of old had promised to protect the elves and their forest under divine blessings. Despite their distrust of humans, the elves allowed heroes to travel freely through their lands, including Vivia. Ariake himself had been expelled from the heroes' party because they considered him a burden, and he guessed that the elves similarly regarded him as a liability. He understood that anyone entering the forest without the blessing of the heroes was believed to bring disaster, and the princess confirmed this. Colette objected, pointing out the unfairness, since Ariake had left the party long after the calamity had begun. The princess acknowledged that although Ariake's intent was to protect the forest, her brother could no longer discern right from wrong and mistakenly considered Ariake responsible. In reality, he was the forest's savior. The princess bowed deeply, acknowledging her own selfishness, and requested that Ariake save the forest just as he had protected the town of Medisen. Suddenly, the doors of the room slammed open, and her brother, Hayes, appeared. He was furious that the princess had dared to invite Ariake, the so-called Seed of Calamity, into their forest. Before she could defend her actions, handcuffs were fastened around her wrists, taking her by surprise. Hayes condemned her for addressing Ariake with respect, declaring her a disgrace and ordering that she be imprisoned until she regained her senses. The princess sniffled in distress. Without hesitation, Ariake snapped the handcuffs apart. He remarked that while he hated to interrupt a family confrontation, Hayes's attention was directed at him, not her, and suggested that the siblings leave their argument aside for now. Ariake shattered the handcuffs, crumbling the pieces onto the floor. Hayes was stunned, glaring at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had done. Ariake stepped on the broken metal, declaring that the princess would no longer need them. The so-called calamity Hayes had been fearing stood right before him. Suddenly, Hayes grabbed Ariake by the collar and slammed him onto a table. The two girls watched in shock as Hayes fumed, seething at Ariake's arrogance for daring to enter the village despite being expelled from the heroes' party. Before he could continue his tirade, a chilling voice cut through the room. Colette had stepped forward, radiating pure fury. Ariake urged her to calm down, insisting that he was fine. Colette, however, was incensed, furious that Hayes had even ruined Sella's home-cooked meal. Hayes's mind reeled under the oppressive weight of Colette's wrath. He felt paralyzed by a sense of terror far greater than mere fear, though rationally, he knew he had no reason to be afraid. Ariake was merely an incompetent human, and capturing him should have been enough to stop the forest from withering. Nonetheless, panic overtook him. He ordered the other elves to apprehend Ariake and Colette, eventually locking them in a cell and sealing it with magic. The elves barged in to enforce the capture, but Colette told Ariake that it was time to act. Ariake looked around, assessing the situation, and the princess called to them from a window, guiding them toward escape. They leapt from the window, landing on the ground below. Colette remarked on the princess's skill, and the princess chuckled, noting that her frequent adventuring had made her agile. Ariake observed that there were more weaknesses in the village's defenses than he had anticipated. The princess instructed them to follow her and leave immediately. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded. A violent gust of wind surged around them, and the princess called to Ariake and Colette. Hayes appeared, furious that the siblings were attempting to flee. Originally, he had intended to capture Ariake alive to uncover the cause of the forest's withering, but now his rage boiled over, and he resolved to show no mercy. He uprooted trees and unleashed his most powerful barrier, a swirling wind so potent it was less a shield than an offensive attack, vowing to destroy the calamity that was Ariake. The whirling wind tore through the area, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. The princess looked up in horror, fearing the worst for Ariake and Colette. When the wind finally subsided, they were gone. Hayes muttered to himself, assuming Ariake had merely bluffed. Yet a voice behind him warned him not to get ahead of himself. Ariake and Colette had survived. Hayes was stunned, unable to comprehend how they were still alive. Ariake revealed that he had used a decoy skill to create a clone that acted as a distraction, while Colette explained that they had used her master's stealth abilities to approach undetected from behind. Previously, Ariake had endured the barrier's attack to negotiate afterward, but this time he used the decoy to eliminate the threat entirely. Hayes could hardly believe what had occurred. Ariake then told Hayes that he would comply, taking a spot in the jail as Hayes had demanded. Hayes had wanted to capture Ariake to stop the forest from withering, and Ariake agreed to facilitate this plan. Hayes lamented that it was unfortunate Ariake was still alive, but he restrained him with handcuffs anyway. Colette questioned the decision, and Ariake explained that it would make communication with Hayes easier. Ariake asked Hayes whether the forest's withering would cease now that he was imprisoned. Hayes confirmed that it would, explaining that the cells reflected all magic used within, making interference with the outside world impossible. Once Ariake was locked away, the calamity should subside. Ariake advised Hayes to observe for himself and draw his own conclusions rather than relying on rumors. Hayes instructed Ariake not to speak, asserting control as if Ariake were beneath him. He commanded his elves to take Ariake and Colette away, and they complied without question. Later, deep within the forest, they arrived at a prison shaped like an egg, suspended in midair. Colette was taken aback by the floating structure, while Ariake marveled at the sophistication of elven magic. Excited to explore the interior, he urged Colette to move forward. Colette, skeptical, noted that it did not feel like a prison, but she nonetheless held onto the bars as they entered. An elf reported to Hayes that Ariake, the so-called Calamity, had been securely imprisoned. Satisfied, Hayes dismissed the elves and allowed them to retire. Colette was surprised to find Princess Sella inside the same cell, who explained that she had attempted to aid Ariake and Colette's escape. Allowing her to remain free alone would have caused bad publicity. Colette acknowledged this, apologizing for involving the princess, but Sella insisted she was happy to spend her life with Ariake. Colette understood this and realized she could not waste time attempting a breakout. Ariake warned that the cell nullified physical attacks, surprising Colette with his insight. He explained that he could discern the type of magic being used and advised against testing it, as doing so would only make matters more difficult. Colette questioned whether magical attacks could be used instead, suggesting that Ariake invert the prison's energy absorption to his advantage. Ariake assessed the prison and noted that it could no longer accommodate more magical energy without collapsing. Sella, astonished, had never encountered such a magical structure before. Colette praised Ariake, but he insisted that they wait, believing that patience was the key to resolving their predicament. A week later, Hayes surveyed the forest and was shocked at the destruction. Countless trees had withered and animals had perished. The elves whispered in horror, noting that the forest was consumed by malice. Though rain had delayed the spread for a day, the devastation made them question whether capturing Ariake had truly been wise. Hayes demanded that they dispose of the rot and purify the forest immediately, warning that if the corruption spread further, the malice would intensify. He ordered the royal guard to reinforce the barrier and follow him. Internally, he cursed himself. It had been a week since Ariake's capture, yet there was no sign of recovery. Hayes reflected on his tenure as High Lord. Blessed by the forest spirit, he had devoted himself to enriching the forest of abundance. In the decade of his leadership, no calamity like this had occurred. In fact, the forest had thrived due to a reduction in logging, empowering the elves and strengthening their people. But in the past year, unprecedented withering had begun. Hayes recalled being warned that if the forest rejected him, he was unfit to rule. He knew this was not true. The forest had accepted him until now. Clearly, another force was responsible. No matter the number of skills or measures required, Hayes vowed to uncover the true cause behind the corruption. One of the elves asked Hayes if he had heard about the recent events involving the heroes' party. He inquired further, and the elf informed him that the party had expelled one of its members. At that moment, Hayes recalled that years ago he had met the heroes' party, though Ariake had not been present at the time, so they had never crossed paths. Reflecting on this, Hayes remembered how incompetent the hero was said to be back then. Convinced that Ariake was exacting revenge for being abandoned by the hero, Hayes concluded that this was the cause of the forest's withering. He was certain Ariake was a calamity. Hayes recalled Ariake's earlier words, warning him not to look away and to come to his own conclusions. Gasping for breath, Hayes remembered his sister defending Ariake. Suddenly, a whirling wind erupted, forcing them to retreat swiftly on their horses. Hayes's expression turned serious. Meanwhile, in the prison cells, Colette expressed her frustration to Ariake that an entire week had passed. Ariake assured her that time would resolve everything, though it seemed too long already. Sella apologized for the events that had transpired, but Colette remained confident that she would survive. Ariake's innocence was gradually being recognized. Sella noted that she had been freed within a single day, highlighting her brother's stubborn overprotectiveness. She reflected on how Hayes had always treated her more like a child than a sister due to their age difference. Though strict with the elves, Hayes cared deeply for the forest, wishing desperately for the withering to cease and for his people to avoid further suffering. Ariake reassured Colette that there was no need to worry. Hayes had likely begun to realize that the illusion of a calamity he had believed in was of his own making. With that illusion removed, he could finally perceive the true state of the forest. The forest was now testing him as its High Lord, and Ariake was patiently waiting for this realization. Sella's eyes widened, sensing that it was as though Lord Ariake himself were testing them, a god descending upon them from the heavens. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area, sending tremors through the forest. Another rumble followed. Ariake recognized the danger immediately, noting that the timing could not have been worse. The anomaly in the forest continued to grow, signaling a new and escalating threat. Chapter 15 begins with Hayes riding his horse, spotting smoke rising in the distance. Alarmed, he urges his people to move quickly, realizing it is an emergency distress signal from the village. As he approaches, he is struck with fear and shock. The village has been ravaged, buried under mud and fallen trees, and his people are desperately fleeing to safety. The destruction overwhelms him, and he struggles to comprehend how such a catastrophe could occur. A soldier reassures him of his safety and explains that a landslide has engulfed much of the village, burying many homes. Hayes anxiously inquires about the villagers, learning that rescue efforts are underway but limited by insufficient manpower. Panic spreads through the crowd, and Hayes's thoughts immediately turn to Sella, whom they have yet to find. The urgency of the situation grows when an elf informs him that a baby is trapped beneath the rubble, prompting immediate action. Despite the danger, villagers plead for him to give evacuation orders as the risk of another landslide looms. Hayes is torn between saving those trapped and ensuring the safety of others, while dark thoughts of failure creep into his mind. He blames himself, feeling rejected by the forest spirit. Recalling Ariake's words to face reality with his own eyes, he realizes that surrender is not an option. Accepting his role as the village leader, Hayes resolves that no one will be abandoned. Rescue of their fellow villagers becomes the highest priority, with soldiers instructed to clear homes and evacuate the elderly and children first. Hayes witnesses the villagers working together and sets aside concerns about the spirits, focusing on saving lives. He rescues the baby trapped under debris, holding her tightly, when a sudden landslide erupts nearby. Panic surges as he realizes the magnitude of the danger, and he contemplates using his strongest magic to stop it. Yet he recognizes that even his power is insufficient to halt the overwhelming force. Apologizing silently to the villagers and to Sella, Hayes prepares to face the disaster. At that moment, Ariake appears and questions why he is giving up. Hayes opened his eyes fully when he realized who had spoken. Looking up, he saw Ariake standing before him. Ariake immediately began casting a spell toward the incoming landslide, combining time stop, gravity manipulation, and force repulsion. He synthesized the skills and sustained them continuously. As the spell took effect, the massive flow of earth and debris gradually slowed until it stopped entirely. Hayes gasped as the landslide began to recede, and the surrounding villagers cried out in astonishment, calling it a miracle. After some time, the atmosphere shifted into relief and celebration. The villagers rejoiced, shouting that they were saved and still alive. Hayes returned a baby to her mother, who tearfully thanked him for rescuing her child. Observing the devastation around them, Hayes questioned Ariake, stunned by the number of skills he had activated at such a large scale and wondering what he truly was. Ariake prepared to respond, but Sella arrived, exhausted and breathless, demanding to know what had happened. Hayes rushed to her side to confirm her safety, relieved when she reassured him. With tears forming in her eyes, she called out to him, but he insisted that explanations could wait, as rescuing those still trapped was the priority. Sella resolved to help as well. Colette arrived soon after, stomping in frustration at being left behind. Because Sella had been slow, she had carried her the entire way. Ariake thanked her, and Colette noted that she had wondered why he had broken out and run ahead, only to discover that he had already resolved the crisis. Ariake insisted that the landslide had been headed directly for him and that he had only protected himself, claiming he had not saved anything. Hayes rejected that notion, declaring that Ariake had unquestionably saved their village. He stated that once the rescue was complete, the entire village would express their gratitude. Sella called out to her brother warmly, and Ariake smiled, telling Hayes he would look forward to that. He then pointed out their limitation, questioning how many days it would take to clear the massive sediment. Embarrassed, Hayes told him to be quiet, insisting that it was not the time to worry about such things. In response, Ariake cast a spell on Hayes and the nearby villagers, maximizing their muscle enhancement. Hayes began to glow, stunned by the sudden surge of power. A villager effortlessly lifted a massive boulder, marveling at his newfound strength. Ariake explained that he had ensured everyone present received the enhancement, urging them to hurry and finish clearing the debris since he was in a rush. Hayes and Sella could only stare at him in disbelief, overwhelmed by what he had just done. A few days after the landslide disaster, Ariake and Colette stood on a stage as villagers celebrated their savior, Lord Ariake. The villagers, alongside Colette, cheered for him, while Ariake lingered behind, sulking. They praised his skill and strategic thinking, marveling at the miracle that no one had perished, expressing gratitude for his actions. Meanwhile, Sella thanked Ariake for his heroism, recognizing him as a once-in-a-generation hero. She questioned why he was leaving as she watched him attempt to slip away unnoticed. Ariake explained that he stood out too much and intended to hide in a corner. However, Hayes blocked his path, warning that he would be responsible if their savior were sidelined, which caused Ariake to flinch. Hayes instructed him to return to his seat. While eating, Ariake remarked that he did not mind being observed from the corner and told Hayes to stop being overly formal. Hayes struck the table, drawing the villagers' attention. Sella called out to him, prompting Hayes to hesitate before attempting to apologize for his prior rudeness. He struggled to voice the apology, quivering under the weight of the moment, while Colette encouraged him to speak. Ariake reassured Hayes that apologizing was difficult for elves toward humans and that he should not strain himself. Hayes slammed the table again, then bowed deeply, finally shouting his apology. In that moment, Hayes realized he had unfairly blamed Ariake for his people's hardship. His overprotectiveness and mistrust had endangered his own people, and he acknowledged his mistakes, including mistrusting his sister and himself. Ariake finally addressed him, explaining that the landslide had been caused not by Ariake, but by the accumulation of malice, which stemmed from Hayes's overprotectiveness of the forest. Hayes, shocked, asked for clarification, seeking to understand what Ariake meant. Ariake explained to Hayes that Sella had told him the forest's history while they were imprisoned. Until a few years ago, the forest had been thinned regularly, but Hayes had stopped that practice. Hayes confirmed this, questioning its relevance, but Ariake pointed out that ever since their arrival, he had been concerned about the unusually high density of trees. In an elven forest, each tree must be properly pruned, but Hayes's decision left too many trees uncared for. The excessive density blocked sunlight, allowing malice to accumulate. Sella speculated that the heavy rain may have contributed to the landslide, and Ariake agreed, noting that the malice likely caused the storms. He then reproached Hayes, saying that as High Lord, he should have anticipated the consequences of abruptly halting the forest thinning. Hayes recalled that years ago, someone had advised him to stop, and Ariake asked who would give such irresponsible counsel. Hayes revealed it had been the hero, Lord Vivia, surprising both Colette and Ariake. Hayes recounted that Vivia had questioned the old tree-thinning tradition, arguing that elves derived their power from the trees and should let them grow, while dismissing his own advice as inconsequential. At the time, Hayes, despite skepticism, had followed Vivia's suggestion, which temporarily ended the disasters and allowed the forest's power to flourish. Ariake pointed out that the flourishing was only temporary. Colette added that by the time Hayes realized the forest was deteriorating, it was too late, venting frustration at Vivia's incompetence. Hayes acknowledged his own failure in not recognizing the underlying cause, admitting that his inexperience made him overconfident in finding a new solution. Ariake, overwhelmed, declared that none of the calamities would have occurred if he had consulted Vivia earlier, even if it meant splitting their paths. Colette remarked that Ariake was slipping into dad mode. Taking responsibility, Ariake apologized, leaving Hayes and Sella astonished. Despite having been banished from their party, he still expressed remorse. Hayes reflected on the meaning of apologies, realizing that Ariake still held his pride intact. Kneeling beside him, Hayes thanked Ariake, acknowledging his wisdom, and resolved to thin the forest and purge it of malice. It was time for both the forest and himself to start anew. A few days later, Sella was overcome with emotion, tearfully expressing her desire for Ariake to stay, even joking about starting a fan club. Hayes, however, reminded her that it was time for them to depart. Despite her continued crying, Colette offered to help, but Ariake quickly discouraged her from encouraging Sella's sentiment. Hayes informed Ariake that once everything was settled, he would send a report to the kingdom, holding them accountable for the actions of the heroes they recognized. He believed it prudent to warn Lord Vivia about his naivety. Ariake considered this and acknowledged that Hayes had a point, though he was flustered when Hayes added that he would also report Ariake's heroic deeds. Turning to Sella, Hayes asked how long she planned to cry. Sella looked at Ariake, attempting to communicate something, and he encouraged her to continue. He expressed confidence in her ability to save her people, affirming that she would become a great leader. Colette noted that Sella's presence had been crucial during their time in captivity. Ariake assured her that she possessed all the qualities necessary for leadership and predicted that when they met again, she would have guided her people to greater heights as their princess. He bade her to take care, and Sella, still tearful, promised she would, wishing for Ariake's safety as well. Colette and Ariake then departed, leaving Hayes and Sella waving after them. Meanwhile, in Lakshmi City, a girl was seen reading a notice on the guild wall about the heroes' party recruiting new members. Excited, she recognized this as her chance to prove her worth. At the same time, the heroes' party had indeed begun recruiting new members. Alicia stretched her arms wide, expressing how pleasant it was to travel on her own. She picked up her doll and reflected that the journey would be even better if Ariake were with her, then hugged the doll tightly to her chest. Finra glared at her, feeling slighted that she claimed to be traveling alone despite having made him her familiar, finding her attitude cold. Alicia immediately corrected herself, explaining that she meant traveling alone together with her companion. Finra asked whether she was sensing traces of the one she loved in this area. Alicia confidently affirmed that her Ariake radar had definitely detected something. Although there was no one present, she sensed lingering traces of immense power, something that reminded her of Finra, an existence beyond humanity. She speculated that it might be a dragon, but Finra denied that possibility. Alicia brushed it off, concluding that regardless of what it was, they were clearly on the right path, and urged them to hurry onward. Finra sighed at the audacity of being commanded so casually, especially by someone addressing a wolf in that manner. At the same time, back in town, Vivia crushed a sheet of paper in his hand in a fit of anger. He raged over the fact that no one was coming, as they had not held a single interview that day. He questioned why they had even rented the room in the first place, and whether the recruitment notice had truly been spread. Delia tried to stay positive, pointing out that they had at least attracted some interest the other day. Vivia snapped back, calling all potential applicants useless, low-level failures. He vented that those Imperial fools were forcing him to take on a ridiculous D-rank quest just to get his sword back. While he considered the quest itself trivial, he insisted they needed a healer to replace Alicia. Elga explained that rumors about Vivia's punishment had already spread, which was why so few people were willing to come. Vivia cut him off sharply, saying he did not need Elga's commentary, blaming the situation on their inability to make a proper flyer. He also complained about the new recruit, saying the man was terrible and that he had only allowed him to join because they needed someone to handle menial labor. He insisted again that they did not need any men and told them to make sure that was written clearly on the flyer. Just then, someone entered the room, drawing everyone's attention. It was Basta, whose specialty was working as a porter. Basta reported that he had finished organizing everyone's baggage. Without even looking at him, Vivia casually acknowledged the job well done and referred to him as the new kid. Hesitantly, Basta questioned whether he should really have joined, pointing out that he was a man, and that they had just stated they did not need any men. Delia hurriedly denied that, insisting that they did, in fact, need Basta, while privately thinking that they needed him mainly to handle their work. Elga also agreed, noting that they would be in serious trouble without Basta, while thinking to himself that Vivia would explode if they lost yet another member. Vivia smirked and told Basta not to worry, saying that as long as he did his job properly and kept his mouth shut, he would still be better than the previous person they had. Suddenly, loud voices echoed from outside. Someone was calling out for Palala, complaining that she had been acting too independently lately. Another voice shouted at someone to stop following her, while a man responded that there was no reason not to, since she appeared to be alone. Palala angrily insisted that she had already said she was not alone and told them to find someone else to harass. Delia glared toward the disturbance and demanded to know where Palala had been. One of the men remarked that Palala had a cute little friend with her. Vivia grinned, assuming that Palala had brought in some applicants and praising her for it. Palala immediately denied that, beginning to protest that the men were just troublemakers, but her words were cut off when one of the men suddenly recognized Vivia. The man realized that the person before him was the hero Vivia, and his companion reacted in disbelief, excited by the idea of seeing him in person. Hearing this, Vivia stood proudly, basking in the attention, telling them not to get too excited and affirming that he was indeed the great hero Vivia. The man then stifled a laugh, recalling that Vivia was the fool whose holy sword had been confiscated by the council. The men burst into laughter at that remark. Vivia recoiled in shock as the man continued, still laughing, recounting how Vivia had abandoned his party and fled from the cursed grotto, finding the story far too amusing. The other man went on to add that even the great Saintess had grown tired of Vivia. Just as Vivia was about to explode, Elga restrained him, realizing that if he lost control, someone would die. Elga urgently shouted for Vivia to stop, warning him not to start a fight with civilians. The man then coldly remarked that compared to Vivia, Ariake was far more impressive. At the mention of Ariake's name, Palala snapped in anger, questioning why they were bringing him up. The man turned toward her and asked if they had not heard about the battle in the town of Medisen. Elga responded, assuming they were referring to the incident where the royal knights supposedly eliminated the Devil's Grove. The man dismissed that explanation as nothing more than a cover story. He revealed that in reality, the royal knights had been completely wiped out, and even the adventurers sent as reinforcements had abandoned the mission. It was at that moment, he said, that Ariake appeared. With only 100 adventurers under his command, Ariake defeated 1,000 monsters. Then the true threat emerged, a king ogre. Even so, Ariake's group handled it with ease. Hearing this, Vivia froze in disbelief at the mention of a king ogre, immediately rejecting the story and insisting it was a lie, claiming Ariake was incapable of such a feat. The man cut him off, asserting that it was the truth. He explained that they had fought alongside Ariake themselves. Another man added that he had supported the battle from the rear, so he could not clearly see everything, but it had still been an honor to fight with Ariake. The first man then exclaimed that he could not believe they had encountered the fool who had driven away a true hero like Ariake. As those words sank in, Vivia's body began to tremble with rage. Without any warning, he stormed forward and slammed the door, shouting for them to get out. After the men were forcibly thrown outside, Vivia stood there breathing heavily, cursing them as ignorant country bumpkins and dismissing everything they had said as complete nonsense. In the sudden silence, Palala quietly muttered that perhaps they should apologize to Ariake after all. Vivia immediately snapped at her, and Delia reacted just as sharply, demanding to know what Palala was talking about. Palala tried to explain, pointing out that they had all heard what those men said. She suggested that what happened in the cursed grotto might have been the result of Ariake not being with them. She recalled what Alicia had once told her, about Ariake being known as the god of buffs, and believed that this power was his unique skill. Palala continued, adding that Alicia also believed something important about Ariake. Before she could finish, Vivia suddenly grabbed Palala by the collar. He snarled that he did not care what she believed, but he would never lower himself to apologizing to Ariake, and warned her never to say such a thing again. He then released her, letting her fall hard to the floor. Vivia went on, mocking her, accusing her of wanting to run off and grovel before Ariake after hearing those stories. He told her that if she wanted to apologize so badly, she could go do it on her own. Basta hesitantly called out to Vivia as he rushed over to Palala. Vivia coldly added that someone like her would never be able to travel alone anyway. Basta knelt beside Palala and asked if she was all right. Palala reassured him that she was fine and stated that she would not be leaving the party. Delia let out a nervous breath of relief, saying that was good, since Palala was their friend. Palala then smirked faintly and muttered that one day, Vivia would get what was coming to him. Basta stared at her, confused by her expression. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Vivia instantly bristled, assuming it was those same men again, and angrily thought that they would not understand until he taught them a lesson. Growling, he threw the door open, only to be met with a bright and cheerful voice greeting him warmly. The girl expressed her delight at seeing him again after so long, smiling radiantly. Vivia frowned, trying to place her face, then recognized her as Lorelei. She confirmed it happily and peeked past him into the room, reacting with surprise and excitement at seeing everyone gathered together. Delia was taken aback and greeted Lorelei in return, recognizing her immediately. Elga also smiled, commenting that it was good to see her again and noting how well she looked. Lorelei cheerfully replied that she had just returned from a long quest and had heard they were staying there, so she decided to stop by and say hello. Basta introduced himself politely as the party's porter. Lorelei reacted with visible excitement upon hearing this, realizing that he must be a new member of the group. She quickly apologized for failing to introduce herself properly and stated that her name was Lorelei Canelia, a cleric. In the past, she had served as a temporary member of the heroes' party. Basta echoed the word temporary in confusion, prompting Lorelei to explain that Lord Vivia had only wanted a healer for a limited time during his grand quest to defeat a behemoth, and by chance she had been chosen for that role. She then wondered aloud about Ariake and the great Saintess, asking where they were now. Delia hastily explained that many things had happened and that neither of them was present anymore, which was why the party was currently searching for new members. Vivia declared that it did not matter how many people were in the party, as long as he was there, they could accomplish anything. Lorelei reacted enthusiastically, saying that this was exactly the Lord Vivia she remembered. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke about how she still reminisced every night about the moment when Vivia defeated the behemoth with a single swing of his holy sword, calling it a truly miraculous sight. Hearing her praise, Vivia smirked proudly and reflected on how impressive he truly was. Lorelei eagerly agreed and added that it was not just him. She also loved watching Delia obliterate dozens of orcs with her powerful fists. Delia's face flushed red as she laughed bashfully. Lorelei continued by praising Elga, recalling how he held back the enemy without breaking a sweat. Elga responded with pride, affirming that it was only natural. Lorelei then cheered about Palala as well, praising her incredible magical attacks. Palala scratched her head shyly, brushing it off as nothing more than her having a talent for magic. Lorelei concluded that the time she had spent with all of them was truly a blessed experience. However, she clarified that she had not come only to exchange greetings. She had heard that they were recruiting healers for their party, and if the position was still open, she wished to apply. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately accepted her. Vivia claimed that they had dozens of candidates to choose from, but that Lorelei was perfect for the role. Lorelei reacted in shock and disbelief, overwhelmed by the honor of being chosen among so many applicants and expressing how happy she was to be able to accompany Lord Vivia once again. Hearing this, Vivia grinned, satisfied that this was how a hero was meant to be treated. Delia agreed, remarking that a single mistake hardly mattered. Elga turned to Palala and commented that moments like this made one reflect on how far they had come on their journey. Palala agreed, saying that she wanted to return to those days and hoped they still could. Vivia confidently declared that they absolutely could, insisting that once this quest was finished, he would reclaim his sword and everything would return to how it was before. With that, he announced that they were ready and ordered everyone to move out. Hours later, they arrived in the Edcock Forest. Vivia stated that their task was to defeat the wyverns in the area. Basta confirmed that their objective was to subjugate the wyverns that had settled near the forest's lake. Vivia complained that venturing so deep into the forest just to deal with a few wyverns was a waste of his time. Basta tried to explain that the lake in Edcock Forest served as a spawning ground for low-level monsters, which in turn made it an excellent farming location for adventurers, and that was precisely why removing the wyverns from such a valuable hunting ground was important. However, his explanation was drowned out by loud complaints from the others. They grumbled about the heat, about being drenched in sweat, and demanded that Palala use magic to do something about it. Another voice cried out in disgust at a bug, complaining about how much forests were hated. Basta stopped speaking when he realized no one was listening. Lorelei complained that even though she had been using insect repellent, small insects were still swarming around them. Growing increasingly irritated, Vivia shouted that they should hurry up and finish the quest as quickly as possible. Lorelei smiled confidently, believing that wyverns would be easy to deal with, especially with the power of the holy sword. She vividly remembered its beautiful shine and, as the thought crossed her mind, realized she wanted to ask why Vivia had not brought it along. Before she could continue that thought, Vivia abruptly ordered everyone to stop. Lorelei turned toward him in confusion, unable to sense anything unusual, while Palala also noted that there was nothing around them. Vivia explained that he was simply being cautious, as he always kept watch for danger no matter how insignificant it might seem. At that very moment, a monster suddenly appeared right behind them. It was a manticore. Lorelei reacted in shock, and Vivia was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and dismissed it as nothing more than a C-rank monster, claiming it posed no threat to an S-rank hero like himself. He slashed at it and severed one of its limbs, but immediately afterward, a sharp appendage lunged toward him. Lorelei urgently tried to warn him about the manticore's poisonous stinger, but it was already too late. Unable to dodge in time, the stinger scraped his arm, causing Vivia to panic at the realization that he had been poisoned. Elga urged him to calm down, pointing out that it was only a superficial wound. Palala questioned why the manticore had not gone down in a single strike. Elga moved quickly to block another incoming attack. Delia smirked, assuming she would land the finishing blow herself, but the manticore slipped past her in an instant and lunged straight at Elga. Delia was shocked by its speed, while Palala snapped angrily, criticizing their poor aim. Delia screamed in disbelief, unable to accept that her attack had missed. Palala shouted in frustration as Elga cried out desperately for someone to help him. Watching the chaos unfold, Lorelei stood frozen in shock, urging everyone to work together. At that moment, the manticore suddenly dashed toward her, forcing Delia and Palala to halt their movements. Lorelei urgently warned them to move aside as her staff began to glow with radiant light and she released a spell. However, the manticore broke free with ease. Palala immediately retaliated by unleashing a fireball, which struck the monster directly. The flames roared around it, and the creature finally collapsed, defeated. Vivia clicked his tongue in irritation, dismissing the entire battle as a waste of time. He then ordered Lorelei to cure his poisoned status. When she did not respond, he turned toward her, calling her name again. After a brief silence, Lorelei finally spoke, addressing him with a calm but cutting tone. She reflected on how Vivia was supposedly an S-rank adventurer who had once defeated a behemoth, while the enemy they had just faced was merely a C-rank manticore that should have been easily dispatched. Yet, against that single monster, the entire party had struggled and been forced to work together just to bring it down. She coldly questioned why, if he was truly as great as claimed, they were all having such difficulty against something that should have been insignificant. Lorelei questioned why everyone was struggling so much, pointing out that the enemy had only been a single low-level manticore. Vivia brushed it off, claiming they were simply a bit out of sync that day. He reasoned that it was their first quest with a new team and that they had not yet found their rhythm, prompting the others to agree half-heartedly. Elga responded weakly, and Delia echoed the sentiment, while Vivia confidently concluded that everything was fine now. Lorelei quietly expressed doubt at that explanation. Not far ahead, Vivia noticed movement and sharply called out. Palala flinched. Vivia demanded to know where she thought she was going. Palala hesitantly replied that her stomach hurt. She tried to step back, but the others quickly stopped her. She protested loudly, insisting she did not want to go forward and questioning why she had to walk in front again. Vivia accused her of trying to turn tail and run, while Delia criticized her for being cowardly and sneaking away. Palala angrily shot back that she did not want to hear that from them, insisting they were just planning to use her as bait again. She claimed she knew their intentions and that she needed to get away before that happened. Vivia immediately shut her down, telling her to stop speaking badly about them before others misunderstood. Hearing this exchange, Lorelei turned to Elga and asked what Palala meant by being used as bait. Elga broke into a cold sweat and hastily dismissed it, telling her not to worry. Basta muttered that it did not sound like nothing, quietly seeking Lorelei's opinion. Lorelei, taking Elga at his word, reacted with innocent relief, saying she was glad it was nothing after all. Basta stared at her in disbelief as she accepted the explanation so easily. Noticing his reaction, Lorelei explained that if the hero's party said it was nothing, then it must truly be nothing. Basta muttered to himself, wondering how someone so naive had managed to survive as an adventurer. Meanwhile, Vivia shouted at Palala to stop complaining and lead the way. Just then, Delia froze in surprise, while Elga groaned in discomfort, complaining of intense itching. Vivia was confused, demanding to know what was happening. Basta, who had been walking behind him, suddenly reacted in alarm and began rummaging through the baggage. He realized the problem immediately. They had run out of insect repellent. Black flies had appeared once the repellent was gone, insects known for draining adventurers' MP and leaving behind severely itchy welts. Vivia ordered Basta to hurry and get more repellent. Basta apologized and admitted they were completely out. Vivia came to a stop, shocked, declaring that they could not tackle a forest dungeon without insect repellent and angrily demanding to know why Basta had not brought enough. Basta repeated the question back to him, reminding Vivia that he had been told not to. He recalled how, hours earlier, Vivia had dismissed the need for insect repellent, saying they would rush through the dungeon and would not need much of it. Even after remembering this, Vivia still insisted that it was the porter's responsibility to ensure sufficient supplies. Basta argued back that he had only just joined and could not make such decisions without permission, emphasizing that Vivia was the leader. Delia stepped in, scolding Basta for making excuses and claiming that Ariake had never once let the party run out of supplies during their adventures. Basta was stunned by that statement, finding it impossible to believe that someone could go through quests without ever running out of items. Vivia insisted that it was true. Basta countered that there were limits to how much anyone could carry, and while overpacking was common, he had never heard of a porter so exceptional that they never ran out of supplies. Hearing this, Vivia was momentarily taken aback. Lorelei quietly added that, now that she thought about it, she had never heard of such a porter either. Vivia turned sharply toward her in shock. Lorelei calmly explained that running out of items was an unavoidable risk on any expedition, which was why both the leader and the porter had to prepare carefully together. The success or failure of an adventure often depended on having the right supplies. She elaborated that the leader made the final decision on what to bring based on the quest's difficulty and the party's overall strength, and that behind every capable porter stood a competent leader. She then questioned whether Vivia had not made such decisions before. If Vivia had been so capable that they had never once run out of items in the past, then why had he failed this time? Vivia was left speechless by her question. After a brief pause, he brushed it off, insisting that such things simply happened and came with the territory. He added that insects were not a serious issue anyway, dismissing them as a mere annoyance. Lorelei smiled gently and accepted that explanation, saying she had been worried there might be a more serious reason behind their struggles. Vivia echoed the word reason in surprise, while the others averted their eyes. Palala began to speak up, but Vivia immediately cut her off, insisting that there was no reason and that everything was fine. Lorelei apologized politely and then offered them insect repellent, explaining that she had prepared extra for herself and was happy to share. Vivia trembled and tried to refuse, claiming there was no need, but before he could say more, the others rushed toward Lorelei with visible relief. Elga declared that they owed Lorelei one, Delia cried out that bugs were the one thing she could not stand, and Palala expressed her happiness that Lorelei had joined them. Basta smiled and added that Lorelei had truly saved them, promising to be more diligent himself in the future. Behind them, Vivia shouted in protest, asking whether they had not heard him, but they ignored him. Lorelei cheerfully told them that if anyone wanted to let bugs drain their MP, they were welcome to walk at the back, and urged everyone to move on. Vivia shouted again for them to stop, then grumbled in frustration before finally relenting and allowing them to use the item. Moments later, they finally located their target. Everyone concealed themselves behind trees and quietly observed the wyvern. Basta softly confirmed its presence. Lorelei agreed and suggested that they stay hidden and carefully plan their strategy. However, her suggestion was cut short when the others suddenly began moving forward. She was stunned, wondering why they were all charging in at once. Vivia smirked and questioned why they should waste time planning when they could simply take it down quickly. Delia announced that she would open with her special move this time, while Palala remarked that whoever struck first would have the advantage. Elga added that they had already held a quick meeting before setting out, so everything would be fine. With that, Vivia declared that it was time to go. Lorelei and Basta were left speechless. Lorelei quickly spoke up, insisting that she did not agree with this plan. The four of them turned to her, puzzled. Lorelei pointed out a fundamental rule of adventuring: one must always account for the unexpected. She explained that their earlier discussion had only covered a basic attack order and had not taken into account terrain, weather, stamina, or unforeseen variables. They might only see a single wyvern now, but there was always the possibility that others were nearby, or that it could call for reinforcements. She asked what they would do in that situation, emphasizing that there were far too many factors they had not yet considered. Vivia began to reply, stating that as the hero, he would handle anything unexpected that occurred, but Lorelei cut him off. She then challenged him directly, asking why, if that was the case, he was going into this battle without a proper strategy this time, especially when in their previous quest they had devised a clever and well-thought-out plan. The others looked at each other in confusion. None of them remembered planning such a strategy. Delia seemed unsure, Elga admitted he did not recall it, and Palala also felt the same. Seeing their confused expressions, Lorelei firmly insisted that they truly had used a strategy back then. She explained that there was an important rule for adventurers: only a proper strategy allows a party to reach its full potential. Simply relying on raw strength was not enough to complete quests safely and efficiently. By using a plan that combined everyone's strengths in attack, defense, and support, the party could achieve the best possible result. Delia was surprised by this idea, wondering if Lorelei meant that strategy was more important than strength. Vivia reacted defensively, feeling as if his status as a hero was being questioned. Lorelei clarified that she was not looking down on him at all, but merely stating common sense. She pointed out that the reason their party had been praised in the past was precisely because of their clever strategies. That was why it felt strange for them to act so recklessly now. Vivia was caught off guard by this, surprised that people had praised their strategy. Palala was also confused, as she had never heard such praise before. Lorelei was shocked by their reactions and brought up the famous battle against the behemoth. Even Boston knew about that fight, as it was widely known. Lorelei explained that behemoths are initially weak to cold, but once pushed into a corner, they change form and their weakness shifts, making them extremely dangerous. However, during that battle, the party had immediately used the correct support magic the moment the transformation happened. They had already prepared for that change, showing sharp observation and careful analysis. It was because of this that the battle ended in just a few hours, and that reputation was what inspired Basta to want to join the heroes' party. After that fight, the party became known as master tacticians, and Lorelei believed the praise was well deserved. Delia and Palala slowly began to understand. Lorelei then looked to Vivia, expecting his agreement. Vivia broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly agreed outwardly, but inside he was panicking. He realized that there had been no strategy created by him at all. In truth, everyone had simply rushed into battle, while all the support planning had been handled by Ariake. At that moment, memories flooded Vivia's mind. During the behemoth fight, Ariake had been the one giving instructions, calling out when attacks stopped working, predicting enemy behavior, and telling Alicia exactly when and where to cast defensive magic. His predictions had come true again and again, protecting the party at critical moments. Even in the chaos of battle, Ariake had calmly guided everyone step by step. Vivia snapped out of his memories and tried to deny it to himself, insisting that he was the one who fought and that Ariake had no achievements of his own. He convinced himself that Ariake was useless. However, Lorelei then pointed out that, as far as she remembered, Ariake had handled all the preparations by himself. He had explained the entire strategy beforehand and continued to advise everyone throughout the battle. Only then did Lorelei realize that Ariake was no longer with them. That realization ignited Vivia's anger. He lashed out, demanding to know whether Lorelei believed that Ariake's departure was the reason the party had fallen into such a miserable state. Chapter 18 begins with Vivia completely consumed by rage. He angrily accused Lorelei of believing that the party had become worthless because Ariake had left. Delia repeated the word pathetic in shock, while Lorelei immediately realized her mistake and hurried to apologize, explaining that the words had slipped out unintentionally. Elga looked at Vivia and noticed that his entire body was shaking. He asked if Vivia was all right. Suddenly, Vivia screamed at the top of his lungs, tears streaming down his face as he collapsed to his knees. Lorelei bluntly pointed out that even a beginner adventurer would not scream like that in front of an enemy. Delia quickly told Lorelei to stop talking, blaming her for making things worse. Elga tried to comfort Vivia, patting his back and telling him he had done well. At the same time, Palala burst out laughing. She mocked Vivia for breaking down and crying because of Lorelei, calling him a useless and clumsy hero who now needed everyone else to comfort him. She said that crying on the ground suited trash like him, and claimed this was his punishment for abandoning her in the grotto. Hearing this, Vivia cried out even louder. Elga snapped at Palala, asking why she was attacking Vivia when he was already down. Delia agreed and cursed Palala for her behavior. Palala fired back, saying that all of them were just as guilty because they had joined Vivia in abandoning her. Elga shouted for her to stop bringing that up, while Delia said she hated how Palala always caused scenes like this. Suddenly, Basta shouted that he had had enough. He declared that he could not stay with adventurers like them anymore and said he was going home. He said they could do whatever they wanted, because he did not care anymore and would be crazy to remain in such a foolish party. As he turned to leave, Elga and Delia called out to him in panic. Elga worried that if Basta left, strange rumors would spread again. Delia cursed under her breath and said she would chase after him. Lorelei was shocked by what was happening and questioned whether they were really about to split up while an enemy was still nearby. Elga yelled at her to be quiet, saying they were busy. Delia tried to add something but was interrupted. Lorelei then turned to Palala, hoping to ask for help, but Palala only laughed and said that if needed, they could just use the hero as bait. Lorelei grabbed Vivia by the shoulder and desperately asked if he would defeat the wyvern. Vivia ignored her, muttering to himself. Lorelei slapped him hard and shouted at him to pull himself together. Vivia sniffled and demanded that she apologize to him. Lorelei was stunned. After a moment, she admitted that she had given up. She said she did not want to believe it, but every one of them was selfish, and even now, this group did not deserve to be called the hero's party. Those words made Vivia scream even louder, shocking everyone. He shouted for them not to look at him that way and reminded them that he was the hero. He swore that he would remember this humiliation and that anyone who mocked him would die. As he raised his sword, a powerful wave of mana burst out from his body. Palala screamed in alarm, realizing that he was about to unleash his ultimate technique, the final sword. Lorelei was confused and asked what the final sword was. Elga explained that it was one of the hero's strongest moves, consuming more than half of his mana and cutting through everything in a wide area. Even without support magic, it would erase everything nearby, including the wyvern and their own party. Lorelei was horrified. She shouted that the forest was a valuable resource for the kingdom and that destroying it would cause serious consequences. However, her words stopped abruptly when a massive creature suddenly flew up into the sky. Looking up, she realized that it was the wyvern. Lorelei panicked when she saw the wyvern and realized what was about to happen. She believed they were all doomed and tried to get everyone to stop Vivia and prepare to deal with the situation. However, Palala cut her off in confusion, not understanding why Lorelei was so frantic. Elga suddenly realized the danger and shouted that they needed to run for their lives. Without hesitation, Palala and the others sprinted away, leaving Lorelei behind in shock. At the same time, Vivia screamed again and unleashed the final sword. Lorelei stood frozen, unable to believe that this was supposed to be the hero's party. After the chaos ended, all of them were taken to jail. Inside the cell, Vivia raged, demanding to be released and questioning whether this was how a hero was treated. The guards silenced him and called him a criminal, which stunned Vivia. He protested, saying that the kingdom had asked them to defeat the wyverns, yet instead of being thanked, they were being locked up. The guard sarcastically thanked him and explained that the lake in Edcock Forest was one of the kingdom's most important resources. Destroying it just to kill a single wyvern was completely unreasonable. The guard added that many adventurers passed through that forest every day, and it was a miracle no one had been killed. If there had been casualties, Vivia would have been charged with murder. The guard also mentioned that he had heard about Vivia abandoning his allies before and told him to reflect on his actions while awaiting punishment. Vivia dismissed the guard's words, telling himself to let them talk. At that moment, Lorelei raised her hand and politely asked to speak. She explained that she had nothing to do with the destruction of the forest. In fact, she had tried to reduce the damage caused by Vivia's out-of-control attack, and if not for her efforts, the destruction would have been far worse. Vivia angrily accused Lorelei of trying to save herself. The guard checked the records and noted that Lorelei was not even registered as a member of the party. Vivia hurriedly explained that she had only joined that day, so it had not been updated yet. Without hesitation, Lorelei told the guard that she barely knew the others. This infuriated Vivia. The guard then scolded the rest of the party, accusing them of being shameless for abandoning their friend to save themselves. Palala tearfully claimed that she had also risked her life trying to stop the hero. Delia, with tears in her eyes, said she had done the same, but Vivia had been too powerful, so all she could do was try to reduce the number of casualties. Elga agreed, saying they had all done their best. Basta briefly confirmed this as well. Hearing everyone speak against him, Vivia was left speechless, unable to understand what had come over them. The guard concluded that since the other party members were injured while trying to stop the hero, the only one who should be imprisoned was Vivia himself. Everyone immediately agreed. Vivia shook with rage, cursing them all in his mind. The guard accepted their statements and decided that, given the circumstances, the hero alone would be held responsible for the incident. Vivia gasped in disbelief. Delia told him to accept his punishment. Elga said that although they would be free, they would be waiting outside. Palala reminded him to reflect on what he had done. Basta simply said goodbye. Lorelei smiled at Vivia and wished him well as she left. Vivia, filled with anger, swore in his heart that he would never forgive the others. Before anything else could happen, a calm voice suddenly came from outside the cell, questioning what all the noise was about. The guard turned around and froze in shock. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply and apologized, saying he should have welcomed the visitor properly. The man told him not to worry. Vivia immediately realized who the visitor was and widened his eyes in disbelief. Standing before them was Werdok, the Chancellor of the Granheim Kingdom. The Chancellor greeted the members of the hero's party and expressed his pleasure at meeting them, even though it was their first encounter. Palala and Lorelei were stunned that someone so important had appeared in such a place. The Chancellor calmly explained that he happened to be nearby on official business and that their imprisonment seemed to be a mistake. He ordered the guard to release them immediately. The guard hesitated, mentioning the ongoing investigation and suggesting at least keeping the hero detained. The Chancellor repeated his command firmly, leaving no room for argument. The guard quickly obeyed and opened the cell. Everyone stepped out in confusion. The Chancellor then addressed Vivia directly, calling him the hero chosen by the Holy Sword and saying there was something important he wanted to discuss. He added that he did not wish to talk in such a place and suggested continuing the conversation over a meal. Vivia's mood instantly brightened at the thought. The Chancellor laughed lightly and assured him that a grand feast had already been prepared at the royal capital for him and his party. Elsewhere, Ariake and his group arrived at the town of Olden. Colette was amazed by how beautiful the town looked. Suddenly, water splashed over Ariake, soaking him. An elderly woman apologized, explaining that she had been watering her flowers and got carried away. Ariake kindly told her not to worry. Colette complained while helping him dry off, and Ariake remarked that starting their visit like this felt like bad luck. Deep down, he felt uneasy and hoped nothing bad had happened to Vivia. As they walked through the town, Colette noticed how clean everything was, with no trash anywhere and flower beds lining the street. Despite this, she felt strangely uneasy. Ariake agreed, thinking the town was a little too clean and wondering where all the trash went. As they walked down a narrow path, Ariake noticed someone approaching, but the person quickly slipped into a nearby shop. Soon, Colette noticed a large crowd gathering around someone. Suddenly, people rushed forward in excitement, shouting the name of Lord Heinrich. Colette and the others were pushed into the middle of the crowd, completely surrounded. Ariake managed to slip out and found himself face to face with Heinrich. Heinrich noticed him and briefly questioned his presence, then quickly dismissed him as an ordinary traveler. He proudly announced that he would soon give a speech about a new policy to keep the city beautiful. For a moment, Heinrich felt as though he had seen Ariake somewhere before, but he brushed the thought aside and turned back to the crowd. After Heinrich moved on, Colette angrily complained about his arrogant attitude. Ariake responded calmly, saying he was actually curious. With a slight smirk, he suggested they stay and listen to what this so-called beautiful policy really was. In Chapter 19, Heinrich stood before the crowd and praised the people of the city. He thanked them for their hard work and loyalty and said he was proud of them. The crowd responded with loud cheers, admiring him and calling him compassionate and amazing. Colette felt overwhelmed by the noise, while Ariake calmly observed that such admiration was expected for a young noble like Heinrich. After the crowd settled down, Heinrich spoke again and claimed that the peace of the city was being threatened. He blamed poor people who avoided taxes and accused beastfolk in particular of being the cause of crime. He described them as dangerous because of their strength and nature, and promised to protect the citizens from them. He declared that the slums would be cleaned up and that crackdowns on beastfolk would increase. The crowd cheered enthusiastically and demanded protection from those they saw as enemies. Watching this, Ariake realized that beastfolk were being treated as villains in the city. Colette quietly worried that people like her could be attacked simply for being dragonfolk. Heinrich then announced that he would listen to appeals from city representatives. The first representative was the district chief of Sexta. The old man stepped forward and tried to explain that theft had increased in his district and that he needed help. A guard repeatedly interrupted him, telling him to handle it himself and calling the issue trivial. Heinrich stopped the guard and claimed that no problem of his people was too small and that he only wanted peace for the city. The guard apologized, praising Heinrich's generosity, which made it clear to some observers that it was all part of a performance. Heinrich then pointed out that Sexta had many low-class beastfolk and suggested that they were obviously the thieves. He claimed they were taking over the district and insisted that removing them was the solution. The district chief hesitated, explaining that Sexta relied on beastfolk labor for its industrial work. Heinrich accused him of trying to profit from criminals and declared that the city must stop depending on such labor. He ended by calling for the complete removal of all beastfolk. The crowd cheered loudly and demanded that beastfolk be driven out. Under pressure, the district chief finally agreed to support Heinrich's plan. Seeing this, Ariake felt uneasy, realizing that even those who doubted Heinrich were forced to go along with him in the end. He sensed that something was very wrong. Next, the guard announced the guild master of Olden City. Another elderly man stepped forward and reported that the adventurer killer had appeared again, having killed 10 adventurers in just 1 month. The crowd reacted with fear and shock as murmurs spread through the plaza. Colette was surprised to hear about such a threat, and someone nearby warned them that if they were adventurers, they should be very careful. Everyone already knew that the adventurer killer only targets adventurers. No one knows their identity, but they are extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Ariaki felt uneasy, sensing that something was not right. Heinrich told the crowd that this threat worried him deeply. He explained that the adventurer killer had last appeared more than a year ago at the Temple of Purgatory. Heinrich claimed that he had tried to capture them but failed, describing the killer as very elusive. Still, he promised the people that he would hunt the adventurer killer down. He declared that even if the killer was hiding among adventurers, he would find them and execute them. Ariaki felt that something about Heinrich's words did not sit well with him. As Heinrich spoke, his gaze suddenly met Ariaki's. Heinrich recognized him as the adventurer he had seen earlier and openly pointed him out to the crowd. After learning who Ariaki was, Heinrich revealed that he was Mahama Ariaki, the former member who had been removed from the heroes' party. The crowd immediately turned their attention to him, whispering and mocking him as a useless cast-off. Heinrich pretended to calm the crowd and acted generous. He suggested giving Ariaki a private tour of the city as an act of kindness. The people praised Heinrich for his compassion toward someone who had fallen so low. Colette became angry at this treatment, but Ariaki decided to accept the offer, feeling it would be rude to refuse and wanting to see the city more closely. Soon after, Heinrich led Ariaki and Colette through the town. He proudly showed them a monument designed by a famous artist and praised how well it matched the lively city. Ariaki acknowledged the beauty of the city, while Colette agreed but noticed suspicious people following them. Heinrich dismissed her concern, saying precautions were necessary because of his fame. As they walked, Ariaki carefully observed the surroundings, especially the homeless people scattered around the street. Heinrich then politely offered his hand to help Colette over a step, showing a courteous front. Ariaki's attention shifted to Heinrich's sword, which seemed unusually intimidating for a noble so heavily guarded. When Ariaki mentioned this, one of the guards angrily interrupted, but Heinrich brushed it off and claimed Ariaki simply did not understand. Heinrich then proudly hinted that his sword was exceptional, reinforcing his image as a powerful and important figure. Ariaki tried to examine Heinrich's sword, but Heinrich immediately stopped him and shouted for him not to touch it. Both Ariaki and Colette froze. Heinrich quickly corrected himself, saying that a commoner was not allowed to lay hands on such a weapon. Ariaki apologized calmly and changed the subject. Ariaki then asked about the city, noting that he had not seen many beast folk around. He questioned whether they were truly the main cause of the rise in crime. Heinrich reacted sharply, insisting that beast folk were poor, cowardly criminals and that the city needed to rid itself of them. He then abruptly shifted his attention to Colette, praising her beauty and comparing her to a princess. Colette pointed out that she was a dragonfolk, but Ariaki quickly stopped her from saying more. Colette then teased Heinrich, saying he had good taste for a human. Heinrich took this as encouragement and claimed that her talents were being wasted with Ariaki. He suggested that she abandon him and stand by Heinrich's side instead, calling it the greatest honor possible. Colette laughed and then coldly warned Heinrich to keep his jokes to himself. Her sharp words shocked him. She openly declared that her master, Mahama Ariaki, was far superior to Heinrich and that Heinrich was nothing more than a third-rate politician with an inflated ego. Heinrich was left shaking with anger and humiliation. Ariaki tried to calm Colette, but she said she could not stay quiet after Heinrich insulted him. Before Heinrich could explode, his attention was drawn to a homeless man nearby. Disgusted, Heinrich recoiled and ordered his guard to clear the way. The guard shouted at the man, who quickly begged for forgiveness. Colette criticized Heinrich for going too far, but Heinrich proudly claimed that controlling such people was a noble's right and that the man's life was in his hands. When Heinrich ordered the guards to remove the man, the homeless person suddenly ran away at incredible speed. The guards chased after him, but Heinrich mocked the man as a fleeing pest. Unknown to him, Ariaki had quietly cast a speed-enhancing spell to help the man escape. Heinrich then remembered another event planned for the day, the public execution of several beast folk. He invited Ariaki and Colette to watch it together, claiming that seeing this punishment would finally make Colette understand his way of ruling. Heinrich led Ariaki and Colette to the public execution site. 2 young beast folk, a boy and a girl, were tied to crosses, their bodies covered in wounds. A guard slapped the boy across the face while another barked at the girl to stay silent. Colette protested, shocked and angry that children were being treated this way, while Ariaki's expression darkened. Heinrich explained that these children had opposed his policies and must be punished to prevent future insurrections. Without warning, he grabbed the boy by the ear, and when the boy cursed, Heinrich kicked him in the stomach. He then announced that the siblings would be stoned to death. Colette gasped in horror, unable to believe they were being punished for simply protesting. As the guards hurled stones at the children, a magical barrier appeared, deflecting the stones. Heinrich realized immediately that Ariaki had intervened. Furious, he shouted at Ariaki for defying him. Ariaki calmly stated that if he was truly useless, saving these children was no trouble. Heinrich, enraged, accused him of disobedience and ordered the guards to seize Ariaki. Heinrich threatened that Ariaki would watch helplessly as the siblings he had tried to save were killed. Colette called out to Ariaki, but he shook his head, signaling that the children no longer needed their help. Suddenly, one of the stones exploded in a guard's hand, and the guard fell instantly, horrified. Alicia Lundebrook, the great Saintess, stepped forward. Heinrich's face turned pale at the sight of her, shocked and unsure why she had arrived. The barrier magic and its immense power made it clear that she had come to stop the execution and confront Heinrich directly. Alicia demanded an explanation in a strong voice. When Heinrich noticed her, his face turned pale. He immediately realized who she was, Alicia Lundebrook, the great Saintess. The guards nearby were shocked, and whispers spread through the area as people recognized her. Alicia looked at Ariaki, who was being held down by two guards. He looked back at her calmly. She ordered the guards to stop restraining him and to let him go at once. The guards were confused but obeyed her command. Alicia then walked past them and moved toward Heinrich. Heinrich tried to act polite and suggested that the execution grounds were not a suitable place for someone like her. Before he could say more, Alicia pointed her staff at him and accused him of treating the beastfolk unfairly. She stated that discriminating against people because of their race went against their religion. Hearing that the church was involved made Heinrich nervous. Alicia reminded him that their faith clearly forbade racial discrimination, yet he had broken that rule. Heinrich looked around and tried to delay the situation, saying this was not the right place to judge him. People in the crowd began to whisper, noticing how strangely Heinrich was acting. He responded loudly, claiming that he was only punishing criminals and that the church had no right to interfere in how he ruled the beastfolk. Alicia took his reaction seriously and explained that she had already investigated the situation. She described how Heinrich had raised taxes on the beastfolk, taken their property, and punished anyone who resisted in cruel ways, including public executions. She explained that such harsh treatment for small crimes was clear discrimination and said the situation had become very serious. As the great Saintess of the Bridget Church, Alicia officially recommended that Heinrich be excommunicated, meaning he would be cast out of the church. The crowd was shocked by this announcement. People whispered in disbelief, knowing how serious excommunication was. Watching everything happen, Colette quietly commented on how emotional everyone had become. Ariaki explained that Brigitism was the state religion, followed by almost everyone in the country. Because of this, the church held great power. If Heinrich were excommunicated, he would lose all his authority. Realizing he had no choice, Heinrich quickly took back his earlier claims and ordered the guards to free the beastfolk prisoners. The guards immediately released the children. Relief spread through them as siblings rushed toward each other, happy to be reunited. The young girl cried as she hugged her brother tightly, unable to hold back her emotions. Alicia walked toward them, relieved that she had arrived in time. The two children immediately recognized her as the great Saintess. Without wasting a moment, Alicia healed their injuries, using her power to ease their pain. She reassured them that everything would be fine and that they would soon feel better. The children thanked her with grateful smiles. As Alicia finished, she noticed Heinrich trying to quietly leave the area. She stopped him at once, pointing out that he had not yet apologized to the two children. Heinrich reacted in shock, unable to believe he was being told to apologize. Alicia warned him that if he refused to repent, she would have no choice but to excommunicate him after all. Heinrich froze, his body trembling, and could not find the words to respond. Forced into a corner, Heinrich turned toward the two beastfolk children and apologized to them. Alicia accepted this and then demanded that he apologize to Ariaki as well. Heinrich was stunned, but Alicia explained that if the children had been executed, Heinrich would have certainly been excommunicated. Because Ariaki had protected them, Heinrich had narrowly avoided that fate. Alicia made it clear that Heinrich's treatment of Ariaki was unacceptable and that he owed him an apology. Under Alicia's intense stare, Heinrich's resistance collapsed. Shaking, he finally apologized for his actions. Alicia accepted it and considered the matter settled. Ariake responded calmly, saying that as long as Heinrich truly repented, he should never repeat such actions again. The crowd watched in disbelief. Many people whispered among themselves, shocked to see Lord Heinrich bow his head to someone as powerless as Ariake. Others spread the news that Heinrich had even apologized to the beastfolk children. Overcome with shame and anger, Heinrich could no longer stand the situation and decided to leave. The guards quickly pushed through the crowd, ordering civilians to move aside as Heinrich departed. Watching him go, Colette felt satisfied by what had happened. Soon after, someone familiar spoke to Ariake, greeting him after a long time apart. Ariake responded warmly, saying he was glad to see her doing well. At that moment, Alicia's face turned bright red. Inside, her thoughts raced. It had been weeks since she last saw Ariake, and she was overwhelmed with happiness. She was glad she had gone after him, and couldn't help thinking that he looked even more impressive than before. As Alicia calmed down, she noticed someone standing behind Ariake. Her attention shifted to Colette, whom she studied closely. Her tone grew serious as she wondered who this cute young girl was. Colette politely introduced herself. Inside Alicia's mind, emotions exploded. She thought Colette was adorable and couldn't believe that Ariake had already teamed up with such a pretty girl. She felt flustered and unsure of herself, realizing she might end up feeling left out. Her thoughts spiraled as she compared herself to Colette's small and gentle appearance. At the same time, Colette grew nervous under Alicia's gaze. She felt overwhelmed by Alicia's beauty and powerful presence, which seemed almost inhuman. Colette remembered her master mentioning a reliable companion, but she had never imagined someone like Alicia. Unsure of what to do, she broke into a cold sweat as the tension between the two girls quietly filled the air. Ariake asked Alicia whether she was traveling alone and what had happened to the others. Alicia quickly explained that she had left Vivia's party. Ariake reacted calmly but found it interesting that the church had sent her to the same place he was. At that point, Alicia's face turned red as she admitted the truth. She had actually been following Ariake. She explained that she also had church duties, so it worked out, and since she had just left the heroes' party, she hoped to join Ariake's group instead. Ariake seemed to understand and turned to Colette, checking whether she was comfortable with Alicia joining them. Both girls reacted with surprise. Inside Colette's mind, panic began to grow. Traveling with Alicia sounded difficult, but she feared that if she acted jealous or narrow-minded, Ariake might abandon her. At the same time, Alicia's thoughts were racing. She worried that Ariake asking Colette for permission meant the two of them were already very close. Trying to calm herself, she told herself not to jump to conclusions. Seeing Colette hesitate, Alicia decided this was her chance to act. She confidently presented herself, thinking that emphasizing her title and abilities would make her useful to the group. Even as she did so, she felt embarrassed for relying on her status. To Alicia's surprise, Colette reacted with pure admiration. She was amazed by Alicia's healing abilities and was especially shocked by her power to use revival magic, something extremely rare for humans. Colette's honest excitement caught Alicia off guard, and Alicia found herself swayed by her sincerity. At the same time, Alicia felt awkward, realizing her carefully planned move had not gone as expected. However, inside Colette's mind, the situation felt far more serious. She knew that no ordinary human should be able to use both advanced healing and revival magic. Alicia seemed almost unreal, like a character from a story. Colette worried that if someone so powerful joined the party, she herself would become unnecessary. Afraid of being left behind, she desperately searched for something she could offer that Alicia could not. Gathering her courage, Colette revealed her true background. She explained that she was the youngest daughter of the Dragon King. Though she was not a healer, she was a strong fighter and possessed the ability to breathe fire. As soon as she said it, Colette felt foolish for mentioning fire, worrying that she had exposed too much while having nothing else to offer. Instead of reacting negatively, Alicia responded with genuine excitement. She was impressed and pleased to learn that Colette was one of the legendary dragon folk. Having such a powerful fighter in the party made Alicia feel safe and reassured. Hearing this, Colette's eyes lit up. Alicia saw her as a worthy party member and had no intention of pushing her aside. Relieved and overjoyed, Colette eagerly accepted Alicia as an equal companion and looked forward to adventuring together. Alicia, surprised by how quickly things changed, realized that this meant she was truly welcome to join the party as well. Colette smiled warmly at Alicia, feeling truly happy. Inside, Alicia felt relieved as well. Colette let out a quiet sigh, realizing that she would not be pushed out of the party. From now on, she could continue traveling with her master. At the same time, Alicia shared a similar thought, feeling thankful that she would be able to stay with Ariake. She was glad everything had worked out and that she had been accepted into the party. Watching the two girls get along so naturally, Ariake found them both stubborn in their own ways and had not been sure how things would turn out. Seeing them smile together now, he relaxed and decided there was no need to worry after all. Soon after, the two beastfolk children approached and bowed deeply to Ariake and Alicia. They expressed their deep gratitude, knowing they owed their lives to them. The boy introduced himself as How of the Dog-Eared Tribe and explained that the girl beside him was his younger sister, Anne. He wished he could do more to repay them. Ariake brushed aside the praise and made it clear that the credit belonged to Alicia. However, and insisted that Ariake was the one who had saved them from execution. Alicia added that if Ariake had not acted first, she would never have arrived in time. Hearing this, How explained that while they owed their lives to the great Saintess, it was Ariake who had reached out to them when all hope was lost and had stood up to danger on their behalf. How swore he would never forget that kindness. Ariake accepted their gratitude modestly and shared the credit with Alicia, which made her sigh in mild frustration at his usual behavior. Ariake then asked what the siblings planned to do next. How explained that they intended to remain in the town and continue working as adventurers. Although Lord Heinrich still frightened him, there were kind people willing to help them, even if it had to be done secretly. He refused to abandon the town he loved just because of one cruel ruler. Alicia explained that Heinrich had only recently inherited his title after his father's death, which was why the church had taken so long to respond to his mistreatment of the beastfolk. Ariake quietly acknowledged this. Alicia reassured them that Heinrich would be punished for his actions and that the church would closely watch him from now on. Hearing this, the siblings were filled with hope. How grew excited, realizing that Heinrich would no longer be able to abuse his power freely, and smiled brightly, happy that they could return to adventuring without fear. How admitted that the threat of the so-called adventure killer still remained, but now they could finally live more peacefully. Colette commented that it felt like a happy ending. However, while the situation seemed calmer, Ariake remained thoughtful. He felt relieved knowing the church would monitor the town, yet he could not forget the dangerous look in Heinrich's eyes as he left. Sensing that there was still more to discuss, Ariake decided that he needed to speak with How and Anne again. Heinrich erupted in curses, his rage spilling over as he ranted about Miemai-chan. He burned with humiliation, furious that someone like Ariake would dare look down on a high-class noble such as himself. His anger twisted further when he recalled how Ariake had blocked the stones and defended the beastfolk, creatures Heinrich believed should be erased from the world. To him, their very existence was a sin, and he could not understand why anyone would oppose wiping them out. What enraged him most was that even the great saint had taken Ariake's side, declaring it her duty to formally recommend Heinrich's excommunication. The thought shattered what little restraint he had left. The idea that he, a noble, could be excommunicated filled him with murderous fury. He swore that those responsible would regret it, that they would pay with their lives. He imagined heads rolling as he vowed revenge, his breath coming out in harsh gasps after his violent outburst. As his rage cooled into calculation, he realized that the church would soon begin watching him. Before that happened, he needed to burn away the slander and silence anyone who threatened him. He would show them his true power. Gripping his sword, Heinrich reassured himself that even if he lost his noble standing, he still possessed this weapon, the one that had been given to him. When the door opened, he snapped to attention, blood still streaking his forehead. A subordinate appeared, trembling as he reported himself. Heinrich wiped the blood away and issued orders. First, they would deal with the so-called adventurer killer. But before that, he demanded confirmation of whether anyone suspicious had entered the Temple of Purgatory and ordered the man to bring him the names. The subordinate immediately presented a list prepared by the guild, as they always did. Heinrich flipped through the pages, and the moment he read the names, a wide, cruel smile spread across his face. He ordered the knights to prepare themselves, announcing that they would depart the next day. The command was acknowledged without hesitation. Heinrich's grin deepened as he focused on two names, How and Anne of the Dog-Eared Tribe. To him, they were nothing but filthy beasts, and he took it as proof that fortune was on his side. Later, Heinrich arrived at the Temple of Purgatory with his guards and surveyed the area. One guard reported that no suspicious adventurers had been seen entering the temple. Heinrich acknowledged the report, and then his eyes locked onto his true objective. His lips curled upward in satisfaction as he gave the order to enter the temple, which the knights obeyed at once. Inside, two beastfolk adventurers lingered, uneasy about rumors surrounding the adventurer killer. Despite the tension, they pressed on, more concerned with the inflated prices of loot and dismissing the danger as little more than an urban legend. They decided to hurry and finish their business quickly. In that instant, a blade suddenly pierced one of them through the chest. A cold presence loomed behind him, having already marked them as prey. The victim froze, terror flooding his body as he realized the truth of the legend. Without mercy, the attacker stabbed again, this time through the leg, and laughed cruelly. There would be no rescue. His men ensured that no one would interfere. Any interruption would only spoil their entertainment. Summoning his last strength, the wounded man struck back, landing a punch on the attacker's face. But when he saw who stood before him, his body stiffened in shock. It was Heinrich. With a weary sigh, Heinrich acknowledged that now he truly could not let this man live. A savage smile spread across his face as he swung his sword, carving deep into the man's back. He laughed coldly, dismissing the dying beastfolk as worthless garbage. Embracing his role, he reveled in the title of adventurer killer. Even trash like them, he believed, could strengthen his sword. The more blood it drank, the more beautifully it cut. To cultivate the blade and refine his own skill, he had to keep killing. This encounter was nothing more than an appetizer. The real feast awaited him, the slaughter of the damned siblings. Elsewhere within the temple, the two children wandered through the oppressive corridors. The atmosphere felt even more unsettling than before. They decided to rest for a moment, and Hao soon volunteered to scout ahead while and stayed behind to wait. Hidden within the shadows, Heinrich watched them with a twisted smile. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With the sister alone, he prepared to strike. Heinrich resolved to make them suffer, imagining how he would torture the brother in front of the sister's lifeless body. In his mind, this would be the perfect punishment for daring to humiliate him. He raised his sword high, determined to feed the adventurer killer's cursed blade and deliver judgment himself, and stood frozen, her eyes wide as the blade closed in on her. At the last moment, Hao appeared from behind and drove a powerful punch into Heinrich's face. The blow sent Heinrich crashing to the ground, clutching his nose in agony. Heinrich struggled to his feet, stunned by the sudden reversal. As Heinrich tried to understand how he had been ambushed, the truth was revealed. The figure he had taken for and removed a robe, showing that it had been Colette in disguise all along. The real and had been hidden safely behind him the entire time. From the shadows, Mahama Ariaki stepped forward, remarking that the plan had gone better than expected, though he had still been uneasy about it. Alicia also appeared, praising Colette for her successful disguise. Heinrich turned in shock when he saw Ariaki standing there, and confronted him, declaring that he now understood both Hao's strength and Ariaki's skill. Hao urged Heinrich to give up, making it clear that Ariaki had already seen through his deception. Confusion overtook Heinrich as Ariaki explained how he had uncovered the truth. During Heinrich's speech the day before, he had specifically mentioned the adventurer killer, even promising the people that he would apprehend the culprit, even if they were hiding among adventurers. That wording had stood out. By singling out adventurers, Heinrich had unintentionally suggested that the killer could be anyone within their ranks, which made his statement suspicious. It was also strange that someone of Heinrich's status would personally carry out such dirty work. His year-long search, which had produced no results, should have damaged his reputation, yet now everything made sense. The hunt for the adventurer killer had been nothing more than a cover, allowing Heinrich to continue his killings without suspicion. Heinrich shouted in protest, insisting that none of this proved anything. At that moment, the two beastfolk attacked earlier appeared, alive. They stood as witnesses, having seen everything. It was undeniable that Heinrich was the adventurer killer. Alicia confronted him directly, stating that he had killed them. Heinrich reacted in shock, but Alicia calmly explained that she had revived them with her magic. There was no need for further proof. Colette then pointed out the sword Heinrich carried, noting its disturbing aura. It was a weapon that grew more wicked with every life it took, though its nature was difficult to detect while it was sheathed. Ariaki concluded that the sheath must have been specially made to hide the blade's sinister presence. Hearing all of this, Heinrich erupted in fury, screaming in outrage as his crimes were laid bare. Ariaki reflected that cornering a noble like Heinrich required a carefully laid trap. According to the plan he devised, Hao and the others had been used as decoys to draw Heinrich out. Alicia admitted that things had not gone perfectly, as they had lost sight of Heinrich along the way and failed to prevent casualties. She apologized deeply for that failure. However, the others reassured her that her actions had still made it possible to expose the killer. Alicia pointed directly at Heinrich, declaring him not as the adventurer killer, but as a criminal. The accusation drained the color from Heinrich's face. He recoiled in disbelief at being labeled a criminal and angrily demanded that someone arrest her instead. Alicia calmly informed him that she had already set up a barrier, ensuring that no one else could intervene. Stepping closer, Alicia began listing his crimes in cold detail: murder, violations of civil rights, assault, blackmail, and countless other offenses. Heinrich's attempts at excuses were meaningless. She declared him a disgrace to the nobility and stated that once the truth was fully revealed, he would lose everything he had. With the verdict clear, Ariake ordered that Heinrich be taken into custody. The two beastfolk stepped forward, announcing that they would handle it. Meanwhile, Heinrich remained in a dazed state, muttering to himself as reality closed in. When Colette moved ahead, her foot struck something hard on the floor. A sword lay there, rattling ominously as if responding to Heinrich's thoughts. Under his breath, Heinrich muttered that they would all pay. At first, the others were confused by his murmuring. Then Ariake suddenly stiffened, sensing imminent danger. Heinrich's eyes burned with madness as his rage boiled over, and he vowed to kill every single one of them. Ariake shouted a warning, telling everyone to get down. In the next instant, the sword rose into the air on its own, dark energy swirling as it was drawn into the blade. Colette was knocked to the ground while the others braced themselves against a violent gust of wind. Heinrich seized the sword as flames erupted along its edge, the weapon fully awakened. Alicia recognized it at once as the demonic sword itself. Ariake realized the situation had turned dire, and Alicia reacted in disbelief. A chilling laugh escaped Heinrich as he prepared to unleash the true power of his cursed blade. Chapter 22 opens with Heinrich losing himself to madness as he boasts about his demonic blade, a weapon he believes has devoured countless souls. Consumed by arrogance and rage, he declares that everyone who dares insult him will perish by its power. Ariake tries to stop him, realizing that what Heinrich is wielding is not a sword at all, but something far more dangerous. In the next moment, a grotesque monster emerges behind Heinrich. Its slimy, gelatinous body slides into him, invading him from within. Heinrich screams in agony as cracking sounds echo through the chamber, his body being violently taken over. The creature's jelly-like mass swells larger and larger as it absorbs him. Heinrich's head dangles grotesquely from the monster's limb-like extensions, while his legs are swallowed into its writhing, soft body. The horrifying truth becomes clear. Ariake identifies the creature as a mimic, a monster that disguises itself as an item and devours adventurers to grow stronger. Having consumed countless souls, this mimic has evolved far beyond its usual form. It is now a hell mimic. The monster launches an attack, smashing into the ground and sending rocks flying in every direction. Its tentacle-like limbs hurl debris relentlessly, forcing everyone to dodge. To make matters worse, its limbs begin multiplying rapidly, overwhelming the battlefield. The attacks grow faster and more unpredictable, pushing Ariake and Alicia to their limits as they struggle to protect everyone. Ariake explains that mimics are not limited to treasure chests, and after consuming so many souls, this one has reached its final evolution. A hell mimic is classified as a SSS rank monster, a disaster-level threat capable of wiping out entire areas. The ground near them collapses as the monster slams its limbs down, releasing a massive shockwave. The floor cracks and crumbles, and the deafening impact leaves many adventurers unconscious. As the dust settles, it becomes clear that the shockwave has likely incapacitated most people still inside the temple. Observing carefully, Alicia notices that the monster's movements seem slightly sluggish, suggesting that it may not have fully absorbed Heinrich yet. That means there is still a small window of opportunity. Ariake quickly checks on Hao, confirming that he can still move, and orders an immediate evacuation. Since they are on the lower floors, everyone must get out as fast as possible. Ariake makes a decisive call. Alicia and Colette are to prepare for battle while the others escape. He does not intend to merely stall the monster, but to defeat it outright, with himself providing support from behind. Colette responds with confidence, while Alicia remains calm and determined, fully trusting in Ariake's support. Together, they believe they cannot lose. Ariake warns them not to separate, as his enhancements will not reach them if they stray too far. Both Alicia and Colette assure him they will stay close. Colette declares that she will show the true power of the dragonfolk. Understanding his limits, Hao resolves to help evacuate the remaining adventurers. He knows he would be useless against a monster of this level, but he can still save lives. Ariake places a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him that he knows exactly what to do in a crisis and is a far better adventurer than he believed. Ariake entrusts him with reviving the fallen adventurers and ensuring everyone else escapes safely. Moved by those words, Hao's eyes shine with resolve. Ariake casts a spell to increase Hao's psychic resistance, and Hao rushes off to carry out his task. As the remaining adventurers flee, the monster appears to finish absorbing Heinrich completely, its presence growing even more ominous. With the evacuation underway, the 3 remaining fighters turn to face the Hell Mimic head-on. Heinrich's distorted, sinister laughter echoes from within the monster as his hatred fixates on one target above all else, Ariake. The mimic lunged toward them, its massive body surging forward. Ariake immediately warned them not to stray too far, explaining that if they did, his support magic would be delayed. They needed to maintain a tight formation. Both Alicia and Colette acknowledged his command at once. Ariake began casting multiple enhancement spells on Colette, granting her bursts of invisibility, speed, and evasion. He cautioned her that these buffs were extremely powerful but short-lived. She was not to overextend herself. After striking, she needed to pull back immediately. Colette admitted she did not fully understand, but agreed anyway, charging forward without hesitation. Turning to Alicia, Ariake informed her that Colette's buffs would expire in 45 seconds and instructed her to deploy a barrier before that happened. Alicia confirmed the timing precisely, planning to activate the barrier at 44 seconds. Colette rushed in with visible excitement, weaving through the mimic's tentacles at incredible speed. She quickly realized that the monster's sheer size made its movements predictable. Closing the distance, she delivered a powerful punch straight into its body. The impact caused blood to burst from the creature's mouth, and Colette was certain the hit had hurt it badly. She immediately turned to retreat. At that moment, a grotesque mouth opened at the exact spot she had struck, nearly swallowing her whole. Colette was shocked to see the monster grow a mouth where she had hit it, realizing that damaging it seemed to make it even more dangerous. Alicia grew frustrated at the realization that attacking the creature appeared to strengthen it. Ariake, however, remained composed and instructed Colette to continue baiting the monster in the same way. She followed his orders, drawing its attention and attacks. Ariake reasoned that the mouth would eventually disappear, meaning the monster was actually healing. Alicia agreed that there was little they could do to stop that regeneration directly. As the monster charged toward Colette again, Alicia warned her. Ariake calmly reminded them that, despite everything, it was still just a mimic. Colette continued dodging its attacks effortlessly, confident in Ariake's buff. She mocked the creature's inability to touch her, convinced that it had already shown its limits. Suddenly, the mimic shifted its focus and locked onto Ariake. In an instant it dashed toward him. Colette panicked as she realized it had changed targets. Before the monster could reach him, a powerful force struck it head-on, halting its advance. Ariake calmly noted that the timing was perfect. Alicia had stepped in exactly when needed. She asked Ariake to use his own skills on himself as well. He explained that he had anticipated the monster targeting him eventually but had chosen to conserve his magic until it was necessary. Alicia worried about what might have happened if he had been injured. Ariake dismissed the concern, stating with absolute confidence that as long as Alicia was supporting him, nothing would happen. He reminded her that she had saved the hero's party countless times, and with her there, he knew they would be fine. When Ariake looked at her, he noticed that Alicia was trembling. Her face flushed red as she struggled to focus, overwhelmed by his unwavering trust in her even in the middle of battle. Embarrassed, she scolded him for staring, worried that it would break her concentration and cause the barrier to fail. Ariake immediately apologized and looked away, realizing he had upset her again. Colette landed behind them just as the barrier went up. Ariake praised her performance as the monster's limbs slammed against the barrier and wrapped around it tightly. With a moment of breathing room secured, Ariake calmly stated that they had some time before the barrier would collapse, enough for him to explain the monster's weakness. Both of them were stunned that he had already figured it out. Colette protested, pointing out that every time they hit the monster, it seemed to grow stronger. Ariake corrected her, explaining that the creature was actually being damaged, not empowered. What they were seeing was a trick. He elaborated that the tentacles around the damaged areas moved more slowly. While the mimic was highly resilient, it was undeniably weaker where it had been struck. The mouth that appeared was simply a deception designed to make it look stronger while buying time to recover. Mimics commonly rely on such deceptive tactics in combat. Understanding finally dawned on Colette, while Alicia added that even knowing this, the monster's regenerative ability was still extremely dangerous. After taking damage, it could fully recover within 10 seconds. Ariake acknowledged that fact, but pointed out that it was also the key to its weakness. If the mimic possessed such incredible healing, why would it bother hiding its wounds with a mouth? Colette quickly answered that it was to appear stronger, though Ariake wondered if she had really been listening. After thinking it through, Alicia proposed a theory. If they struck the same spot twice before it could recover, the monster might not be able to heal properly. Hearing that, Ariake allowed himself a confident smirk. At the very least, it was worth trying. Chapter 23 begins with Alicia realizing that the mimic must be attacked again before it has time to recover. Ariake agrees and concludes that they only have one viable strategy: multi-strike attack. Their overall damage output will not increase, but by striking repeatedly in rapid succession, they can prevent the monster from regenerating. By continuing the assault without pause, they can exhaust its energy. Colette reacts with confidence, while Alicia reminds them that wearing down an SSS-class monster is anything but easy. At that moment, cracks begin spreading across the barrier. Alicia warns that it will not hold much longer, leaving them with no choice but to act. Ariake agrees, and Colette eagerly prepares for battle. As the barrier shatters completely, the three of them launch forward at the same time. Ariake declares that they must finish the fight before the monster destroys the entire dungeon. Without hesitation, Ariake activates multiple party-wide enhancement spells, greatly increasing their speed, agility, and allowing them to strike multiple times in succession. The monster roars as the final battle begins. Colette immediately leaps into the air and delivers a rapid double strike, landing 2 blows in an instant. Before the mimic can fully regenerate, Alicia follows up with her own attack. Together, they keep striking continuously, giving the monster no chance to heal. Part of its body tears away under the relentless assault, confirming that their strategy is working. The multi-strike attacks are successfully suppressing its regeneration, just as Ariake predicted. Ariake then joins the offensive directly, jumping high and slamming his foot into the monster. As he moves in for another blow, the creature glares at him, but in the blink of an eye, Ariake vanishes from its sight. With lightning speed accelerating their movements and nimbleness closing the gaps in their attacks, Ariake observes that the monster is little more than a massive damage sponge. Still, even that can be dealt with. Colette charges again, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches. When a tentacle swings at her from behind, Ariake intercepts it with a perfectly timed kick. Alicia follows with a storm of simultaneous strike. Their coordinated assault pushes the monster closer to its limit. Ariake calls out that they are nearly out of time, and Alicia realizes that this means they have arrived at the decisive moment. The mimic suddenly roars and opens its mouth wide, expelling a jelly-like substance that splashes over them, soft and sticky. Confusion spreads, but Ariake explains that the creature can no longer maintain its tentacles. Its strength is failing. Encouraged, Colette cheers as they press the attack. Desperate, the monster turns and attempts to flee. Alicia panics at the sight of it escaping, and Colette reacts in frustration, knowing they were so close to defeating it. Alicia prepares to block the exit with a barrier, but Ariake stops her and orders her to keep chasing instead. Without waiting, he sprints after the wounded creature, leaving Alicia momentarily confused before she follows. The injured hell mimic bursts out of the temple, its torn body writhing through the air. Ariake and the others arrive right behind it. Ariake realizes the monster is likely trying to devour people outside to recover, but he informs it that all the adventurers have already evacuated, thanks to the beastfolk Heinrich once tortured. The monster growls in fury at the realization. Alicia panics, unsure how they will finish it now, but Ariake calmly reassures her. He had anticipated that the mimic would try to escape the temple. Turning to Colette, he asks if she is ready. With a confident smirk, Colette signals that she is more than ready and can finally fight at full power. Ariake raises his hand and initiates their final gambit, giving Colette permission to unleash everything she has. In an instant, Colette transforms into a dragon. Alicia watches in awe, overwhelmed by the sight. In her dragon form, Colette lets out a mighty roar, declaring judgment upon Heinrich and the Hell Mimic, alongside her dragon knight, Miemai-chan. In her dragon form, Colette unleashed her ultimate attack. A blinding white blast erupted from her mouth, completely engulfing the Hell Mimic. The beam tore through the sky, swallowing everything in its path and leaving nothing untouched. The others could only stare in shock. Alicia shut her eyes and shielded herself from the overwhelming impact. When the thick smoke finally cleared, a massive crater remained. There was no dust, no remains, and no trace of the monster. It had been erased completely. Moments later, Colette returned to her human form and collapsed forward. Ariake caught her before she hit the ground, letting out a weary sigh at how recklessly she had gone all out. Colette, however, was laughing, clearly exhilarated by the fight. Alicia hurried over, stunned by what she had witnessed. She realized that what she had seen was Colette's true form, and the revelation left her deeply moved. A dragon, powerful and beautiful, fighting alongside them. Alicia felt both admiration and determination rise within her. As the excitement faded, Alicia's expression turned serious. She looked at the enormous crater, fully realizing that they had truly done it. Together, as a party, they had defeated the Hell Mimic. Exhaustion washed over her after the intense battle, while Colette remained energized, still riding the thrill of victory. Alicia acknowledged that the battle had been incredible and credited Ariake for leading them through it. Ariake, however, dismissed the praise, insisting that his abilities were meaningless without his allies. Without their strength and resolve, they would have lost. Hearing this, both Alicia and Colette smiled. Alicia reflected that although tensions between the beastfolk and the townspeople still remained, at least the adventurer killer had been dealt with. Ariake, however, remained cautious. Whether it was the demonic sword or not, he believed Heinrich had not acted alone. Someone else must have been supporting him from the shadows. Alicia grew uneasy at the thought of a hidden mastermind, but Colette brushed it aside, insisting they enjoy the moment after solving the case. After returning to Olden town as the hero who defeated Heinrich, Ariake was greeted warmly by the townspeople. Though grateful, he longed for a quiet and peaceful life and began looking for a way to slip away. Howe eventually found him and expressed heartfelt thanks on behalf of the beastfolk for saving them. Ariake tried to leave unnoticed, only for the townspeople to realize he was disappearing mid-celebration. From a distance, Howe could clearly see him fleeing the overwhelming hospitality of the town, amused that even a legendary hero could be chased off by gratitude alone. The people of Olden town were truly something else. When confronted, Ariake insisted that the victory had not been his alone and that everyone's efforts had made it possible. Howe accepted this humbly, honored just to have played a part. At that moment, and stepped forward and handed Ariake an item. It was the Bell of Dawn. If Ariake ever found himself in trouble, ringing it would cause every member of the dog-eared tribe to rush to his aid. Through this gift, Howe declared that their entire tribe swore unconditional loyalty to Ariake and wished to serve him in gratitude. Ariake was taken aback by the declaration and tried to refuse, but seeing their sincerity left him at a loss for words. Faced with their heartfelt resolve, he finally relented, though he insisted he did not plan to ever use it. That was more than enough for Howe and Anne, who smiled brightly in return. Before parting ways, Ariake gently patted their heads and reminded them to stay safe. Tears welled in their eyes as they said goodbye, marking the end of their journey together. Not long after, as Ariake wandered through the town, someone called out to him. Alicia had finally caught up, breathing heavily from running. Ariake asked where she had been and whether they were leaving soon. With a gloomy expression, Alicia explained that the church had contacted her and that she would have to leave the party for a while. The church officials wanted to speak with her in person. Ariake remarked that it sounded troublesome. Alicia insisted that she would return very soon, then vented her frustration, blaming Ariake for the situation. The church wanted to formally thank him for what he had done, and as a result, she now had to give a face-to-face report. Overwhelmed, she wondered how things had ended up this way. She then admitted that she was genuinely grateful to him for taking care of Heinrich. She also revealed that the archbishop had referred to him as Lord Miemai-Ariake, the hero, and that the church wished for him to accompany her so they could properly express their gratitude. Ariake refused without hesitation, saying he would rather not go. Alicia laughed softly, having expected that answer, knowing how much he disliked standing out. Ariake noticed how happy she seemed and realized it had been a long time since he had seen her like that. When Alicia asked if he had said something, she quickly brushed it off and said she would be leaving now. She reassured him that she had already informed Colette, so there was no need to worry. As she was about to go, Ariake called out to her and told her to stay safe, offering her a small, gentle smile. Alicia's face flushed bright red. She quickly turned away, shouting that she would be back as soon as possible, tears spilling from her eyes as she ran off. Watching her leave, Ariake let out a quiet sigh. Suddenly, a woman appeared behind him. She greeted him softly, introducing herself as Fenrir. Ariake remained silent as she giggled, explaining that she was Alicia's attendant. She remarked that she now understood why Alicia had never introduced them before. She hinted that Ariake should be wary of the true mastermind behind the recent incident. Before he could respond, Fenrir suddenly kissed his cheek. She wished him well and vanished into thin air, leaving Ariake completely stunned. Regaining himself, he muttered that he still had a long way to go. Some time later, Ariake and Colette boarded a wagon as it began to move. Colette joked that it felt like they had needed to plan an escape just to leave the town. Ariake quietly noted how well Alicia had hidden. When Colette asked about their next destination, Ariake answered that they were heading to the marine city of Belta. From there, they would need to cross the sea to reach Alti. Hearing this, Colette reacted with excitement at the thought of traveling across the ocean. As the wagon rolled onward, Ariake sank into deep thought. Fenrir's words lingered in his mind, strengthening his belief that someone had been manipulating Heinrich from the shadows. Despite this, he could not find any concrete trace of that presence, only a lingering sense of disgust. The feeling had followed him for some time now. The withering of the elven forest, the Devil's Grove and the town of Medisen, each incident felt disproportionate to the forces supposedly responsible. He had sensed the same unease when he saved Colette as well. Ariake could not ignore it any longer. Somewhere, someone was deliberately spreading darkness across the world. Chapter 24. Soon after the overthrow of Lord Heinrich, Ariake and Colette made preparations to head toward the coastal town of Delta in order to cross the sea. During the journey, Colette brought up the recent news about the heroes' party. Ariake already knew most of it, having heard the details from Alicia, including the fact that Vivia's sword had been taken from him, something he had not expected. Colette commented that a hero without a weapon was like a stew without meat, an oddly vivid comparison. Ariake reacted with mild exasperation and began listing various unlikely mishaps the hero might suffer, only to be stopped by Colette before he could continue further. As they traveled on, Colette suddenly noticed figures ahead on the road. The wagon came to a halt when it became clear that the people waiting were Royal Knight. One of them addressed Ariake directly, confirming his identity as the Great Sage. Another knight explained that they had come on behalf of the Granheim Kingdom to deliver a royal decree. Ariake reacted with surprise as he received and read the document. The decree ordered the Great Sage Miemai-chan to participate in an Imperial Duel against the hero Harano of Vivia. The duel was scheduled to take place in Belta 1 month from that day. Colette reacted in shock, realizing that the duel was meant to be a public spectacle. Ariake explained that such events were commonly used by kingdoms to demonstrate the power of their heroes, though inwardly he suspected there was another motive behind the decision. Colette immediately urged him not to submit to the kingdom's demands and suggested ignoring the decree entirely. The knights reacted in alarm, insisting on the authority of a royal order. Colette responded coldly and contemptuously, questioning the true power of human kings and ordering the knights to remember their place. Her words left them visibly shaken. Ariake, however, calmly remarked that the situation might not be a bad thing. He saw it as an opportunity to witness how much the heroes' party had grown. Colette protested, accusing him of being far too kind. Ariake reflected with quiet confidence that the party had surely made many mistakes since his departure, but that such mistakes were necessary for genuine growth. Even if his methods seemed harsh, he believed this attitude embodied what was known as parental love. Colette bluntly pointed out that he was not their father, then turned back to the knights and told them they should be grateful for her master's generosity. One of the knights hesitated, clearly unsure how to respond. In the end, Ariake gave his answer. He instructed the knights to inform the king that Miemai-chan would accept the duel. At the same time, in Wardok Mansion within the capital city of Paspathi of the Granheim Kingdom, the news of the Imperial Duel spread. Vivia reacted with shock and outrage upon hearing that he was to face Ariake. The Chancellor calmly confirmed the decree and assumed Vivia's acceptance, a smug smile spreading across his face. Vivia, now relieved, loudly declared that he had feared the special treatment meant some unpleasant task, and scoffed at the idea of facing Ariake, whom he dismissed as utterly beneath him. He was certain of an effortless victory. Delia cut in, remarking that the hero did not need to waste time on someone like Ariake and boasting that she herself could defeat him in a single strike. Elga agreed, criticizing Ariake as soft and lacking in muscle. Delia immediately snapped back at him, ordering him away with visible irritation. Palala quietly added that she also wanted to put Ariake in his place and intended to prove her superiority. Throughout the exchange, Lorelei remained silent. When she finally spoke, she questioned how everyone could be so carefree about the situation. Her words brought the room to a halt, and the atmosphere shifted as her concern lingered unanswered. Lorelei warned the group that she had heard reports of Ariake gathering numerous adventurers in the town of Medisen and leading them to safety by rescuing them from the Devil's Grove. She believed that if they were truly going to face him, proper preparation was necessary. Her concern was immediately dismissed, with the claim that she was being naive and that such stories were nothing more than rumors. According to the official narrative, Medisen had been saved by the kingdom's royal knights, not by Ariake. The Chancellor confirmed that position, stating that failure was not an option for the Royal Knights and that the kingdom had publicly announced that they were responsible for the eradication of the Devil's Grove. This revelation unsettled the atmosphere, as it became clear that the truth had been deliberately concealed. When pressed further, the Chancellor refused to elaborate, citing the need to respect his position. Silence followed. Palala expressed open frustration, insisting that Ariake was nothing more than a supporter and that any success must have come from the strength of the other adventurers. She mocked the idea that Ariake deserved credit, claiming that anyone who thought about it seriously would see through such exaggerations. Others echoed this sentiment, agreeing that the rumors were clearly inflated. Lorelei, however, continued to insist that if the stories were accurate, Ariake's role had gone far beyond simple support. Her persistence was abruptly shut down, and the room fell into an uncomfortable silence. Lorelei, visibly disheartened, resolved to leave the party. Basta immediately declared that he would leave as well and follow her. Delia responded coldly, explaining that such thoughts were pointless. After the incident in the Edcock Forest, numerous complaints and damage claims had been filed against them. As long as they remained members of the Heroes' Party, the kingdom shielded them from all responsibility. However, if they were to lose their titles, the protection would vanish, leaving them buried in debt and despised by the public. Their lives, she warned, would effectively be over. The weight of those words caused Lorelei and Basta to tremble. The situation felt deeply unjust and hopeless. Delia mocked their despair, declaring that they were all bound together now and that none of them had any chance of escape. Basta quietly described the situation as a nightmare. Palala burst into laughter, openly enjoying their misery, while others commented on her cruel nature. The Chancellor then addressed the group directly, explaining that the true purpose of the Imperial Duel was to restore the standing of the heroes. Their current reputation was unworthy of their title, especially when compared to Ariake, whom some citizens now regarded as the real hero. He challenged them to consider whether they would continue to allow such opinions to spread unchecked. This duel, he emphasized, was an opportunity to correct that imbalance and publicly determine who the true heroes were, before the eyes of the entire kingdom. The possibility of redemption began to sink in. Clearing their names, ending the harassment, and restoring public trust suddenly seemed attainable. The Chancellor assured them that although they had failed in Lakshmi, if they proved that their strength alone justified their status, public opinion would inevitably change. At that moment, the glass in Vivia's hand shattered from the force of his grip. He declared with absolute certainty that Ariake was weak and unworthy of serious consideration. He expressed disdain for a match whose outcome he believed was already decided. Even as others reacted to his outburst, he continued, asserting that as the hero, it was his duty to carry out justice. He rejected the notion of Ariake being a hero, viewing it as nothing more than self-deception. In his mind, Ariake was seeking revenge for being expelled from the party, and the duel represented a trial of justice. Ariake would be judged for his perceived deception and arrogance. With that conviction, Vivia announced his decision. He would accept the Imperial Duel. The others broke into laughter, acting as though the outcome of the coming duel was already obvious to them. The Chancellor then rose from his seat, remarking that he was looking forward to what was to come, but added that there was still one more matter to address. This unexpected addition caught Vivia off guard. At the Chancellor's signal, a young boy was brought into the room. He introduced himself as Lakri, expressing his anticipation at the prospect of traveling alongside them. The moment Vivia saw him, his expression hardened, clearly displeased and confused by the boy's sudden appearance. The Chancellor explained the reason for Lakri's presence. He intended for Vivia to take the boy under his care for the time being, appointing him as a disciple within the Heroes' Party. The announcement left Vivia stunned, as he struggled to process the idea that he was being assigned a disciple at all. His reaction was filled with frustration, and he openly showed his dissatisfaction with the situation. Vivia objected strongly, insisting that as a hero, caring for a child was not part of his responsibilities and that someone else should be tasked with the role. The Chancellor calmly rejected his protest, stating that there was no one more suitable. The reason, he explained, was Lakri's exceptional status. The boy was the wielder of the Holy Lance, Bryanak. Since Vivia himself wielded a holy weapon, the Chancellor concluded that Vivia alone was qualified to guide and oversee Lakri. The next chapter opens with the start of Lakri's special training under Vivia's supervision. The training begins immediately, with Lakri earnestly throwing himself into the session, fully aware that he is being taught by a hero and deeply appreciative of the opportunity. Vivia, however, shows little patience and urges the training to move along without ceremony. Lacri launches his first attack, charging forward with his weapon. Vivia avoids the strike with ease, causing Lacri to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Refusing to give up, Lacri quickly recovers and charges again. The clash of metal rings across the training grounds as the session continues. Elsewhere, while the others are absorbed in what appears to be casual training, Lorelei reflects on the upcoming Imperial Duel with Ariake, who is currently traveling toward the marine city of Belta. She watches the scene with growing unease. Palala urges Elga to hurry, while Elga responds irritably, asking for more time. Lorelei questions whether it is truly acceptable for them to be so relaxed under the circumstances. Delia reacts with confusion, while Palala explains that they are simply using their break to train. Lorelei sharply points out that what they are doing hardly resembles serious preparation, insisting that they should be focused on the duel. Palala dismisses her concern, remarking that Lorelei is always overly serious and that their opponent is only Ariake. Standing beside her, Basta quietly tells Lorelei that arguing is pointless, as the others will not change their minds. Even so, he notes that Lacri seems far more sincere and focused than the rest. Lorelei agrees, admitting that this realization only makes her more uneasy. At that moment, Lacri's weapon slips from his hands, spinning through the air before striking the ground. He immediately rushes to retrieve it. Vivia watches him closely, his expression darkening as he recalls the Chancellor's words about Lacri wielding the Holy Spear Bryanak and being entrusted specifically to Vivia. The idea that Lacri might grow into someone who could surpass him resurfaces in his thoughts. Vivia scoffs inwardly as he evaluates Lacri's movements, finding his thrusts slow and his techniques crude and predictable. The notion that this clumsy boy could ever surpass him feels laughable. His irritation grows, and he begins to see Lacri not as a disciple, but as an annoyance. To him, Lacri is nothing more than a talentless child who was chosen by chance and now mistakenly believes himself to be special. The thought of having an apprentice disgusts him, and his resentment toward Lacri intensifies. When Lacri returns after retrieving his weapon, Vivia strikes without warning, driving a hard punch into Lacri's stomach. Lorelei, witnessing the attack, immediately condemns the act as unfair, calling it a dirty move. Vivia dismisses the concern, reasoning that in a real battle, no one would wait for an opponent to be ready, and that this was a necessary lesson. Lacri staggers backward, his body trembling as he struggles to breathe through the pain. Even so, he remains standing. Despite his condition, he expresses gratitude for the lesson and insists that he can continue, asking Vivia to keep training him. Faced with Lacri's unwavering resolve, Vivia is left momentarily stunned by the boy's determination. Lorelei watched anxiously and urged that Lacri should not be pushed too far. Vivia, however, clenched his teeth in irritation. He convinced himself that the previous blow must not have landed properly, that he had only grazed Lacri by accident. Determined to correct that, he charged forward again, fully intending to strike with enough force to ensure that Lacri would not be able to rise afterward. Vivia launched his attack, and his sword collided head-on with Lacri's spear. The overwhelming gap in their strength sent Lacri flying backward, his body slamming violently into the ground. Vivia looked on with a smug expression, confident that this time Lacri would not be able to get back up. That confidence wavered when he saw Lacri's body trembling, followed by the boy slowly forcing himself upright despite the pain. Vivia's irritation deepened as he realized what had happened. Lacri had not simply endured the blow, he had deflected the impact with his spear. The realization made Vivia bristle with anger. Nearby, Lorelei stared in disbelief, recognizing that Lacri had not merely blocked the strike. In a single instant, he had deliberately altered the trajectory of the impact, redirecting the force and using his waist armor to absorb what remained. The speed and precision of that reaction revealed an extraordinary sense for combat. Palala commented jokingly from the sidelines, questioning whether Vivia was still holding back during the training. She immediately followed that thought by admitting that, from what she had seen, Vivia had actually been serious in that exchange. The remark provoked Vivia, who snapped back sharply, telling her to stay quiet and watch. Inside, Vivia swore that he would not allow Lacri to pull off something like that again. This time, he would not hold back. He resolved to show Lacri the undeniable difference between a mere trainee and a true hero. Gathering himself, Vivia unleashed his special technique. In a flash, he dashed forward and released a relentless barrage of slashes, attacking from every direction in a single overwhelming assault. The flurry of strikes tore through the air, and Lacri's scream rang out as the blows landed. The area was swallowed by thick smoke, and everyone present froze. When the smoke finally dispersed, Lacri was seen lying motionless on the ground. Alarm spread through the group. Some called out that the training should be stopped, while others accused Vivia of going far beyond what was reasonable. Vivia dismissed their concern, insisting that he had held back. Lacri eventually stirred, rolling onto his back while coughing heavily. Lorelei rushed to his side, ready to heal him at once. Vivia, still wearing a grin, treated the situation lightly, remarking that this was simply the result of him becoming serious and boasting about the power of his secret technique. To Vivia's surprise, Lacri managed to sit up and expressed admiration rather than fear. Vivia laughed loudly, convinced that Lacri could not possibly have understood what had happened. However, as Lacri struggled to breathe, he calmly explained that he had been able to follow Vivia's movements with his eyes, even though his body had been too slow to respond. Those words stopped Vivia cold. Lacri went on to describe the sequence of attacks in detail, explaining how Vivia had first swung his sword downward to lift him, then used the resulting momentum and gravity to bring the blade crashing down again. He spoke with excitement, saying that he had learned a great deal from that gravity-defying technique, and even commented on how distinctive Vivia's movements were, wondering if there was a deeper secret behind them. As Lacri spoke with genuine enthusiasm, Vivia simmered with rage. He could not comprehend how Lacri had been able to perceive his technique so clearly. The idea that Lacri had noticed subtleties in his combat style that even Vivia himself had never consciously considered was infuriating. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If Lacri's reflexes had been faster, his own attacks might not have landed at all. Vivia immediately rejected the notion, unable to accept that someone he considered a talentless brat could reach such conclusions. Delia quietly wondered whether the boy had truly perceived everything that had just happened. Palala, equally stunned, found it hard to believe. Elga, however, acknowledged under his breath that Lacri's defensive ability had been exceptional. Delia's thoughts quickly turned uneasy as she realized that Lacri's sharp perception and strong defense meant he could eventually replace her position beside Vivia. Palala clicked her tongue in irritation, recognizing that Lacri's ability to use magic to assist his movement would render her own magic ineffective in battle. Elga came to a similar conclusion, noting that unlike Vivia, Lacri specialized in defense and therefore fulfilled the same role that Elga himself occupied. The three of them fixed their gazes on Lacri, united by the same conclusion. If Lacri were to officially join the party, it would spell trouble for all of them. He had to be eliminated. Vivia glanced in their direction and immediately understood their intent. He decided to indulge it. By then, Lacri had just managed to recover enough to sit up. Vivia turned his attention back to him, deciding that this would be the moment to truly test Lacri's worth and determine whether he was fit to remain in the hero's party. Without any warning, the three companions joined in and attacked Lacri simultaneously. His screams echoed through the forest as the assault overwhelmed him. When it ended, Lacri lay on the ground, his body riddled with fresh wounds, gasping for breath. Vivia looked down at him with scorn, unimpressed that even such an attack had barely kept Lacri down. He added another kick, reinforcing his dominance. In Vivia's mind, if Lacri could not endure this level of training, then he had no place keeping pace with him. Amused by his own thought, Vivia decided that Lacri was at least suited for one role. Some time later, Vivia casually drank from his cup and barked at Lacri to hurry up and bring their drink. Lacri immediately complied, forcing himself to move despite his injuries. Palala added another demand, ordering him to bring snacks as well. Lorelei stepped in without hesitation, objecting to the way Lacri was being treated, pointing out that forcing him into servitude because he lost was nothing but bullying. Vivia dismissed her concern, reasoning that preparing tea was normal behavior for a disciple and that it at least gave Lacri something useful to do, given his lack of talent. Lorelei argued that anyone would lose in a 3-against-1 fight. Lacri, however, insisted that there was no need to defend him. He admitted that his weakness was simply a fact. Having only recently been chosen as the wielder of the Holy Spear, he was still an amateur in combat, and he was willing to endure anything in order to remain with the hero's party. Lorelei immediately rejected that notion, but Vivia cut her off, agreeing with Lacri's self-assessment. To him, being talentless simply meant having to work harder. Those words cast a shadow over Lacri's expression. He accepted that judgment, reminding himself that he could not bring shame to the great Kelberg family of spearmen. Vivia continued to sneer, belittling Lacri's holy spirit and claiming it was only useful for piercing barriers. Compared to his own blade, which he believed existed to save the world, Lacri's spear was worthless. Lacri abruptly stopped, unable to accept that statement. In his agitation, he knocked the glass of water from his tray, spilling it and splashing Vivia. Panic overtook him immediately, and he apologized profusely. Vivia, however, seized him by the collar, his anger flaring as he accused Lacri of daring to retaliate. Lacri tried desperately to explain that it was a misunderstanding. Vivia only mocked him further, declaring that compared to his holy sword, Lacri's spear was nothing more than an accessory. The word struck deeply, leaving Lacri frozen. With a violent shove, Vivia slammed him to the ground and ordered him to stop looking so defiant. Lorelei tried to intervene, calling out to stop him, but Vivia pressed on. He declared that Lacri was incapable of fighting and useless even as a servant. He had no need for incompetent burdens in his party. With cold finality, Vivia ordered Lacri to leave, announcing that he was expelled and should get out immediately. Lacri's eyes widened as memories surged through his mind, echoing with the weight of expectations placed upon him. He recalled being told that he would carry the burden of his entire family on his shoulders. The realization that he was failing to live up to those expectations caused his body to tremble. Overwhelmed, Lacri broke down and suddenly ran off into the forest. Lorelei flinched in shock at the sight of him fleeing. Vivia reacted with irritation, dismissing Lacri's departure as proof that he lacked the resolve to survive as a disciple. He suggested abandoning the boy and moving on. Basta protested in disbelief at such coldness, but Delia merely smiled, reasoning that a nearby village meant Lacri would not die. With that, the group prepared to leave. Elsewhere, Lacri's sobs echoed through the silent woods. He berated himself for being talentless and unable to meet anyone's expectations. Since being chosen by the Holy Spirit, he had worked tirelessly, believing that meant abandoning his old life, his friends, and the person he once was. Yet even after all that, he felt he had achieved nothing. Tears streamed down his face as he questioned why the Holy Spirit had chosen him in the first place, directing his anguish toward Bryanak itself. At that moment, unfamiliar voices broke through his despair. Two men appeared behind him, commenting on his distress and noting his misfortune in wandering into their territory. One of them noticed the spear in Lacri's hands and immediately recognized its value, remarking that it would fetch a high price. As the men advanced, they demanded that Lacri hand it over in exchange for his life. Lacri retreated instinctively, but the ground beneath his feet collapsed. He lost his balance and fell down a cliff. The men cursed in frustration, realizing that following him would be dangerous, and decided instead to call for reinforcements. Bruised and groaning, Lacri forced himself upright at the bottom. He realized they were summoning help. Checking himself over, he found that he had managed to break his fall enough to remain mobile. Even more fortunately, the healing potions given to him by Basta were still intact. He knew he needed to heal immediately. Estimating that several enemies would soon arrive, Lacri understood that this was likely hostile territory. Even so, he resolved that he must at least protect Bryanak. The thought steadied him. Gripping his spear tightly, he reminded himself of that duty. Struggling back to his feet, Lacri decided that staying in one place would only lead to his capture. He needed to escape while he still had healing potions available and try to reach a nearby village. Being hunted by mountain bandits through their own territory felt overwhelmingly bleak. Even so, he steeled himself, rejecting despair. He would not go down without a fight. Chapter 26. Lacri ran through the forest, her breath ragged and uneven, lungs burning with every step. She threw herself behind a tree and pressed her back against the rough bark, forcing herself still as she hid from those chasing her. Voices echoed through the woods, filled with irritation and confidence. They were convinced she was fast but injured, certain she could not have gone far. From her hiding place, Lacri watched them carefully. She blamed herself for her carelessness. Just when she had finally managed to find the village, she had instead been discovered by a group of bandits. If she had only stopped to think for a moment, she would have realized how reckless she was being, but pain and exhaustion were clouding her mind. Her gaze dropped to the bottle clutched in her hand. It was the final potion Basta had given her. The men continued searching, their words suggesting impatience and boredom, yet they did not leave. More of them were coming, drawn by the promise of a valuable prize. When Lacri realized that reinforcements from the northern outpost were also heading this way, her heart sank. The numbers were growing rapidly, 10 more at least, perhaps 20. She knew this was no time to hesitate. She needed to heal herself and prepare. Before she could even finish gathering her resolve, a presence appeared behind her. She spun around just in time to see a man raising his axe. The demand was clear without mercy or hesitation. Lacri narrowly avoided the swing, the blade cutting through empty air where she had been standing a moment earlier. The man immediately called out to the others, warning them that the child was quick. Orders were shouted to surround her, to deny her any path of escape, since facing a lance head-on from a distance was too dangerous. Within moments, Lacri found herself encircled by men on all sides. They mocked her odds, confident that sheer numbers would crush her. As she tightened her grip on her spear, a bitter thought crossed her mind at being mistaken for a boy. Even now, in a situation like this, she found herself dwelling on something so trivial, and the absurdity of it almost made her smile. Her thoughts drifted back to the day her fate had been decided. The Holy Lance's wielder had been chosen from the Kelberg family, an honor meant to bring great joy. Yet it was she, not any of her brothers, who had been selected. She had never even held a spear before then. Her father, who believed the Holy Lance should be wielded by a man, began treating her as one from that very day. Her hair was cut short, her dresses replaced with armor. As the youngest daughter, she accepted those expectations with pride, and that pride had never faded. That conviction still burned fiercely within her. The bandits moved all at once, rushing toward her. Lacri's eyes hardened. She would never surrender Bryanak to people like them. If they wanted it, they would have to tear it from her lifeless body. As they closed in, she steeled herself and set her strategy. If she could not block their attacks, she would deflect them. If she could not deflect them, she would endure them. As long as she avoided a fatal wound, nothing else mattered. After successfully blocking the incoming attacks, Lacri forced her body forward and charged toward one man in particular. Her eyes locked onto the chief. He was her objective. If she could use him as a shield, she believed she might still have a chance to survive. With that thought driving her, she leapt into the air and closed the distance in an instant, positioning herself directly in front of him. Just as she was about to strike, her strength suddenly vanished. Her body slammed heavily into the ground instead. Tremors ran through her limbs as she struggled to push herself up, but her body refused to respond. She realized with growing panic that she could no longer move properly. The chief, who had been drenched in cold sweat only moments earlier, now looked down at her with a twisted grin. He had been terrified, but now he understood. The poison on their weapons had finally taken effect. He mocked her for trying to fight until the end. He bent down and took hold of her spear, lifting it up as if it were already his prize. The surrounding men burst into laughter as the chief sneered, mocking her loss and savoring the thought of making her regret losing such a precious lance right up until the moment they ended her life. Lacri glared at them with everything she had left, her breathing heavy and uneven, her thoughts clinging desperately to Bryanak. At that moment, a new presence entered the battlefield. Ariake appeared, coldly judging the scene before him, noting how a group of men had ganged up on a single injured child. Without hesitation or warning, he unleashed an attack that sent every bandit flying through the air. The sight left Lacri stunned, her mouth falling open as she watched the bandits thrown aside as if they were nothing. As thick dust and smoke slowly cleared, the men groaned in shock and confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. They questioned whether this man was one of the child's allies. The chief attempted to regain control of the situation, deciding that retreat was acceptable since they had already taken the lance. His confidence faltered instantly when he realized his hands were empty. Panic spread across his face as he wondered where it had gone. Ariake had already turned back to Lacri, holding the spear in his hand. He indicated that it belonged to her and that he was returning it. Lacri froze in surprise, not only because he had recovered Bryanak, but because he addressed her correctly as a girl. He extended his hand toward her, expressing relief that he had arrived in time and checking whether she could stand. Lacri stared at him, her heart pounding violently as she accepted his hand. Her body felt strangely light, and she wondered if it was simply relief washing over her. Ariake introduced himself as Mahama Ariake and asked for her name. Lacri became acutely aware of how hot her body felt, her face burning as she finally managed to respond and tell him her name. Ariake acknowledged it and told her they could discuss everything later. Based on his abnormal status detection skill, the antidote he had given her had worked, and she should regain her ability to move soon. That revelation startled Lacri. She wondered when he had given it to her at all, but before she could dwell on it further, Ariake urged her to leave immediately. Their moment was cut short when one of the bandits shouted angrily, demanding to know what the two of them were whispering about and insisting that the lance belonged to them. The man charged straight toward them, but Ariake activated a spell, and in a single instant, he sent the attacker flying back into his companions. Lacri gasped in amazement. She realized that Ariake had struck the man 10 times with a single attack and wondered if he had combined multiple skills to achieve that result. Ariake confirmed it, surprised that she had even been able to perceive it. Before he could say anything more, a sharp glint flashed through the air. In a blink, Ariake caught the arrow flying toward them and snapped it in half effortlessly. The chief shouted a warning, ordering Ariake not to move and threatening Lacri's life. He declared that Ariake had been a major nuisance, and that he intended to take Lacri hostage and kill her slowly. Lacri felt a surge of guilt as she looked at Ariake, overwhelmed by the thought of how he had gone through so much to save her, only for her to be caught again. The weight of her own helplessness pressed down on her, making her feel utterly useless. Ariake's presence, however, brought clarity. He spoke with quiet confidence, prompting Lacri to realize that the so-called hostage situation was not as dire as it seemed. Her mind reeled as she considered what he implied. The chief's attacks could be seen and predicted if she concentrated. Her heartbeat quickened at the thought. Slow motion, if she focused, she could perceive everything that was happening in a way that gave her control. The chief, confident in his own strength, grossly underestimated her. He assumed she had no abilities to match his, that a simple knife or his dominance over the mountains gave him the advantage. That assumption faltered suddenly when a chill of fear ran down his spine. Ariake's smirk told Lacri that the chief had finally recognized her latent power, that his weapons alone would never restrain her. Lacri's gaze hardened as she locked eyes with the man holding her. The sheer intensity of her stare made the chief flinch. Then, in a swift motion, she dodged his attack and swept the leg holding him upright, sending him crashing to the ground. She reclaimed Bryanak, her spear, and positioned herself beside Ariake, ready to face the remaining enemies. She whispered an apology to Bryanak for letting it fall into the bandits' hands, but Ariake's approving grin reminded her that she had taken control. The sensation was astounding. It felt as though the chief was moving in slow motion. For a fleeting moment, Lacri wondered if Ariake had aided her directly, but he assured her that it was entirely her own power. Her eyes were her true strength. By following the enemy's movements with her lance, she could turn their attacks against them. Trusting her vision was the key. When the chief launched himself at them again, Lacri could see every motion, every opening. Her spear met his attack flawlessly, blocking and countering in a single fluid movement. She struck back, landing a powerful blow that left him gasping. It was a moment of liberation. She had control, and the enemies could no longer threaten her as they had before. The remaining bandits, shocked by what they witnessed, began to retreat in fear. Lacri's instincts screamed that they might escape, but Ariake assured her that traps had been set across the forest to capture them all. She marveled at his planning. His skill went far beyond mere combat. His strategy had been to clear the bandits efficiently for the village, using traps to handle their numbers, and she had arrived right in the middle of it. Despite the chaos, Ariake apologized for involving her in the battle, but Lacri refused to feel indebted. Thanks to him, she had grown stronger. As she stared down at her hands, she felt the lingering numbness of using her powers, a reminder of the journey she had only just begun. Ariake had not only introduced her to her own potential but had taught her how to wield it. She realized she wanted to learn more from him, yearning to become his apprentice, to fully embrace the power and knowledge he had shown her. The woman set the dishes before them, the table now laden with food. Lacri's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the abundant meal, every plate brimming with enticing flavors. The woman's smile was warm, a gesture of gratitude for having dealt with the troublesome bandits. Ariake, ever practical, requested 5 more servings of roasted boar, explaining that his companion would soon join them and would finish it all. Lacri, both nervous and impressed, braced herself for the feast. As they ate, conversation turned to the events that had brought them together. Lacri recounted how she had been expelled from the heroes' party, leaving Ariake to realize that they had suffered similar fates. Shock coursed through her as she learned he had been cast out as well. Her mind spun with disbelief and comparison, questioning her own worth, believing herself talentless compared to him. She recalled her failures, her inability to fight alone in the mountains, her dependence on his assistance, and the sense that wielding the Holy Lance had not automatically endowed her with skill. Then Ariake took her hand, the sudden contact startling her. He observed the calluses on her palms, the marks of someone who had trained tirelessly to make up for her inexperience. He recognized the effort she had poured into her growth, the struggles she had endured, and the determination she had shown. Most importantly, he acknowledged that she had never run from danger, that even when surrounded or taken hostage, she had stood her ground. She had chosen to trust him, to fight, and that choice, the resilience she displayed, was the true measure of a warrior. Tears welled in Lacri's eyes as she absorbed his words. They spoke to the years of pain she had endured, the scorn of others who mocked her as weak despite being the chosen wielder of the Holy Lance, the loneliness of having to strive on her own, and the desperation she felt to become stronger. Ariake's recognition validated her struggles, affirming that her efforts had not been in vain. She was no longer just a girl floundering under the weight of expectation, she was a warrior in her own right. Through sobs, she expressed her gratitude to Ariake. He smiled, gently reminding her that it was far too early to cry, that she still had vast potential left to awaken. Lacri looked at him in quiet confusion, reflecting on the power he had helped her understand. When she first saw him in combat, she had noticed the patterns in his attacks, her slightly above-average dynamic vision allowing her to perceive movement others could not. Yet even then, she had felt powerless, unable to act on what she had seen. Now, with Ariake's guidance, she began to understand the latent strength she had been cultivating all along. Ariake reflected on Lacri's ability, recalling Vivia's attacks, the fluid, dance-like strikes that seemed almost impossible to follow. Vivia's movements relied on recording the first strike to chain into diagonal attacks, a technique both intricate and high-speed, difficult for the average person to comprehend at first glance. Yet Lacri had managed to understand it on her very first observation, a feat that made her flush with modest pride. Suddenly, a rumbling sound announced the arrival of Colette, who hurried to Ariake's side. She expressed relief at his safety and vowed never to leave him alone again. Her attention quickly shifted to the girl accompanying him. Lacri introduced herself politely, explaining that she had helped defeat the mountain bandits and that Ariake had saved her life. Colette, impressed, internally noted the way Lacri regarded her master, recognizing the young girl's determination and presence. She introduced herself formally as Colette Duboises, signaling her status as the youngest daughter of her family. Their interaction was briefly interrupted by the arrival of the woman who had prepared the feast, bringing 5 additional servings of roast boar. Ariake explained that he had ordered the extra food for Colette, whose eyes lit up in delight at the sight of it. Lacri watched her enthusiastically devour the meal, thinking her both lively and endearing. Once their hunger was satisfied, Ariake suggested returning to their previous discussion. Lacri, curious, wondered why they needed to move outside for this demonstration. Colette, now sleepy from the meal, inquired about what they were going to do. Ariake briefly recounted the recent events, clarifying that the reason for moving was so they could witness Lacri's abilities firsthand. Excited by the opportunity, Lacri eagerly prepared to display her skills. Ariake instructed her not to show the basic maneuvers she already knew, but the skill she had only seen once, Vivia's Rondemir waltz. He proposed that Colette act as a sparring partner, promising to bolster her defenses. Colette agreed without hesitation, though she noted the risk of attempting to replicate a skill seen only once. Lacri, however, was confident. With her lance in hand, she believed she could reproduce the technique. Colette's reaction was one of shock. Could Lacri truly perform it? The tension and excitement hung in the air, a moment of anticipation before the demonstration would begin. Without hesitation, Lacri faced Colette and sprang into action, replicating the move she had observed once from Vivia, the Rondemir waltz. Each step, strike, and leap mirrored the fluid, dance-like pattern of the technique. Colette met every blow, bracing against the force of each strike with gritted teeth, demonstrating her own skill and resilience. Lacri launched herself into the air and landed back in place, groaning with frustration at her inability to match the hero's speed and power. Ariake approached her with calm approval. He had watched Vivia perform the move countless times over the years and was genuinely impressed by Lacri's replication. He explained that her ability, mirrored mastery, allowed her to observe and internalize an opponent's habits and movements, learning both offense and defense from mere observation. This skill not only enabled her to copy attacks but also allowed her to detect weaknesses and openings in any technique, giving her the capacity to counter it perfectly in the future. Lacri realized the truth in his words. Her body's instinctive responses, her precise evasion and defensive maneuvers, were the result of her mirrored mastery. Colette, however, noted that her skill seemed weaker offensively, to which Ariake agreed. To fully utilize the ability, Lacri needed to integrate it into her own attack. With her body already responding instinctively, he believed she could learn offensive applications with dedicated training. Grateful and resolute, Lacri bowed deeply to Ariake, her eyes burning with determination. After being abandoned by the hero, she had felt lost, but his guidance had shown her that she could grow stronger. Ariake, observing her fierce spirit, was impressed. He suggested, almost casually, that she might join their party. The idea stunned Lacri, while Colette grinned, recognizing the advantage of having a wielder of a holy weapon on their side. Ariake noted that friendly competition would foster mutual growth and provide him an opportunity to offer guidance. Lacri's eyes sparkled with hope, and Ariake, though weary from his retirement, relented. As the wielder of the Holy Lance, He was willing to take her as his disciple if that was her wish. Overcome with joy, Lacri's hand trembled as she expressed her gratitude. Colette, ever practical, reminded her that discipleship meant training. Ariake confirmed this, emphasizing that Lacri first needed to master mirrored mastery. He praised the remarkable progress she had already made in the mountains, noting that there was no better way to train than through actual combat. Finally, Ariake invited Lacri to join them in the Imperial Duel, a challenge that would test her skill and further her growth. Lacri's training began in earnest. Colette wore a confident grin as she took her stance, and Lacri moved to face her, responding without hesitation. Even as her body advanced, her thoughts were still reeling from what had been decided moments earlier. She was going to fight in the Imperial Duel alongside Master Ariake. The realization alone was enough to make her gasp in disbelief. That stage was supposed to be reserved only for him and the hero. Ariake had calmly explained that he saw no issue with it. The purpose of the Imperial Duel was no longer simply competition, but a public display meant to prove the strength of the hero's party. It was damage control after the loss of the Holy Sword. With Vivia gone, the narrative had shifted, and Ariake, having been expelled from the hero's party, was now being painted as the villain. Since Lacri had also been cast out, fighting together as a party would not raise any problems. He asked if that arrangement was acceptable. Lacri accepted without hesitation. More than anything, she resolved not to hold him back. She would give everything she had. Ariake smiled at her resolve, but made it clear that his role would be limited to designing the training regimen and providing support. The actual training itself would be as real as possible. He had already told her that there was no better teacher than real combat. His goal was to help her develop a fighting style that suited her abilities. For that purpose, her opponent would be Colette, their resident martial arts expert. In the present moment, Colette drove a powerful kick straight at Lacri. Lacri reacted instantly, raising her spear to block the strike. The impact rattled her arms, but she held firm. Ariake called an end to the exchange. Colette, still perfectly composed and without a trace of sweat, cheerfully declared her victory. Lacri, on the other hand, was drenched, her breath coming in heavy gasps. She apologized, admitting that she could not find a single opening to launch a counterattack. Colette pointed out that a battle could not be won by remaining on the defensive forever. Ariake immediately corrected her, explaining that she had missed the true purpose of the training. What he wanted Lacri to master was the art of perfect defense. The phrase left both of them momentarily confused. Ariake explained plainly that Lacri did not need overwhelming power to defeat her enemies. Her mirrored mastery would compensate for that. Once she had seen an attack, she would never be struck by it again. At that point, she could launch a counterattack, turning the enemy's own strength against them. Considering the nature of the Holy Lance and her exceptional vision, a counter-oriented fighting style suited her perfectly. However, if Lacri failed to defend against an attack before mirrored mastery could take effect, she would be unable to respond to the follow-up, rendering her skill useless. That was why the highest priority right now was ensuring that no attack ever landed on her in the first place. Understanding finally dawned on Colette, her face lighting up as she grasped the concept. Ariake then addressed Lacri directly, telling her that this training was meant to reinforce her defenses above all else. It would be grueling, but for now, her only task was to endure Colette's assaults. As for Colette, Ariake instructed her to use attacks that were difficult to predict and to gradually increase the difficulty over time. Colette set a clear condition for Lacri's progress. If Lacri could successfully defend against her serious punches when she finally went all out, then Lacri would pass the training. Colette laughed as if she were about to take it back as a joke, but Ariake immediately affirmed it. His serious agreement shocked them both, prompting Colette to react as though he had become something inhumanly strict. Ariake fixed his gaze on Lacri with unwavering confidence. He believed she could do it. Lacri, unaware that her face was flushing under that intense trust, resolved herself completely. She would do it. She would give everything she had. With that, Ariake gave the signal to prepare, and Lacri braced herself as the next round began. The training continued relentlessly until the sky grew dark. At last, Lacri collapsed onto the ground, her body completely spent, her breathing heavy and uneven. Ariake decided to end the session there. Colette immediately complained about how hungry she was, while Lacri struggled to her feet, swaying as she forced herself upright. Between ragged breaths, Lacri admitted that she had not seen the final attack coming at all. Colette responded casually and suggested they head somewhere else, but Lacri stopped her. Gathering her courage, she earnestly asked Colette to explain her movements. She addressed her as an older sister, pleading for guidance. The words caught Colette off guard, her ears twitching at the unexpected title. A delighted laugh followed. Being called Big Sister felt strangely gratifying, especially after a lifetime of being treated like a child despite her true age. With a wide grin, Colette assured Lacri that she had nothing to worry about, her big sister would teach her properly. Relief washed over Lacri, and she thanked her sincerely. Watching the exchange, Ariake let out a quiet sigh. The two of them were forming a good partnership, strengthening both their camaraderie and the party's morale. At this rate, they would grow far stronger than he had ever anticipated. Once Lacri could fully follow Colette's martial arts, her growth would be exponential. Colette energetically asked if Lacri was ready and began explaining her movements. However, her explanation was so vague that Lacri could only stare at her in utter confusion, while Ariake looked deeply disappointed. When Lacri asked if that was truly all there was to it, Colette cheerfully confirmed it and encouraged her to try it herself. Lacri jumped when Ariake suddenly spoke from behind her, startled by his presence. He admitted that he did not understand Colette's explanation either. Colette, unfazed, insisted that she had explained everything, just this and that. Ariake frowned, genuinely perplexed. Had he been wrong about the two of them growing stronger together? He reflected that his lack of familiarity with martial arts made it difficult for him to grasp Colette's intent. If only someone more versed in martial arts were present. At that moment, a powerful voice called out Ariake's name. Fenrir leapt down from the trees behind him, landing heavily on the ground. Ariake spun around just in time to see Alicia riding on Fenrir's back. As the great beast landed, Alicia dismounted gracefully and called out that she had finally caught up to him. Ariake gasped in surprise as he realized that Alicia had returned. Meanwhile, Fenrir let out a weary sigh, quietly complaining that Alicia had first run her like a horse and then immediately jumped off just to greet her master. Alicia bristled at that remark, insisting that she was genuinely grateful and questioning what could possibly be wrong with riding one's familiar. Ariake turned his attention to Fenrir, recognizing her voice and noting that she was in that form today. At his words, Alicia stiffened and shot Fenrir a sharp look. The implication that Fenrir and Ariake had already met struck a nerve. Despite having told Fenrir not to do so, she realized Fenrir must have gone ahead and met him anyway. Fenrir averted her gaze and feigned ignorance, which only made Alicia angrier as she demanded an explanation and accused her of pretending not to understand. Before the tension could escalate further, Colette stepped in and warmly welcomed Alicia back. Alicia's expression instantly softened, her mood lifting as she greeted Colette in return. When Colette noticed the familiar standing behind her, her eyes sparkled with amazement. She realized that Alicia had managed to make Fenrir her familiar and remarked that, with Lacri now added, their party had grown quite large. Those words made Alicia pause. Her thoughts began racing as she realized her unease on the road had not been unfounded. Her senses had been warning her of something, which was why she had hurried back, yet she had not expected to find a new girl here. Her gaze shifted to Lacri, and she immediately noticed how beautiful she was. At the same time, Lacri flushed with excitement, recognizing Alicia as the great Saintess she had heard so much about. She introduced herself as Lacri and explained that she had recently become Master Ariake's disciple. Alicia was momentarily stunned, mistakenly thinking Lacri was a boy. Though not flashy, Lacri's refined features and elegance gave off the charm of a beautiful young man, exactly what one might expect from Ariake's disciple. Lacri smiled brightly, expressing how happy she was to finally meet the great Saintess. Alicia returned the smile, thinking that Lacri was both cute and polite, and greeted her in return. She felt a quiet sense of relief, believing that her intuition must have been mistaken this time. Fenrir smirked at that thought, which immediately drew Alicia's ire once again. Alicia then demanded to know why Fenrir had taken on a human form. Fenrir casually explained that it was simply to greet their friends. She introduced herself properly as Fenrir, thanked them for looking after Alicia, and expressed her gratitude as Alicia's familiar. Alicia loudly protested, insisting that it was strange for a familiar to say such things. Meanwhile, both Lacri and Colette flushed deeply. Lacri found herself struck by Fenrir's beauty, while Colette's gaze drifted to Fenrir's chest, noting its overwhelming size. Alicia shouted again, telling them not to corrupt the pure and innocent. Colette, however, glanced down at her own chest and wondered how much training it would take to reach that level. Ariake interrupted the chaos by asking whether the two of them were finished with their training. Colette immediately snapped back to reality and suggested they resume where they had left off. Lacri readily agreed. Alicia asked whether they had been training, and Ariake answered vaguely that they had been, in a sense. Colette then began explaining her movements again in her usual abstract way, describing them with nonsensical sounds and vague imagery. Lacri's confusion deepened as she struggled to make sense of it all. Listening carefully, Alicia suddenly realized what Colette was trying to do. She understood that Colette was breaking down her movements in order to help Lacri develop proper counters. Ariake was surprised by Alicia's quick comprehension. Alicia explained that she had also been training while traveling. Colette immediately praised her intelligence, and Lacri was equally amazed that Alicia had grasped the situation so quickly. Ariake added that even during their fight with the Mimic, Alicia's martial arts skill had been on par with Colette. Alicia then explained that humans were limited by their physical capabilities, so Colette needed to adjust her explanations to match what Lacri could realistically perform. Hearing this, both Lacri and Ariake watched in astonishment. Alicia had truly understood Colette's intentions. However, just as Ariake began to feel impressed, Alicia proceeded to describe the movements using equally incomprehensible expressions. At that moment, Ariake completely changed his mind, realizing that this approach was hopeless. Colette enthusiastically declared that she would try that next time, while Alicia suggested another vague alternative. Overwhelmed, Lacri turned to Ariake and admitted that this was impossible and that she was more confused than ever. Ariake agreed grimly, noting that the situation had somehow become even worse. He then turned to Colette and asked her to try explaining things in a more logical and structured way. Colette admitted that she did not really know how to explain it in a way humans might easily understand, but she believed what she was trying to convey had something to do with Lacri's counterattack. By reacting correctly, Lacri could turn an opponent's strength back on them, multiplying it against them. Even so, Lacri muttered to herself that she still did not truly grasp the concept. At that moment, Fenrir spoke up. She explained that Lacri should not be the one to move first. Instead, she needed to be fully aware of her opponent's presence, the flow of their energy, and even each breath they took. Once Lacri identified how her opponent would move, all she had to do was move together with them. That, Fenrir suggested, was what Colette had been trying to say. Colette reacted in surprise, immediately agreeing that Fenrir had explained it perfectly. Ariake was equally astonished, realizing that they had finally found someone who could properly translate the concept. Deep in thought, Lacri reflected that there was a similar principle in lance combat. She began to understand that the idea was to use the opponent's movement to deliver her own strike, making footwork critically important. As she demonstrated the motion, Colette excitedly noted that Lacri was finally getting it and advised her to lower her center of gravity as well. Lacri acknowledged the advice and adjusted her stance accordingly. As their discussion continued, Ariake smirked, feeling confident that they could finally make real progress. Fenrir's explanation had been the key. Fenrir brushed it off, claiming she was merely passing the time, though she remarked that seeing the heir to the Holy Lance brought back memories. Ariake looked at her with confusion, prompting Fenrir to assure him not to worry and to say that she had helped because he was her master. Alicia immediately cut in, warning Fenrir not to get too close to him. She declared that she would not forgive her if anything happened, emphasizing that Ariake was her childhood friend. Her face flushed bright red as she said it. Fenrir teased her for being weak, which made Alicia hastily tell her to stop. Hearing this exchange, Lacri suddenly realized the implication. Her face flushed as she turned toward Ariake and wondered how many other women were involved. Ariake repeated her question aloud, then casually answered that there had been 2 other girls aside from their friend group. Colette quickly pointed out that this was not what Lacri had meant by that question. Ariake smiled to himself regardless, pleased that Lacri's training was progressing smoothly. With Alicia able to translate Colette's advanced martial arts techniques into movements humans could understand, and Fenrir capable of interpreting their deeper meaning, Ariake was certain that Lacri would grow far stronger with them at her side. The only thing she still lacked was the confidence to fully support that strength. Alicia abruptly snapped him out of his thoughts, reminding him that he was supposed to be properly watching Lacri's training. She tugged at him and pointed out that Lacri had been staring at him for quite some time, teasing him that his new disciple was rather cute. She giggled, saying that whether he was pretending or not, he should at least look like he was paying attention. Ariake muttered to himself about pretending, realizing what Alicia was implying. She looked at him in confusion as he suggested that perhaps they should put on a little show. The deafening clash of metal rang out across the forest as the training intensified. Colette unleashed a relentless barrage of punches at Lacri, then gathered all her strength into her opposite fist and drove it straight forward. Lacri perceived the motion just in time and narrowly evaded the blow. Colette broke into a grin, firmly planting her foot before springing into the air and lifting one leg high above her. Lacri followed her movements closely and raised her holy lance, blocking the powerful kick head-on. She clenched her teeth as the crushing force pressed down on her, refusing to give way. Colette grit her teeth and leapt backward, opening a small gap between them. Lacri gasped for breath, her body trembling as she pushed herself to continue. Watching from above, Fenrir remarked that accomplishing this much in only 2 weeks was truly impressive. Ariake muttered that Lacri was already seeing through all of Colette's attacks, and that it was time to move on to the next stage. At that moment, a thunderous crash shook the area. Thick dust billowed into the air, and as it slowly cleared, Alicia appeared, announcing that she was finally joining the fight. Lacri froze in shock at the realization that Alicia would be participating as well. Colette made it clear that Lacri would now be facing both of them. Lacri instinctively rejected the idea, but before she could react further, Alicia lunged forward. Alicia swung her staff at Lacri with speed and precision. Lacri barely managed to block the strike with her lance, the impact scraping her cheek and leaving a shallow graze. She was stunned. She had not dodged in time. Her reaction was delayed, and an unfamiliar sensation spread through her body. Bryanak no longer moved the way she intended. Alicia smiled knowingly, explaining that it felt heavy because she had deployed a barrier around Lacri. Additional weight had been applied, making the training far more realistic. Lacri stood dumbfounded at the idea of barriers combined with increased weight. Before she could adjust, Alicia attacked again, and just like before, Lacri struggled to defend herself. She forced herself to think clearly. Alicia's long-range attacks, combined with the sudden heaviness of Bryanak, meant that if she did not move faster, she would lose her sense of balance entirely. She needed sharper observation and quicker movement. Suddenly, Colette appeared right behind her, reminding her not to forget about her presence. Lacri barely managed to block Colette's punch, her breathing ragged and strained. She protested inwardly that fighting 2 opponents at once was overwhelming. Alicia merely smirked, noting that despite her complaint, Lacri was holding up remarkably well. She casually added that even if Lacri were to die, she could simply be revived, so there was no reason to stop. Alicia smiled sweetly as she said this, while Lacri stared at her in sheer horror. Observing the scene, Ariake remarked that Alicia was going all out as usual. Fenrir muttered that it was frightening, almost feeling sorry for the girl. Even with the increased weight on her spear, Lacri continued to block attack after attack, her determination unbroken. Seeing her persistence, Alicia praised her and urged Colette to keep the pressure on. Colette acknowledged and surged forward, and the 2 of them launched a simultaneous assault. Colette gasped in astonishment when she realized that even attacking together or attempting to force an opening, they still could not land a decisive blow. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she concluded that it might be time to unleash a special technique. Alicia watched her reaction with growing unease. Colette declared that a dragon's true worth lay in its fire. Alicia immediately panicked, fearing that Colette might annihilate the surrounding villages. Lacri, equally shocked, wondered just how destructive Colette truly was. Overflowing with excitement, Colette prepared to unleash her power, while Alicia realized with dread that Colette could no longer hear anything around her. Meanwhile, Lacri steeled herself with trembling resolve. She knew she had to stop Colette, and even if it cost her life, revival was possible. Ariake let out a measured sigh and began weaving spells around Colette, steadily suppressing her offensive power and reducing the intensity of her flames. He then turned his focus to Lacri, casting damage reduction and fire resistance spells upon her. He explained that since Colette could no longer restrain herself, he had weakened her attacks somewhat, though they would still strike with tremendous force. Additional skills were layered to ensure that Lacri would survive by the narrowest margin. He urged her to face the attack with everything she had. Lacri gazed at him in awe, overwhelmed by the extent of her master's abilities. With his support, she felt as though her strength had increased 100-fold. Determined, she resolved to confront Colette's flames head-on. Ariake then turned to Alicia and asked her to erect a barrier to protect them and the nearby villages. She readily agreed, though her hands fidgeted as she remarked that it had been a long time since she herself had been protected by one of Ariake's skills. Ariake looked at her in confusion, questioning why that mattered when her own barriers far surpassed his improvised magic. Alicia cried out dramatically, lamenting that this was the price of becoming strong enough to remain by his side. At that moment, the flames surged violently, forcing both of them to halt their exchange. Colette stood her ground as torrents of fire poured from her mouth, her presence overwhelming. She declared that this was only the beginning, and prepared to unleash an enormous fireball. Alicia watched in astonishment, recognizing the absurd amount of energy being released and remarking inwardly that this was quintessentially Colette. Fenrir muttered that the heat waves were beyond belief, urging everyone to observe closely and see what the chosen wielder of the Holy Lance was truly capable of. With flames still spewing forth, Colette, brimming with excitement, resolved to give Lacri everything she had. A colossal sphere of fire erupted and hurtled forward. Fear locked Lacri in place as the inferno advanced like a blazing meteor, its power overwhelming. Without her master's protective skills, she knew she would not even be standing there. Even so, she trusted that the Holy Lance, Bryanak, could endure the impact. To do so, she centered her balance and braced herself. There was only one path forward: to place absolute faith in Bryanak and strike with all her might. In a single, decisive motion, the massive inferno dispersed into nothingness. The ground where it had struck was left smoldering beneath a veil of smoke. Ariake praised her, remarking that she had taken Colette's flames head-on and performed admirably. Lacri, now floating weakly in a nearby lake, expressed her gratitude, while Colette apologized profusely for having gone too far. Alicia commented that Lacri was fortunate the pressure had blown her into the river instead of elsewhere. Ariake smiled, satisfied. With this achievement, Lacri had mastered the defensive techniques necessary to fully employ her mirrored mastery. He congratulated her, and Lacri burst with joy at the realization that she had truly succeeded. The elation was short-lived, however, as pain suddenly coursed through her body. Alicia stepped in to heal her, while Ariake added that despite her progress, Lacri was still not drawing out the Holy Lance's full potential. They would focus on addressing that shortcoming in her next training session, and for now, they would end the day. Lacri tilted her head in curiosity, sensing that something remained undiscovered. Ariake wondered whether she should uncover Bryanak's deeper power on her own. He then decided that the next step would be to test Lacri through a real quest. With that settled, they made their way toward a dungeon, the Goblin's Nest. A swarm of goblins rushed Lacri all at once, yet she cut them down in an instant, her movements sharp and decisive. Ariake observed her performance with approval. Without slowing, Lacri surged ahead, while Colette simultaneously crushed the remaining goblins with her dragon smash, clearing the area in a burst of overwhelming force. One goblin attempted to slip behind Ariake, but before it could strike, its body froze solid in mid-motion. Alicia followed up immediately, slicing it apart in a clean, decisive attack. Nearby, Fenrir found herself encircled by goblins. She inhaled deeply and unleashed a freezing breath that engulfed them in icy death. Colette reveled in the chaos of battle, thrilled by the ease with which they were overpowering their enemies, while Alicia sharply warned Fenrir about counterattacking too quickly, pointing out the danger. Fenrir, unfazed, maintained that such an approach was simply more efficient. Ariake stepped in to remind them that this was not meant to be a training session. Lacri assured him that it was fine, explaining that watching everyone fight was helping her grow as well. With the extermination quest nearly complete, she wanted to observe and absorb as much as she could. Filled with resolve, she urged the group to push deeper into the dungeon. Colette welcomed her enthusiasm, grinning broadly. Watching them, Ariake smiled, noting that with Lacri's rapid improvement and reinforced defenses, their party had become remarkably well balanced. His thoughts then shifted to Vivia's group. Alicia echoed the name, explaining that Vivia's party had gained several new members, including a new porter and Lorelei, the former temporary healer, who had now officially joined them. Ariake acknowledged Lorelei's skill, judging her to be a capable healer and not a point of concern, though he noted that Alicia seemed unusually well informed about Vivia's party. Alicia defended herself, insisting that reconnaissance was essential in situations like this. She expressed her frustration that Vivia and the others had driven Lacri out, thereby losing a powerful asset. Ariake speculated that perhaps Vivia had trained to the point where he no longer needed the Holy Lance. Alicia disagreed strongly. Ariake's gaze sharpened as he concluded that, in that case, they would need to redouble their efforts and give everything they had in their upcoming match. Alicia could only sigh, realizing he was not truly listening. Suddenly, Fenrir's ears twitched. She issued a swift warning. A horde of goblins was approaching, only seconds away. Lacri acknowledged immediately. Moments later, the ground trembled as the horde surged toward them, exactly as Fenrir had predicted. Ariake ordered everyone to hold their positions and finish the fight. Without hesitation, they moved as one, launching a coordinated assault. Ariake felt certain then that they had truly become a formidable party. In the blink of an eye, the horde was completely annihilated. Colette wondered if that had been the last of them. Alicia assessed the situation, reasoning that since they were in the deepest part of the dungeon, it likely was. Lacri reacted with amazement, realizing that meant the quest was complete. Fenrir, however, seemed uneasy. She noted that while she no longer sensed weak goblins, something else felt wrong. At that moment, the ground shuddered violently, followed by a deep rumble. Alicia tensed, uneasy about the sudden change. The dungeon wall began to shake, then split open, revealing a concealed staircase beyond it. Lacri stared in shock, confused as to why another passage had appeared when they were supposedly in the deepest area. Ariaki explained that this was a hidden dungeon. The revelation stunned Lacri. Fenrir surmised that defeating all the goblins had triggered its appearance, remarking on the clever mechanism. Alicia added that such a dungeon would almost certainly house a high-level boss, far more dangerous than the weak enemies they had faced so far. Colette burst into laughter, seeing it as a perfect final trial for Lacri's training. Ariaki responded with a confident smirk, suggesting that they proceed without hesitation. United in resolve, the party prepared to descend further. Without hesitation, the party ascended the staircase. At the top, an enormous door loomed before them, and they stood in silence until it suddenly swung open with a deep, thunderous rumble. Inside, a grotesque scene awaited them. A massive monster crouched within, gnawing on its prey with nauseating crunches. The creature was unmistakable, the Goblin King. Its sheer size overwhelmed Lacri, while Ariaki immediately recognized it as an S-rank Goblin King, a being far beyond the rabble they had encountered outside. Alicia understood the danger at once. If such a monster were allowed to command goblins freely, it could easily bring about the destruction of an entire nation. Leaving it unchecked was not an option. The grisly pile of offerings scattered around made it clear that the goblins outside had been feeding it sacrifices. Colette recoiled at the stench that filled the chamber, while Fenrir observed the remains more closely, noting that it was impossible to distinguish whether the mangled bodies had once been humans or livestock. The Goblin King finished swallowing its meal and turned its bloodshot gaze upon the intruders. Ariaki met its glare with a fearless grin, announcing their intent to exterminate it. The monster rose to its full height, towering over them, and without warning its massive claws slammed down. Everyone scattered instantly, narrowly avoiding the blow. Ariaki noted how frighteningly fast and precise its attacks were despite its enormous size, further confirming its S-rank status. He reflected that he had, after all, allowed the Goblin King to make the first move. A deafening roar erupted from the creature as it seized a nearby weapon and swung it violently. The blade tore clean through a thick pillar, forcing Ariaki to evade at the last moment. Lacri stared in shock at the destruction, while Alicia urged Ariaki to stop provoking the monster. Ariaki studied the damage with a serious expression. The power it wielded was overwhelming, and normally he would avoid confronting such a foe head-on. However, for the bearer of the Holy Lance, this was precisely the kind of trial that mattered. Landing firmly on the ground, Ariaki turned to Lacri and asked if she was ready. After receiving her answer, he placed a hand on her shoulder and cast an invincibility spell. He instructed her to take the lead and attempt to deflect the Goblin King's next attack, explaining that if she could withstand the first swing, the others would launch a counteroffensive. Lacri was thrown into panic at being chosen for the role, but Ariaki did not waver. The warning came immediately as the monster prepared another attack. With no time left to hesitate, Lacri clenched her teeth and sprinted toward the Goblin King. She reminded herself that her master's magic protected her and that her companions were supporting her. She could do this. Her shout echoed through the chamber as the Goblin King roared back, their weapons colliding with a violent crash. Lacri braced herself, struggling to maintain her footing as the monster's overwhelming strength forced her backward. The weight of the blow threatened to crush her entire body. One mistake would mean the end. Fear surged through her, screaming for her to flee, yet she refused to retreat. She pushed forward with everything she had. At that moment, the Goblin King flinched as Lacri's lance began to shine with a brilliant light. In her heart, she called out to Bryanak, acknowledging that he had chosen her even when she was weak, so weak that she had nearly lost him. She swore she would never allow that to happen again. She was stronger now, and she asked for his power, not for herself alone, but so she could protect what mattered most to her. In response, a tremendous force erupted from Bryanak, surging outward from Lacri and blasting straight toward the Goblin King. Lightning tore across the chamber as a blinding flash struck the Goblin King. Lacri froze, stunned at the intensity of the moment. At the same instant, Ariaki called Colette and Fenrir into action. Without hesitation, both surged forward. Colette leapt high and drove a crushing kick into the monster's face, sending it sprawling to the ground. A magical circle flared beneath its legs, locking it in place, while Alicia calmly ensured the beast would remain subdued for a short while. Lacri's eyes widened in awe at the display, marveling at the sheer skill of the two fighters. Fenrir reminded her that the true credit went to her, for paving the way by confronting the Goblin King without relying on any spells or protective skills. Lacri turned to Ariake in confusion, unable to grasp that she had been sent into battle completely unbuffed. Ariake, avoiding her gaze, revealed that the truth had been accidentally spoiled by Fenrir. The realization caused Lacri to break into a cold sweat. Alicia clarified what had happened. Ariake had only pretended to use a spell, simply uttering invincibility, while sending Lacri against the Goblin King. Colette's jaw dropped at the revelation, shocked that Ariake had left her entirely unassisted. Ariake explained that he had complete confidence in Lacri's ability to parry the monster's strike without magic. Her rapid growth meant that her heart had not yet fully adjusted to her strength. The lingering subconscious doubt was the only barrier preventing her from unlocking Bryanac's true potential. By leaving her to face the challenge alone, he ensured that she would take the final step entirely on her own. Lacri exhaled, finally understanding a strange sensation she had felt while deflecting the Goblin King's attack. It hadn't just been a parry. It felt as though she were absorbing the impact itself, the force dispersing rather than crushing her. Ariake confirmed that this was the Holy Lance Bryanac's special ability. Her father's earlier words came back to her. As the wielder of Bryanac, she could access its dimensional interference ability, allowing her to nullify external forces by channeling their energy into another dimension. Lacri realized, in awe, that she could indeed absorb the impact of attacks into this other dimension. The Goblin King, however, was not finished. Its barrier broke, and it grabbed its weapon, smashing it down and causing the floor to shatter beneath the strike. Ariake remained composed, instructing Alicia to reinforce barriers to restrict its movement. Fenrir was tasked with creating a diversion, and Colette was to gather her full strength for a single, decisive strike. Lacri turned to Ariake, alert and ready. With a small smirk, he placed the responsibility of defense entirely in her hands. Without hesitation, Lacri stepped forward, bracing herself before the towering monster. Her weapon collided with the Goblin King's strike, and she fought to withstand the tremendous force, fully trusting Bryanac and the lessons she had learned. Alicia watched in awe, while Fenrir smirked, noting that Lacri's true strength had finally awakened. Alicia silently recognized it was her turn to act, unwilling to be outshone. In an instant, multiple small magical barriers appeared beneath the Goblin King, restricting its movement. Lacri observed the strategy in amazement, understanding that the small barriers allowed precise control over the monster's position. As the Goblin King lunged, she swiftly dodged, realizing its attacks had become increasingly predictable and confined, an advantage she could exploit. The monster struck again, smashing the floor with a deafening crash, while Fenrir intervened, drawing the Goblin King's attention and forcing it to expose its flank. The giant swung its massive fist, but Fenrir effortlessly blocked it with a spell, eliciting a roar of frustration from the beast. Ariake then turned his attention to Colette, signaling her to engage. He imbued her with powerful spells, enhancing focus, attack power against humanoids, critical rate, critical damage, and counter success rate. Ariake smirked, anticipating a spectacular display against the S-rank monster, and added the three-step destruction spell for maximum effect. Colette's eyes gleamed as she felt power surge through her. She took a massive step, the floor cracking violently under her weight, and a large crate beneath her collapsed, sending the Goblin King sprawling. She surged forward, slamming the monster into the wall with a crushing punch, then leapt above it, driving another devastating strike into its face. She scoffed at the monster's strength, confident it could not match her or Ariake. Ariake mused on the sheer power of such a skill, capable of dispatching an enemy in 3 strikes, a testament to the strength of the dragonfolk. Colette giggled, proud and eager for approval, but the Goblin King suddenly moved again, clutching its weapon and swinging toward her. She froze, astonished at its speed, just in time for Lacri to intercept. Lacri stepped forward, blocking the Goblin King's weapon with her holy lance, telling Colette to leave the defense to her. She struggled against the massive force, gritting her teeth, but then felt her body lighten, a surge of energy connecting her with Bryanac. She sensed unity with the lance, feeling its power flow through her. The Goblin King hurled her backward, but she sprang into action, spinning her lance rapidly through the air. With precise mastery, she unleashed the Holy Lance's power, performing the counter flash of the Wicked Dragon, first form, raining multiple slashes upon the Goblin King. In the blink of an eye, the monster collapsed, blood spilling from its wounds as it crashed to the ground, defeated. Lacri panted heavily, her body alive with the thrill of victory, while her lance glowed faintly, a testament to the bond she had forged with its immense power. The Goblin King lay defeated, its massive form collapsed on the dungeon floor. Alicia watched in stunned silence, still processing the display of power she had just witnessed. Colette's eyes sparkled with admiration, overwhelmed by Lacri's incredible performance and the elegance of her moves. Fenrir, ever composed, commented on the sheer impressiveness of what had just occurred. Alicia added that she had expected nothing less from Lacri, her respect for the young disciple evident. Amid heavy breathing, Lacri murmured to herself, insisting that it had all been Bryanac's doing. Ariake gently corrected her, explaining that it was not merely the lance's power, it was Lacri's own strength that had called it forth. The Holy Lance could only unleash its true potential in the hands of a wielder strong enough to command it. Bryanac had recognized Lacri as its rightful master, chosen to carry its power because she alone possessed the ability to wield it effectively. Hearing these words, Lacri felt tears welling up in her eyes. She reflected on how far she had come, acknowledging that she could never have reached this point without the support of her companions. Gratitude and relief overwhelmed her as she realized how lucky she was to have met them, and she cried openly, her emotions raw and unrestrained. The others, seeing her sincerity, smiled warmly, touched by the display of devotion and growth. Ariake responded softly, pleased by her heartfelt words. Wiping away her tears, Lacri suddenly drew her cape around her shoulders and knelt before Ariake, her gesture filled with solemnity and reverence. She vowed that her life, her skill, and her lance would belong entirely to him, that she would devote herself to his guidance for as long as she lived. Alicia and Colette stared in shock at the profound display of loyalty, while Ariake himself looked momentarily bewildered, caught off guard by the intensity of her pledge. Lacri smiled, her resolve unwavering, confirming her promise to uphold it without question. Suddenly, in the midst of this declaration, her hair tie snapped, releasing her short hair in a sudden cascade. Alicia's eyes widened in disbelief as they fell upon Lacri's chest, and she broke into a cold sweat. Lacri gasped in surprise at the unexpected mishap, realizing that her ribbon had come undone. Alicia screamed in shock, completely flustered as the revelation hit her. Lacri had transformed into a girl, leaving everyone stunned and scrambling to comprehend the sudden change.